Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
It's all right, Whitebeard-san. I am sure Kato wouldn't dare pull anything within Wano. Wano is a land of warriors, and if Kato thinks he can control Wano by force, then he is a fool. Odin reassured, his confidence in the resilience of Wano evident. He didn't worry much about Kato taking refuge in Wano, understanding that he didn't have the right to intervene as he was a pirate himself, having left Wano behind to fulfill his dreams. Well, in case you want to crush that brat, just let me know anytime. I will go to Wano and kick that brat, and teach him not to mess with my brother. Whitebeard laughed heartily, offering Odin his assistance if needed regarding matters concerning Kato. No, Whitebeard-san, even if Kato tries something in the future, I am more than capable of handling him. It wouldn't be in line with my samurai code if you fought my battle for me. Odin jovially declined Whitebeard's offer. He was a warrior at heart, committed to facing his own challenges without relying on others to solve his problems. While Whitebeard and Odin were discussing taking a short break on the island and matters relating to Wano, a commotion caught both of their attention. Whitebeard sent the little kids playing by his side back to their mother, who nodded gratefully and left the area. Noticing Marco, an subordinate under him and a member of the First Division he recently created, Whitebeard gestured for Marco to approach and explain the situation. "Marco, what seems to be the commotion out there?" Whitebeard gestured in a certain direction while taking a gulp of wine. "Pops, it's an orphan kid. He says he wants to join our crew." Marco quickly briefed Whitebeard on the situation. An orphan kid was insisting on meeting Whitebeard directly to join their ship. Although many of the other division commanders had offered to take the kid under their wing, the child was adamant about meeting Whitebeard. Whitebeard had a soft spot for orphans. Most of the young ones in his crew were once orphans whom Whitebeard had taken under his wing and raised as his own sons. So, when Whitebeard heard that there was an orphan kid who wanted to join his crew, his curiosity was piqued. "Come, Marco, let's go and see who the kid is. Maybe you'll have a new brother today." Whitebeard rose from his seat and walked in the direction where the orphan child was, followed by Odin. As Whitebeard and Odin approached the commotion, they were met with a scene that stirred something deep within them. Amidst the chaos stood a seemingly orphaned child, his eyes filled with determination and longing. The child's gaze met Whitebeard's, and there was an unspoken plea in his eyes. With a gesture from Whitebeard, the crew parted, and a small figure emerged from the crowd, its tiny frame barely noticeable against the backdrop of towering buildings and bulky pirates. The child, with dirt-streaked cheeks and torn clothes, approached the legendary Whitebeard with a mixture of trepidation and desperation. With each step, the child's determination seemed to waver, but an inner resolve kept pushing him forward. "Please, sir, please let me join your crew." The child's voice was barely a whisper, choked with emotion as tears streamed down his cheeks. He fell to his knees, his hands clasped in a plea for acceptance. Whitebeard regarded the child with a mix of curiosity and wariness. He sensed something unusual about this seemingly ordinary orphan, something that tugged at the edges of his intuition. But beneath the gruff exterior of the feared pirate captain lay a heart of compassion, a soft spot for those in need. "Why do you wish to join my crew, child?" Whitebeard's voice rumbled like distant thunder, his piercing gaze fixed on the trembling figure before him. The child's eyes brimmed with tears as he struggled to find the words. I have nowhere else to go. My parents are gone, and I have no family left. Please, sir, I want to be strong like you. I want a family." Whitebeard's expression softened at the child's earnest plea, but still he hesitated. There was an unspoken weight to this encounter, a sense of destiny unfolding before his eyes. "And what is your name, child?" Whitebeard's voice was gentle now, a stark contrast to his fearsome reputation. The child took a deep breath, steeling himself for the revelation. My name is Marshall D. Teach. Are you sure that's the ship we need to target?" A man pointed out a ship that was sailing calmly under the night sky. A pirate ship was stealthily following a world government vessel, engaged in a risky endeavor. However, this mission wasn't undertaken without reason. A new underworld power in North Blue was offering a hefty reward of 20 million belly for every child rescued and delivered to the Don Quixote family in North Blue. The Don Quixote family had recently emerged as a dominant force in the North Blue, thanks to their revolutionary weaponry. Their influence was spreading across the seas, with their arms trade expanding into the Grand Line. Many kingdoms sought out their weapons, paying a premium for their quality. These pirates had been approached by a member of the Don Quixote family to rescue children from a specific ship. This ship was transporting children destined to become child soldiers for the world government. While the task seemed reckless, the promise of a substantial reward outweighed the risks. The Don Quixote family had provided precise details about the target vessel, raising questions about how a mafia family acquired information about a world government operation. Nonetheless, for these pirates, money spoke louder than questions of morality or legality in this unforgiving world. Yes, that's the one mentioned. But Captain, why don't we just capture some random kids and then send them to the Don Quixote family? A crewmate questioned his captain regarding switching the children. After all, the Don Quixote family had offered a staggering 20 million belly for each rescued child. As long as they captured a random 100 children and handed them over, they could earn a total of 2 billion belly, a fortune in the current era. Smack! The captain quickly smacked his subordinate hard across the head, causing him to sprawl on the deck. Are you a moron? Do you think the Don Quixote family would have shared such specific details if they didn't know what the ship was carrying? For all we know, they're looking for a specific child among the bunch. And what if we couldn't deliver the right child from among the bunch? Then all our effort would go down the drain. The captain knew the risks that accompanied this near-suicidal. However, he and his crew needed money, and the Don Quixote family's offer came at the right time. They were prepared for the next phase of their journey, the New World. They weren't planning to kill the world government agents aboard the ship, if possible, but rather to grab all the children and escape. Meanwhile, in North Blue, Doflamingo was eagerly awaiting an update regarding a certain matter they had assigned to another pirate crew. He was seated cross-legged, while Diamante sat opposite him, both staring at the transponder snail placed on the small table in front of them. Diamante had no idea why Doflamingo was paying so much attention to this particular matter. They had taken absolute care to ensure that their involvement was not disclosed. Doflamingo had even avoided using the underworld channels to contact the pirate crew assigned to this mission. Doffy, tell me, did Ross tell you something special about this particular world government transport? There's so many world government ships that transfer child soldiers to the Grand Line. So why target this one in particular? We had to shell out so much money to bribe the officers to get you the details you were looking for, Doffy. Diamante couldn't hold back his curiosity any longer. Recently, Doflamingo had been bribing Marine and world government officials in charge of child soldiers within Paradise left and right, and almost after 3 months, Doflamingo declared that he wanted to rescue all the children on this one particular ship without disclosing their involvement. Tell me, Diamante, what's the rarest resource in this damned world? Doflamingo looked at Diamante and questioned him with a smile. Diamante was confused. How was he supposed to answer such a vague question without knowing Doflamingo's train of thought? So, he simply shook his head. Talent, Diamante talent. In this world where might makes right, talent and potential are the rarest resources, and my brother has given us a chance to acquire one of the apex talents in this world, Doflamingo said with delight evident in his voice. As Doflamingo grew and learned about how this world works, he started realizing the true worth of the information that Rosinante shared with him. When Ross shared that they had a chance to get their hands on a child who would be hailed as the greatest genius in the past 8 centuries, and who had yet to give his loyalty to the world government, Doflamingo immediately wanted to bring the kid under the Don Quixote family. Doflamingo was already sure that his brother had some kind of prophetic ability and was able to peek into the future, or maybe get a glance at it. If not, there was no way Ross could give him such information. So, he wanted to guard his brother's secret even more now. He had already buried this secret deep in his heart and was resolved to take it to his grave if need be. Diamante was taken aback by the sudden revelation, a genius never before seen in the past 8 centuries. How did Doflamingo even come up with such a conclusion? But the way Doflamingo was handling the situation, Diamante could feel that what Doflamingo said might have some truth in it. He now felt more and more sure that following Doflamingo was the right choice. Originally a teen who couldn't survive the horrors of the New World, he retreated back to the safety of North Blue and became part of a criminal gang. But now he has a chance under Doflamingo. He could soon enough step into the New World and grow to be a powerhouse one day. But Doffy, I understand the need for all this secrecy, but haven't you left this task to a pirate group? What if they choose to betray us later and disclose that it was our family that targeted the world government ship? And such a genius. Do you think that the world government will not pursue? Diamante couldn't help but ask in confusion because the pirates assigned to the task were a loophole. Ha ha ha, Diamante, do you think I would make such an amateur mistake? Those bastards think that I do not know they were the ones who attacked one of our weapon shipments in paradise. We will simply eradicate them after they hand over the children. As for the world government, they still do not know the true talent of this kid yet. So, I'm guessing they wouldn't really care much about a single shipment. And even if they want to target someone, they will only go in circles, Doflamingo said with a cruel smirk on his face. His expression really did not match his young demeanor. It was as if Doflamingo had been possessed by the devil itself. Just then, the transponder snail on the table started ringing. With Doflamingo's permission, Diamante picked up the call and had a brief conversation with the other side before disconnecting. Doffy, it seems like those pirates came through. They have the children, but the ship had close to 5 dozen children. Are you sure that you want to take everyone in? All these children are under 3 years old. We will turn ourselves into a little orphanage at this rate. Doffy, Diamante couldn't help but ask. Despite being cruel to the bone, Doflamingo cared for his family and had a strange habit of caring for the abandoned ones who had the will to strive and survive in this cruel world, taking them under the Don Quixote family's wing. Originally, the Don Quixote family had only 6 members in total, but now it was one huge family, although the inner circle was the only one Doflamingo truly cared for. The inner circle already had more than a dozen people. Well, it's fate that these children were on the same ship as the one we were looking for. In the future, we will need quite a few loyal hands to take care of our family. So let's raise these children. I'm sure at least a few decent ones will come out of the remaining children. Have Giala take care of the children like our own family and groom them once they are here. And Diamante, once we get the children, I want you to dispose of every last pirate, but make sure to find out what happened to our shipment before you kill them off. Doflamingo crossed his fingers and passed his commands, then started making plans on how he should groom these children, who would very well become part of the inner circle. Understood, Doffy. Rest assured, I will take care of everything, Diamante assured, putting down the transponder snail and dispersing like a murder of crows. Doflamingo couldn't help but smirk at the way Diamante was showing off his Logia power of the soot fruit. As Doflamingo contemplated the situation with the children and the future of their family, his thoughts involuntarily drifted to his brother, Rosinante. Ross had been away from the family for almost 3 years now, embarking on his own journey for reasons that only he fully understood. Although they kept in touch through the transponder snail from time to time, Doflamingo couldn't help but sigh when thinking about how much his brother was doing for the family, even in his absence. With a sense of frustration and determination, Doflamingo clenched his fist. If only he had the strength, then his brother wouldn't have to struggle so much for their future. He felt a deep sense of responsibility as the elder brother, a desire to protect and support Ross in any way he could. It pained him to see his brother facing challenges alone, but it also fueled his resolve to become stronger himself. Standing up from his seat, Doflamingo made his way to the training grounds. He needed to push himself further in mastering hockey, honing his skills and abilities so that he wouldn't be an embarrassment when his brother returned in the future. With each step, he reaffirmed his commitment to his family and his determination to ensure their success and prosperity, no matter the obstacles they faced in the future. It had been almost 3 years since I joined the Marines to train under Garp, and those years have been incredibly rewarding for me. My experiences in the new world had accelerated my growth to an alarming level. Currently, I found myself enthusiastically punching a decommissioned battleship during training, fully immersed in the physical exertion. Accompanying me in this training session was Virgo, who had seamlessly integrated himself into the Marines since joining. Under Zephyr's tutelage, Virgo had shown steady growth and improvement. Despite our familial connection, we maintained the facade that I only knew him as Zephyr's adopted son. So that's where you guys were. You sure are diligent, Kazan casually remarked as he strolled into our training area. It was a restricted section of the shipyard, accessible only to Garp and a select few of his confidants. Despite the decommissioned status of the ships, they still held value for the Marines due to the sea stone lining underneath most of them, making it an essential resource ground. Kazan had been undergoing rigorous training under Zephyr at Garp's recommendation and had recently achieved the rank of Commodore, a remarkable feat accomplished in record time. I paused my punching routine to acknowledge the future Admiral's presence. Kazan-san, congratulations on your promotion. It seems you're the youngest Commodore in Marine history, I quipped, teasing him lightly. Look who's speaking, a 12-year-old commander, Kazan retorted with a smirk. I think you hold the record for the youngest Marine officer. Even Zephyr-san and your friend Virgo here joined the Marines at a more mature age, but here you are, already a high-ranking officer. Kazan's jest reminded me of my recent promotion by the Elders, following their request to nurture me within the Marines. Along with the promotion came a rare gift, a crystal Logia fruit from the Elders collection. It was one of the most powerful Logia types, akin to the magma and glitter fruits. I couldn't decide whether to praise the Elders for their generosity or laugh at their unwitting contribution to empowering their future adversaries. Virgo, standing by my side, acknowledged Kazan's presence with a respectful bow, to which Kazan responded with a curt nod. I couldn't help but admire how well Virgo had assimilated into his role. He was grooming himself to be the epitome of a Marine, and many within Marineford had already taken notice of Zephyr's son, believing him to be a future powerhouse of the Marines, much like his father. Seriously, looking at you guys working so hard at such a young age makes me feel ashamed, Kazan remarked with a hint of jest. Despite occasional differences in opinions between us, Kazan and I shared a warm friendship. He appreciated my candidness, even if it sometimes challenged the Marine hierarchy. He understood that my intentions were rooted in truth, and he aimed to shape himself to challenge the status quo within the Marines. So, tell me, Kazan-san, what brought you here? I remember Garp-sensei mentioning a meeting for all high-ranking officers, commodores, and above. Has the meeting already concluded? I inquired. There hadn't been any major change in the past few months within New World since Roger's departure following his clash with Garp. However, just a day prior, Marine intelligence confirmed that the Roger pirates were en route to the New World again. An emergency meeting was called to intercept them before they could enter. Garp proposed a plan to trap Roger in the Sabaody archipelago before they could venture further into the New World. Kazan gestured for me to follow him, and I realized he wanted to discuss a sensitive topic away from Virgo's presence. Hastily gathering my things, I bid Virgo farewell and trailed after Kazan toward the headquarters. The new HQ was an absolute marvel. It had been fully remodeled into a formidable war fortress. After the devastating attack by the Bloodskull pirates, Kong spared no expense in fortifying the entire island of Marineford. Now, any pirate would think twice before even venturing close to the waters surrounding Marine HQ. So, tell me, Kazan-san, what is it that you couldn't share in the presence of Virgo? I'm sure he'll get wind of it from his father soon enough. I mentioned, acknowledging Virgo's special status within Marineford. Well, the meeting ended abruptly. Kazan began, his expression darkening at the mention of celestial dragons. Garp-san wanted to confront Roger before he entered the New World again, but orders from higher-ups came through, forbidding any engagement with the Roger pirates near Sabaody especially now that a celestial dragon is planning to visit the island. Ah, so Garp San and the fleet admiral had another argument. I interjected, eyebrows raised in surprise. Yes, exactly, Kazan confirmed. With the world nobles and Roger pirates converging on Sabati, Kong-san doesn't want to take any chances. He wants both Sengoku-san and Garp-san taking point. But how did Garp-sensei agree to such a request? You wouldn't have come to me if he hadn't agreed. I pressed, curious about Garp's acquiescence to the mission despite his disdain for the world nobles. Oh, that was simple, Kazan replied. Kong-san threatened Garp-sensei with canceling his vacation for the next 3 years and freezing his snack budget indefinitely if he didn't agree to the mission. I couldn't help but chuckle at the thought. Threatening Garp's snack benefits was indeed a surefire way to ensure his compliance. But then Garp-san came up with a compromise, Kazan continued. He suggested that we take over the mission of escorting the world nobles, and he would only intervene if the Roger pirates attacked. Otherwise, he'll remain at Marine Base in Grove 66 until the world nobles return to their abode. It was a typical Garp compromise, finding a way to fulfill his duty while still maintaining his principles. So, Garp-san made us the scapegoats, huh? I couldn't help but chuckle at the so-called compromise. Garp-san becomes really smart when it comes to dealing with world nobles, trying to find some sort of loophole to avoid interacting with them. So, what are we to leave, Kazan-san? I'm sure you're looking forward to your meeting with the world nobles. I couldn't help but tease Kazan. Like, Garp, Kazan, who is the apprentice of Garp, had a similar dislike for world nobles, and having to play escort to them was more like an insult to him. Well, we need to leave in 3 days. The world nobles will be leaving for Sabati in a week from now. Kazan shared the schedule for our upcoming escort mission. Since joining the Marines, this was my first time joining a mission related to world nobles. Because my direct superior, Garp, would always find some sort of reason to redirect such missions. The next day, early in the morning, I was at the elite training camp. I had a habit of using the facilities because they were top-notch, and one couldn't expect such luxury and training equipment while out on the sea. So, I was making full use of these resources while I was in Marineford. The clang of the weights echoed through the elite training camp as I pushed through yet another rep, the heavy barbell loaded with an unthinkable amount of weight. Beads of sweat dripped from my forehead, glistening like pearls under the harsh lights of the gym. Despite the early hour, a few other elite recruits had gathered around, their eyes wide with a mix of awe, shock, and perhaps a hint of fear. Virgo, usually composed and stoic, couldn't hide his astonishment as he watched me effortlessly lift the massive weight. His expression spoke volumes, a silent acknowledgement of the monstrous stamina and strength I possessed. With each repetition, I pushed myself further, my muscles burning with exertion but refusing to yield. As most of the elite recruits had vacated, the gym now had only a few individuals scattered around, each engrossed in their own training routines. Admiral Zephyr approached where I was pushing myself to carry out a few more reps, patiently waiting by the side as I pushed my limits. It took another 5 minutes before I finally set the bar back in a safe position, slowly sitting up amidst my drenched state. I was soaked head to toe, resembling someone who had just emerged from a swim rather than a weightlifting session. After taking a few deep breaths and steadying myself, I stood up to greet the Marine Admiral standing before me. Despite any disagreements I may have had with Zephyr's idealistic approach of treating all lives as equal and refraining from killing pirates, I couldn't deny my respect for the man's strength and unwavering principles. In the canon, he continued to uphold his beliefs even after the loss of his family, a testament to his unyielding resolve. I couldn't help but wonder if I would possess such steadfastness if faced with a similar tragedy. Zephyr-san, I acknowledged with a respectful bow, showing my admiration for his leadership and dedication to his ideals. Ross, you're destined to become a pillar of the Marines in the future. I wish I had discovered you before Garp did. He never ceases to boast about you, Zephyr remarked with genuine admiration. Initially, I was puzzled as to why Garp, who was staunchly against taking disciples, accepted you under his wing especially considering he had just taken Kazan as his apprentice not long before. But now I understand why. I wouldn't mind giving up an arm to have an apprentice like you. Zephyr's praise was effusive, especially after witnessing the full extent of my talents. He couldn't help but commend me, having never seen anyone endure Garp's tutelage for so long at such a young age. Even Kazan, at times, would grumble about the harshness of Garp's training. According to Garp himself, I could handle anything he threw at me, adapting to the grueling regimen. As Zephyr observed Ross, he couldn't help but recall Garp's words about the young Marine in front of him. Ross is a child of focus, commitment, and sheer will. It's something many people know very little about, echoed in his mind. The weight of those words settled on him, emphasizing the exceptional nature of Ross's character. To endure Garp's rigorous training regime at such a tender age required a level of determination and resilience that few possessed. It was a testament to Ross's extraordinary potential and his capacity to become a formidable asset to the Marines. Zephyr-san, you exaggerate. I deflected humbly, unwilling to accept too much praise. I still have quite a way to go, and I've heard rumors around Marineford of a certain young Marine recruit who might be able to match my talent. Isn't that right, Zephyr-san? Redirecting the conversation toward Virgo, I couldn't help but acknowledge the remarkable progress of Zephyr's adopted son. Since the attack on Marineford, Virgo has earned a special place in Zephyr's heart, his loyalty and bravery shining through. Despite not possessing the same monstrous talent as myself, Virgo's potential to become a Marine admiral was undeniable. Learning that Virgo had consumed a mythical Zoan-type devil fruit only heightened expectations, with both Zephyr and Kong eagerly anticipating Virgo's growth into a future Marine powerhouse. Zephyr-san, I need your advice on resistance training, I requested, getting straight to the point, knowing Zephyr appreciated efficiency over ceremony. Zephyr raised his brow at the mention of resistance training, a specialized regimen tailored for devil fruit users. The drawback of consuming a devil fruit was well known. It rendered one powerless in the sea, turning them into a landlubber vulnerable to the sea's influence and the restraining power of Seastone. Ross, as far as I'm aware, you're not a devil fruit user. Why do you want to know about this advanced training method? Zephyr inquired, intrigued by my interest in the subject. Zephyr-san, I recently came across a rare Logia fruit. I began, offering a partial truth. I'm considering consuming it, but I want to weigh the disadvantages against the advantages. Garp-sensei mentioned resistance training, so I thought I should learn more about it before making a decision. While this was indeed part of my motivation, my true intent was to acquire the knowledge to protect my family. With more members of the Donksot family's inner circle becoming devil fruit users, mitigating their vulnerability to Seastone became paramount. I still vividly remember the event in canon where Marco, the 1st Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, became a sitting duck after being shackled by Seastone cuffs. So I have already made up my mind. Until I find a devil fruit that truly suits me, I'm content with becoming an apex powerhouse, relying on my hockey and swordsmanship. By sharing my concerns and objectives, I hope to glean valuable insights from Zephyr-san to safeguard my family in the future. A Logia devil fruit, you say? Well, as long as one doesn't overly rely on devil fruits and simultaneously hones their hockey prowess, the addition of the devil fruit can be advantageous. But honestly, only a select few can truly master both of these powers to the extreme simultaneously, especially considering a Logia devil fruit. Its awakening will be a huge task in itself. However, I'm sure with your talent, you should be able to achieve what many others fail to do. Reach the apex in both hockey and devil fruit abilities. Zephyr gave his honest opinion regarding whether I should opt for a devil fruit. He continued, and yes, I forgot that you also train in swordsmanship, right? Well, if you want my advice, then I would suggest first considering whether you can handle training in all these aspects to the extreme. Being mediocre in one of these aspects will be of no use to you in the future, especially when facing apex powerhouses. I'm sure you've heard the famous saying, one should fear not the man who has practiced 10,000 kicks once, but fear the man who has practiced one kick 10,000 times. Similarly, unless you are confident you can hone all three skills to the extreme, don't pick a devil fruit. Zephyr's words were insightful, reminding me of the importance of mastery in each aspect of combat. It was a decision that required careful consideration, as each path carried its own challenges and rewards. Understand, Zephyr-san. So, can you please teach me about the resistance training so that I can make a decision after getting all the facts straight? I asked, bringing Zephyr back to the topic that I really wanted answers on. The man before me had a tendency to delve deep into his teachings, and while I appreciated his insights, I couldn't afford to spend too much time learning things I had already covered with Garp. Oh yes, resistance training. Fine, I will help you with the training. I know that Garp has been assigned to the Sabbaty mission. How about you find me once you return to Marineford after you complete that mission? I will ask Garp to leave you under my care for a few months while I train you. Zephyr quickly made a decision to train me in the aspects that I was still lacking after I returned from the Sabbaty mission. 2 days later, as Garp's ship set sail for Sabbaty, I stood on the deck, watching as Marineford disappeared into the horizon. Kazan had joined us for this mission, standing by my side as we prepared for the challenges ahead. Meanwhile, Admiral Sengoku's ship departed from Mary Geos, where he would be escorting the world nobles 3 days later. The tension in Marineford was palpable as preparations were made for the high-stakes mission, especially now that the Roger pirates were rumored to be heading to Sabbaty around the same time. Say, Ross, do you think the Roger pirates will cause some sort of commotion? Kazan's voice cut through the air, reflecting the unease that many felt at the thought of Roger and his notorious crew returning to the New World. Despite Roger's current status as one of the overlords of the New World, alongside Whitebeard and Shiki, the world government held a special interest in Roger and his crew. Their history, including their involvement in taking down the legendary Rocks pirates, made them a constant source of concern for the authorities. Kazan-san, I don't think the Roger pirates will cause as much commotion as you think, I replied, contemplating the situation. If you ask me, this whole mission is a farce. Do you really believe the Roger pirates have no better work than causing trouble at Sabbaty, especially when they're eager to return to the New World? I knew for a fact that Roger, aware of his illness, dreamed of circumnavigating the world and was currently on the hunt for clues regarding the remaining poneglyphs. With such a monumental goal driving him, it seemed unlikely that he would divert his attention from his main objective to interfere with the world noble's affairs at Sabbaty. Kazan-san, you should be much more concerned about how you'll handle being around the world nobles. Your entire belief in your so-called justice will be challenged when you're in the presence of the celestial dragons, and you might find yourself having to grovel before them. Are you prepared for that? I knew Kazan disliked it when I brought up such topics. He was still not a man who believed in acquiescing to unjust authority. Ross, you speak as if you know what true justice means, Kazan replied, his curiosity evident. Despite knowing each other for more than 3 years, he still struggled to understand the depths of my character. There was something about me that made him feel as though I had experienced more than a typical 12-year-old. It's just a gentle reminder, Kazan-san. I don't want to see you stripped of your rank just because you couldn't keep your cool. And as for your question, there's nothing called true justice in this world. It's merely an illusion. As long as you're the winner, what you say is considered justice. However, that's just my opinion. I spoke from a perspective shaped by experiences in a different world, where even in a purportedly democratic society, justice often seemed like a facade. You need to be aware that both Garp-sensei and Bogard-san are going to just settle down at Grove 66 and leave all the matters regarding the celestial dragons to us. I couldn't help but say jovially while I eyed Garp, who was pretending to be asleep and eavesdropping on our conversation. After a short trip from Marineford, our ship neared the destination, Sabbaty Archipelago, a group of islands located near the entrance to the New World and the One Piece world. It serves as a major hub for pirates, traders, and travelers. The archipelago is characterized by its unique bubble-like trees called banshee, which are crucial for coating ships to enable them to travel to Fishman Island. The islands are numbered in groves from 1 to 80, each with its own distinct features and functions. As the Marine warship docked near Grove 66, Garp immediately ran off onto the base, probably to sleep, leaving all the duties to myself and Kazan. Grove 66 is known for its Marine base and is where Marine ships often dock. Sabaody is truly a bustling island filled with markets, shops, and entertainment venues catering to the diverse population of pirates, traders, and Marines. However, it can also be a dangerous place, with clashes between different factions and threats from powerful pirate crews. Just a few minutes after I landed on Grove 66, I opened an exquisite-looking box, with Kazan by my side, eyeing me curiously. "Ross, you might be the only one in the Marines who would openly showcase your pirate family's products. Such an ingenious marketing strategy," Kazan remarked, his gaze fixed on an exquisite-looking sniper rifle in my hand. The weapon looked quite powerful. "Kazan-san, that's slander. My family has yet to involve themselves in piracy. We are honest merchants. We just trade with all parties," I declare without shame, though the word "yet" seemed to catch Kazan's attention. However, he didn't press further. As Ross said, the current Don Quixote family, despite most of them having bounties on their heads, primarily engaged in underground deals and handled complaints with bribes. Only in North Blue did they wield a bit of strength at sea. "Is this an upgrade from the previous models?" Kazan couldn't help but ask. This wasn't the first time Ross had introduced such novel weapons, and his unique marketing approach had attracted various parties to approach the Don Quixote family for deals. Even the Marine bases in North Blue had engaged in business dealings with the Don Quixote family. I'm not even sure why Garp-san lets you do all these things, keeping in touch with pirates, testing illegal weapons. You should keep in mind, Ross, you are a Marine commander," Kazan berated me. He felt that my connection with my family was influencing me to be nonchalant about the Marines and what they stand for. Poor fellow. Little did he know that I was responsible for my family's monstrous growth in just 3 years. Back in canon, the best Daffy achieved in 3 years might have been burning a few towns for having a crooked path. In canon, Daffy was a nobody at 15. But now, in this life, because of me, Daffy could already be considered a big shot in North Blue, especially with his new bounty recently updated at 64 million belly. The Don Quixote family was now a giant in weapons manufacturing. "Ross, I am curious. Aren't you worried about your family's involvement in the underworld being exposed? I know that most deals in the underworld happen anonymously to keep each party's identity a secret," Kazan inquired, intrigued by this particular point. He was well aware that the underworld operated on a principle of absolute secrecy, and all connections were shrouded in mystery. Ironically, this was mostly to avoid catching the Marines' attention, as some agreements were sometimes common knowledge within the underworld. Furthermore, to ensure the anonymity of the participants, it was customary to use aliases. "So what, Kazan-san, do you think the world government is not aware of such actions? Or do you think the Marines are so noble that they don't involve themselves in shady deals?" "No, Kazan-san, according to me, the biggest profiteers out of the underworld dealings would be the world government itself. Otherwise, why do you think they allow such a huge network to flourish? And like I said earlier, my family are just businessmen. We deal with all parties. We don't discriminate." I simply stated the truth of the matter, as I knew much more about the underworld than Kazan did. Even if the world knew that my family was involved in shady deals, no one could do anything about it. As long as our actions do not directly affect the interests of the world government, we can grow unimpeded. Currently, we only lack strength, which is why I have been honing myself so that I can return to my family once I am confident enough to clash against any kind of adversary. I saw Kazan's face turn ugly when I exposed the sick truth about the world government and the Marines, and he did not like it one bit, but he simply gritted his teeth because he knew what I said to be true. "Kazan-san, I'm going to the lawless area to hunt some criminals. See you later," I said, picking up my things and quickly moving towards the lawless area. I made my way towards the selected destination, Grove 12. This area was infested with pirates and slavers, and there was even a huge warning sign against Marines here. Despite the sign, I simply strode into the lawless area, still garbed in my Marine officer's uniform, with just Sandai Kitetsu and the case holding the new rifle. As I entered the grove, many of the pirates eyed me dangerously, and some had already started moving to intercept me, thinking that the young Marine was an easy pick. Just as I continued probing my surroundings with observation hockey, suddenly a group of over a dozen pirates blocked my way while brandishing weapons. "Hey, look what we have here, boys. A lost lamb." It seems like the kid must have stolen the Marine officer's uniform. The man in the lead chuckled, reaching out to grab my Marine coat as he spoke. "Say, little bastard, did you take this from your father? Would he pay to retrieve you back? Or do you think it's better to sell you to the slaves?" The man asked menacingly. However, my next action left the group bewildered. Instead of panicking or showing any sort of reaction, I simply pulled out a thick stack of bounties and started flipping through them. The man in the lead's face turned ugly as I casually went through the bounty posters. Suddenly, with anger brimming, he reached forward and grabbed at me. However, the next instant, what they expected did not happen. An arm flew into the air under everyone's astonished gazes. The pirates, who were experienced veterans of the New World, quickly moved away, realizing the situation after seeing how easily I cut off the pirate's arm. They chose caution because such a young elite wouldn't be without backup. The man whose arm I had just chopped off was now rolling on the ground in front of me in pain, while his companions stood frozen in fear. I continued to casually flip through the bounty posters, none of them having any idea of what exactly transpired. One moment their leader tried to threaten a young teen, and the next moment he was rolling on the ground with one arm less. "Ah, there you are. TSK, a mere 30 million bounty on your head, and you still have the audacity to venture into the New World." I finally found the bounty poster that I was looking for. The man, now crying and crippled in front of me, was just a small-time pirate who thought he could survive the seas of the New World just because he made it through the first half of the Grand Line safely. How naive of him! People like these were a dime a dozen, and they wouldn't even last a week within the New World. While the situation unfolded, the surrounding pirates had varied reactions. Many of the veterans chose caution. Although they believed in their strength, they were not foolish enough to target a Marine who might be specially groomed to become an elite. Targeting someone like that, without proper backing and strength, was like a one-way ticket to hell. "Sai, I simply got excited thinking that you were some kind of big shot after looking at your entry." I unsheathed Kitetsu again. This time, I directly went for the kill. With a few clean strokes, my blade danced like silver lightning, and before they could react, the dozen pirates that had blocked my way now lay dead in front of me. After flicking my blade, I sheathed it while observing my surroundings again. I could detect varied emotions from the surrounding pirates, but there was one emotion and youth that caught my attention. A teen who appeared to be around 15 or 16 stood among them. As I observed the teen among the surrounding pirates, it became clear that he was no ordinary youth. His presence exuded an aura of confidence and skill beyond his years. Tall and lean, he stood with a graceful posture that hinted at years of disciplined training. Despite his youthful appearance, there was a maturity in his gaze that belied his age. His eyes, a piercing shade of amber, held a calm intensity that seemed to pierce through the chaos around him. Every movement he made was calculated and precise, displaying a level of control and mastery that was rare to see in someone so young. He was dressed in simple yet elegant attire, with a long black coat that billowed slightly in the breeze. At his side hung a formidable-looking sword. The infamous Yoru, which had yet to blacken, had a gleaming blade as a testament to the skill of its wielder. I could feel Kitetsu slightly tremble in my arms, as if having met a worthy challenger. Even among the seasoned pirates surrounding him, he stood out as a force to be reckoned with. There was an air of mystery about him, as if he held secrets and untold stories beneath the surface. Despite his stoic demeanor, there was a fire burning within him, a determination to carve out his own path in the world of pirates and warriors. In that moment, as our eyes met briefly before I turned away, I couldn't help but feel a sense of recognition. There was something about him that seemed familiar as if I had crossed paths with him before in another life. But for now, he remained an enigmatic figure amidst the chaos of Sabaody Island, a teenage Dracula Mihawk in the making. I did not probe further and severed the head of the pirate with the bounty before leaving to find a good spot to test my new weapon. Bang! Another pirate's head popped as I crossed out yet another pirate's bounty poster. With the superior range of my rifle, unless one had observation hockey, there was no way a pirate could detect the incoming deadly projectile. Currently perched atop a tower in Grove 13, I picked out pirates who had left too much bloodshed in their wake. Such scum were too extreme, even for my standards, so why not earn some good karma while I was at it? Well, let's see, that's the easiest 100 million I've ever made, I thought to myself. The lawless area was a haven for pirates, so it did not have a shortage of targets for me to hunt. Even within the Marines, if we could eliminate a pirate, the bounty could be reclaimed. Unlike others who could claim the total bounty amount, Marines could only receive 30% of the listed bounty. I'd already been out on the hunt for more than 4 hours now, and with my extreme observation hockey, it was easy to pick out targets who could be easily killed. I even carried sea stone bullets to eliminate pirates known to possess devil fruits. These kinds were rare, and I was only able to encounter one devil fruit user, a Zoan type. However, the bullet I fired was coated with hockey and made of sea stone. The pirate, overly reliant on his devil fruit, fell with a single shot through the skull, instantly killing him. As I was scouting for my next target, I felt a very discreet sweep of observation hockey pass through my location. If not for my high sensitivity, I would have easily missed it. Curious about the source of the probe, I searched for a few moments until I pinpointed its location. Instantly, I recognized the building from which the observation hockey had originated. A smile unknowingly formed on my face. The hockey user was quite skilled, as their ability to mask their presence after a quick probe was exceptional. I quickly packed my things and descended the tower. After a few minutes, I was standing in front of the infamous Shacky's Ripoff Bar. I casually entered the bar, noting its posh atmosphere contrasting with the rowdy area outside. Despite its upscale appearance, there weren't many customers, just two who were already sloshed enough. I was sure these two guys were going to suffer once they saw the bill. Using a light probe, I understood that they were planning to leave without paying because they only saw a single bartender lady behind the counter. I couldn't help but inwardly sigh and chuckle at their fate. Finally, I laid my eyes upon the former Empress of Amazon Lily and also the ex-captain of the Kuja Pirates, a pirate who was personally chased by the Marine hero until she quit piracy and started this bar. Not everyone can boast such an achievement. She was also known for being the hub of information exchange. Boy, haven't your elders taught you that staring at a lady for so long is considered rude? Shikuku, who was wearing a pink sleeveless top and a black jean while smoking a thin cigarette, casually questioned me, but I could detect a hint of curiosity hidden within her eyes. Miss, it is considered rude to probe someone using your observation hockey, especially while masking your own presence. Some might think that you're planning something nefarious against a child like me. I taunted back. Maybe she already knows about me and was just wanting to know more. Her brows raised in surprise when she realized that her discreet probe had been detected, and her curiosity only deepened. Haha, I like you already, kid. Garp sure did find a little monster. I am not sure how far you will grow in the future. Quite a few parties are interested in you. She exhaled the smoke away from me and snubbed the cigarette while pouring a glass of what seemed like orange juice and pushed it over to me while pouring a glass of scotch for herself and directed me to take a seat. It was my turn to be surprised by the news Shacky shared. I did not realize that there were parties interested in me. This was as good a time and place as any to collect information, so I casually sat at the offered place. Do I need to pay? I am not sure I can afford a drink at your place otherwise. I jested, knowing well that even if she wanted me to pay, I could afford it. Haha, child, I am sure you can afford it, but no, not this time. This one's on me as a token of apology for rudely probing you earlier. I was just curious about who would be so bold as to hunt pirates so openly in a lawless zone. At first, I thought it was some famous bounty hunter, But then I saw a little Marine officer carrying a high-tech rifle and making almost impossible feats that even veteran Marine snipers could fail to accomplish. I think the weapon you hold must be partially responsible for your inhuman marksmanship. May I? Shaki was not someone who stood on ceremony. Knowing that she had been found out, she did not hesitate to apologize, even if the person sitting in front of her was merely a child. I passed the rifle a hand over to Shaki, who carefully took the rifle. By the way she handled the weapon after just a single demonstration from me, I realized she must have been quite a formidable pirate during her time. She carefully inspected every inch of the weapon, and it was a good thing because she was an information broker, and having her first-hand experience with a weapon would spread its fame far and wide more easily. She is quite the beauty. Would you like to gift Big Sister the weapon as a meeting gift? Shaki couldn't help but take her eyes off the weapon. If it were anyone else, I might have straightaway refused, but Shaki was different. I wanted her to be a part of the Don Quixote family because her strength was a given, but what I valued more was her connections and ability to gather information. Shaki was a rare type of talent, and if a single rifle could help build better rapport with such a formidable figure, then I am all in. With a simple nod, I agreed to her request. Also, out of the backpack I was carrying, I took out a few cartridges and a couple of boxes of ammo for the rifle. Shaki might be a gun enthusiast like myself. She carefully examined and admired the things I gifted in detail. Once she was happy, she carefully set aside the rifle as if it were some antique and returned her attention back to me. So, tell me, kid, why are you here? You're not the type to randomly walk into my bar despite knowing my identity. And despite me being confident in my charm, I wouldn't believe a little monster like you would simply gift such a rifle. I'm sure this model has yet to hit the market for sale, Shikyaka commented while taking a sip from her drink. Ah, Shaki-san, you are as brilliant as I have heard. I have tried to keep my identity and prowess a secret as much as possible, but it seems like you know more about me than you are letting out. Well, let me cut to the chase, Shaki-san. I want you to join my family and become a part of it. I stated my intention without holding back, because trying to play puzzles with such characters will always end up blowing up in your face. Ho ho ho, quite the bold proposal you are making, little one. Does Garp know that you are offering me a position in your Don Quixote family despite being a Marine yourself? Shaki couldn't help but ask. She knew about my brother Daffy and the infamous Don Quixote family, which had grown to a tremendous degree in just 3 years all the way from North Blue. Currently, their influence even extends to the first half of the Grand Line. They were a weird bunch, much more organized and driven. The Dongsot family worked in such a way as if they were following a set of guidelines despite being involved in all crimes except for slavery. You could simply call them a group of villains with principles who might be after a grand goal. Shaki-san, you misunderstand. I'm only learning under Garp-san. Even the officer position that I hold is simply a tether that some people laid out thinking that it could bind me to the Marines. Trust me, in the near future, the whole world is going upside down. The tides will change, Shaki-san, and eventually, the people you care about will also be caught in that storm. You will need a strong family by your side to survive the said storm, and I am merely offering you a family who would stand by your side at all times, no matter how dangerous the adversary you face in the future might be. I offered, although I knew in the canon she made it out safely. But this was the real world, and anything can change. As Rayleigh's companion, in the near future, after Roger finds One Piece, she might be targeted by the world government. Even if not, I don't mind spouting a few lies if that could help make up her mind. Ah, kid, you sure funny. After so many years of piracy, I finally settled down, leaving all that behind, and now you want me to join your family. I don't doubt your words, child, but no, I am happy with where I am, Shaki replied firmly. She wasn't going to rush into this decision because making such a choice involved too many factors, and she had come to like her current life and didn't want it disturbed. Fine, I understand, Shaki-san. But remember, my offer will always be open. If there ever comes a day in the near future when you need help, you can reach out to my brother, I said. I wasn't stupid enough to pressure Shaki into making a decision. If she chose to become part of the family, it would have to be of her own volition. So, I left a venue open in case she'd change her mind later and pushed a transponder snail over to her. This will help you reach my family, and in case we need to make use of your services, Shaki-san, we will reach out to you through this. Of course, until you join us, we will pay the standard rates like proper businessmen, I added with a smirk on my face. Shaki was someone who could help us gather information, so even if she didn't join our family right away, it was advantageous to have a connection with such an information broker. Fine then, kid. I'll keep your offer in mind, Shaki said as she put away the transponder snail. My earlier words seemed to weigh on her, especially the mention of upcoming changes in the near future. Now that the important matter has been addressed, I am a bit curious about the parties that are interested in me. I couldn't help but ask because it's always better to be prepared, and an enemy in the dark is much more dangerous than one out in the open. Oh, curious, aren't you? There seems to be a bounty placed in the underworld for your capture, stating that you are an escaped slave owned by the world nobles. The bounty is quite attractive. The bounty order is to take you alive and return you back to the Holy Land, and you are currently worth 100 million in the black market, Shaki revealed, explaining why many parties were interested in finding me. Any idea who initiated the bounty order? And why is it that none of these so-called interested parties haven't found me yet? I'm sure it's not a big deal for the underworld to get my picture, is it? I couldn't help but curiously ask because 100 million was quite a substantial amount, and quite a few parties should have tried to target me with that kind of money. Oh, you can thank Garp and your brother for that. Your brother and your family have been hunting down anyone within Paradise who has even remotely thought about your capture. Your brother is now in a full-blown conflict with the 5 families of the West. Just yesterday, that Logia user from your family, along with your brother and the rest of the Don Quixote family, raised down an entire town in North Blue who were colluding with the mafia of the West. Your brother didn't even spare the Marines, who were supporting the 5 families. Only the innocents were spared. The whole town was burned to ashes. The world government has snubbed the news, but I'm sure you can see a substantial increase in your brother's bounty soon. Shaki explained, there's a young swordsman seeking you out. Just like you, he has been hailed as the greatest swordsmanship genius the world has seen in the last century, and the child is very eager for a challenge and to cross swords with you. Shaki continued, her tone implying the gravity of the situation. I knew exactly who she was referring to because I had met the said teen just today. Me, a genius? I simply wave around my sword, and you should know better that Garp is my teacher, I remarked, a glint in my eyes betraying a mix of amusement and confidence. Despite not putting in much effort, my name within the Marines had spread, especially because of Bogard, who liked to boast among the higher-ups that I was an absolute genius when it came to swords. Additionally, due to Garp's clashes with high-profile pirates, I had to fight against many pirate groups. My prowess in swordsmanship had also become known among the upper echelons of the New World pirates. It seemed like Mihawk had caught wind of these rumors. Even though the current Mihawk was not hailed as the strongest swordsman in the world, his name was well known as an emerging rookie, and Mihawk had a habit of challenging powerful swordsmen to hone his skills further. With a smirk on her face, Shaki simply gestured to Sandai Kitetsu, now lying sheathed on the counter. Someone who could nurture a black blade at such a tender age claims that he simply waves around his sword. Do you think any decent warrior would believe your story? She chuckled while observing my goofy reaction. I was both frustrated and amazed because it had been only a couple of weeks since my Kitetsu had turned into a completely black blade, and Shaki already had such information. Haha, Shaki-san, you exaggerate. I was merely lucky. As for Mihawk, let him know that if he is interested, I can accept his challenge. But it needs to be done within the coming 2 days, and I do not want any audience. I like to keep my cards close to my chest. I don't want my enemies to know what my true level is. I hope Shaki-san can do this little brother a favor, I remarked confidently. I knew for a fact that Shaki had some sort of connection with Mihawk. Otherwise, she wouldn't have brought up this topic. Oh, you're familiar with that kid, Mihawk? Are you guys acquainted? Or did the grumpy kid jump out of the crowd trying to challenge you for a sword fight? Shaki had a smile as she spoke about Mihawk, but I wasn't too concerned about their connection. Mihawk was someone I wanted to pull to my family's side. In the canon, his strength was undeniable, and he had always been a loner. I am currently not aware if Mihawk was already wanted by the Marines, or if he had the moniker Marine Hunter. If I hadn't met him by coincidence earlier today, I would have totally forgotten about him. But it seemed like fate was giving me a chance, and Mihawk himself was wanting to challenge me. This was a good chance for me to try and recruit Mihawk. If I am successful, then he could fill the ace position within our family ranks. But to achieve that, I had to beat Mihawk head-on. Although Mihawk is currently a few years older than me, I am confident in my swordsmanship. What many did not know was that my greatest strength lay in my swordsmanship, and my talent with swords was even better than my talent with hockey, which was already monstrous enough to grab Garp's attention originally. Kids these days, all you young ones can think about is fighting all day, Shaki commented, as she didn't receive any response to her question. She pouted now that I was distracted by the upcoming bout with Mihawk. Fine, I will let the kid know. I know a secluded spot in Grove 20, which should serve as a good place to spar away from prying eyes, Shaki offered. Shaki-san, who said it was going to be just a spar? Let him know I will face him the day after tomorrow. I'm sure he will need time to maintain his peak state. I fear my blade doesn't know when to hold back, and as a duel between swordsmen, life and death are a trivial matter. I'm sure Mihawk wouldn't want it any other way. Let him know not to hold back when we fight, because I will be fighting with the intent to kill. Although my words were said jokingly, my eyes held a cruel glint in them. If I really wanted to get someone like Mihawk on my side, then it had to be a relationship that's been forged through a life and death battle. Anything less would simply be an insult to both parties involved. However, for the first time since we met, Shaki's smile faded, and her face was etched with a little worry. But she knew I wasn't joking, and, as the one who proposed this fight, she had to see it through to the end. Kid, aren't you afraid of losing your own life in the process? Shaki couldn't help but ask worriedly. Originally, she had thought that it would be a simple spar, but from my words, she clearly understood that I had meant every word I said. So what, Shaki-san? If I fall, it just means I'm not strong enough. It's one thing not to fear death, another to sing under its sword. You truly don't fear death, do you? Shaki's voice quivered with a mix of awe and concern, her eyes reflecting the weight of my words as she grasped their true meaning. Fear death? No, Shaki-san. I don't fear it. I merely respect its power. I have a promise in this life, a dream that must be fulfilled. Until that day comes, even death itself cannot claim me. I declared firmly, my presence commanding the space around us. Shaki's expression softened slightly, recognizing the weight behind my words. And what promise is that, if I may ask? What dream drives you to face death with such unwavering determination? I met her gaze, my eyes flickering with a mixture of determination and a touch of sadness. I made a vow to protect my brother, my family, and my loved ones, and to make Daffy the king, and not just any king, the king who stands at the pinnacle of this whole world. Until that promise is fulfilled, I cannot rest. As I spoke, palpable pressure emanated from me, the manifestation of my Haushika haki. It filled the space around us, causing the very air to crackle with energy. The two pirates within the bar were knocked off balance, and arcs of lightning danced sporadically, a visual representation of the intense emotions swirling within me. Shaki, a veteran of the seas, felt the weight of my resolve pressing down on her. But instead of recoiling, she stood her ground, a glint of excitement mingling with nostalgia in her eyes. You remind me of the fire that burns in every true pirate's heart, she remarked, a hint of admiration in her voice. The thrill of the unknown, the rush of the fight, the dance on the edge of danger. It's what we live for, isn't it? Shaki's words held a depth of understanding, a shared sentiment of those who had dared to carve their own paths in the tumultuous seas. My apologies, Shaki-san. It seems like I lost control for a bit. I admitted, reining in my conqueror's haki as I realized the extent of the pressure I had exerted. The aftermath was evident. The once pristine bar now bore the marks of destruction, looking as though it had weathered the ravages of time. Cracks spidered across the walls, and the building seemed on the verge of collapse. Despite the chaos, Shaki remained unfazed, finding intrigue in the situation rather than concern. Shaki's eyes sparkled with newfound respect and interest. No longer did she view me as a mere child. Instead, she saw a person of depth and resolve. Unbeknownst to me, Shaki had begun to seriously consider my offer. What had initially piqued her curiosity had transformed into genuine contemplation, fueled by the determination she witnessed within me. "You are quite the force to be reckoned with, Ross," Shaki remarked, her tone carrying a newfound gravity. "I've seen my fair share of individuals in my time, but rarely have I encountered someone with your level of determination and power. You truly are a remarkable individual. A former celestial dragon with the will to challenge the whole world. You, kid, are truly an enigma." Shaki downed her entire drink as a gesture of respect and admiration. I nodded appreciatively, acknowledging her words with a slight smile. "It's been a pleasure meeting you, Shaki-san. Perhaps our paths will cross again." Shaki returned the smile, a glint of mischief in her eyes. "Who knows, maybe they will. Just remember, kid, the seas are vast, and there's always something or someone waiting to challenge you." With that cryptic remark, Shaki bid me farewell as I left the bar, the echoes of our conversation lingering in the air. As I stepped out into the bustling streets of Grove 13, I couldn't shake off the feeling that this chance encounter would mark a turning point in my journey. In the heart of Spider Miles, nestled in North Blue, stood the formidable stronghold of the Don Quixote family. Amidst the grandeur of the main house, Daffy, a young teen whose recent exploits had garnered attention, sat in contemplation. His bounty, now at 63 million belly, reflected the chaos he had sown, with Diamante's bounty soaring past the 100 million mark at 105 million belly. However, the weightiest matter on Daffy's mind transcended mere bounties and accolades. Around him, only Diamante, Pica, and Treble, freshly returned from a successful mission, bore witness to the gravity of his decision. After 8 grueling months, Treble's discovery of the long-lost lightning logia fruit, which had been lost for centuries, added a new layer to their options. Before him lay 2 distinct devil fruits, each promising unimaginable power. The lightning logia, a symbol of raw elemental might, and the flame fruit, a potent force in its own right, represented Daffy's dilemma. Yet, he hadn't divulged the find to Ross, his younger brother. Ross had already decided that if the lightning logia surfaced, it would be Daffy's to consume. The flame fruit was a contingency, a plan in case fate didn't deliver the lightning's power into their hands. In silence, the air thick with unspoken tension, Daffy grappled with his ambitions. His desire for dominion over the world clashed with his deep-rooted bond with Ross. He acknowledged Ross's exceptional talent, a prowess that surpassed his own, and recognized that denying his brother the lightning logia would be denying him the ultimate chance to soar. While Daffy harbored aspirations of becoming a supreme force, he understood that having a peerless ally like Ross was paramount. With the lightning fruit, Ross could become an unstoppable force, capable of challenging even the world government. Daffy's trust in his brother was unshakable, and his belief in their joint destiny was resolute. With a smile tinged with resolve, Daffy reached for the flame fruit, symbolizing not just power, but a profound commitment to his brother and their shared journey towards greatness. And thus, a pivotal chapter in the Don Quixote family's saga unfolded, echoing the complex interplay of ambition, kinship, and destiny. Just as Daffy was about to consume the flame fruit, a wax arm shot out of Treble and stopped Daffy from taking a bite. "Daffy, you should rather eat the lightning fruit. It was meant to be yours," Treble commented while the wax still struck to Daffy's arm firmly. However, Daffy's veins popped out in anger. Daffy infused his arm with haki, effortlessly breaking free from the wax. "Let this be the last time, Treble. Do not repeat this." Daffy's voice carried a warning, his eyes gleaming with determination. "I understand your concern, but let me ask you this," Daffy continued, directing his question at the three executives. Between Ross and me, who do you think can unlock the true potential of the Lightning Logia? Who can harness its power to its fullest? Although Dafi's executives held immense respect for Ross and acknowledged his superior talent, they also believed in the established hierarchy within the family. Despite recognizing Ross's abilities, they hesitated to admit openly that Dafi might be better suited for such a powerful devil fruit. Their silence spoke volumes, as they grappled with the delicate balance between acknowledging talent and upholding loyalty to their leader. You may forget our true ambition, but Ross and I never will, Dafi asserted firmly, his gaze unwavering. Perhaps my resolve in myself may falter in the future, but my trust in my little brother's resolve never will. Ross consuming the lightning fruit gives us better odds at achieving our goals. If I deny him this opportunity, he would rather forego consuming any devil fruit in the future. That's why he will not know about the lightning fruit for now. I forbid any of you from disclosing this to Ross. The lightning fruit will be kept as a gift for when he returns to the family. The fact that we have it must remain an absolute secret. Pika, tried to interject, started, but Dafi, don't you think? Dafi raised a hand to silence him. My decision is final. Besides, it's often easier to seek forgiveness than permission. I can handle my little brother. With determination, Dafi quickly devoured the flame fruit, albeit with a grimace. Ugh, this is the nastiest thing I've ever tasted, he remarked, his expression contorted from the peculiar flavor. He couldn't help but chuckle, imagining Ross's reaction to the fruit's less than desirable taste, realizing that his little brother's insistence on the family consuming the entire fruit was perhaps part of a grand joke. A few seconds after consuming the flame fruit, Dafi felt profound changes coursing through his body. He raised his arm, watching as it transformed into flickering flames that danced around him. Immersed in his newfound power, Dafi started to increase the intensity of the flames, momentarily forgetting the confined space of the room. The flames grew stronger, and the temperature inside soared glaringly. Just as Treble wanted to intervene, a quick knock on the door caught everyone's attention. Dafi swiftly reined in the flames and put the lightning fruit within a small chest, setting it aside. Afterwards, Pika opened the door, and in walked Senor, who was dressed immaculately. Young Master, the 5 families of the West have sent an invitation for a meeting to discuss the recent skirmishes between our families. The location of the meeting is in North Blue itself, but the island falls under the control of the West Blue Mafia, Senor explained the situation after stepping into the room. However, the people in the room understood what this meant. Dafi started laughing like a maniac when he understood what the Mafia was playing at and turned to Senor, one of his most capable subordinates, who had already firmly secured a place within the inner circle of the family. What do you think, Senor? What do you think their intentions are? Dafi asked with a smirk on his face. It's a trap, young master. We already have information that the 5 families have gotten their hands on some sea stone bullets after paying a hefty price, Senor conveyed. Turning to Diamante, the Logia user who had gone unchallenged after consuming the Logia soot fruit. In the last battle with the 5 families, Diamante went completely unchallenged as he mowed down the opponents one after another. Diamante, it seems like they're preparing to take you down during the meeting and catch us off guard. Dafi laughed while taunting Diamante. Although Diamante was sure he could survive a shot from a sea stone bullet, especially now that he could use hockey, the issue was his inability to resist the sea stone. Dafi had yet to receive details about resistance training, which Ross had promised to share once he learned them from Zephyr. If the bullet lodges within his body, Diamante would lose his ability to use the Logia power. Dafi, we shouldn't have left them with just burning a single town. We should venture to the West Blue and start targeting them in their own backyard, Diamante declared, his face now darkened with the knowledge that they were planning to use sea stone to restrain him. Originally, the Don Quixote family had no clash with the West Blue Mafia family. However, recently, a bounty of 100 million was placed on Ross's capture. Despite the Don Quixote family's threats, the 5 families took on the bounty mission, sparking the conflict. Despite their long-standing background, the five mafia families couldn't shake the Don Quixote families standing within North Blue. However, when it came to the quality of forces, the Don Quixote family was superior, although the West Blue families had numbers on their side. The conflict, which started with Ross's bounty in the underworld, had now grown into a full-blown confrontation. Dear readers, I am thrilled to invite you to join me on an exciting journey into the realms of storytelling and imagination. As an author, I pour my heart and soul into creating captivating tales that I hope will transport you to new worlds and ignite your imagination. If you've enjoyed my work and would like to support me in continuing to create engaging content, I invite you to join my Patreon community. By becoming a patron, you'll gain access to advanced chapters of my stories, allowing you to dive deeper into the adventures and mysteries that unfold with each page. Your support means the world to me and enables me to dedicate more time and resources to crafting the best possible stories for you to enjoy. As a patron, you'll also have the opportunity to connect with me directly, sharing your thoughts, feedback, and ideas as we embark on this creative journey together. So, if you're ready to unlock the secrets of new worlds and dive into adventures beyond your wildest dreams, I invite you to join me on Patreon. Together, we can explore the boundless possibilities of storytelling and create memories that will last a lifetime. Thank you for your support, and happy reading. Warm regards. Silent_Steel. Hashtag, 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 hashtag. When it came to matters regarding its family members, the Don Quixote family was ruthless. Their recent act of burning an entire town controlled by the West Blue Mafia to the ground sent shivers down the spines of those involved in the underground. Senor, send them the reply stating that I will be there for the meeting. It seems like it's time we brought the entire North Blue under our control. Now that we have already attracted the attention of the Marines, there is no need to hold back anymore. Let's make North Blue our exclusive background. And remember, let the innocents go as much as possible. However, if someone gets caught in the crossfire, don't sweat it, Daffy declared. Although he had mellowed down a bit due to Ross's influence, cruelty was etched into his very bones. If someone were to test his bottom line, then one would know how cruel a person Daffy truly could be. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a soft orange glow over the quaint town of O'Hara, a 3-year-old girl named Robin sat huddled in a corner of the small, dilapidated house she reluctantly called home. Hunger gnawed at her tiny stomach like a relentless beast, making her whimper softly in despair. Her mother had left her behind recently, a bitter farewell echoing in her young ears as her mother spoke of seeking the truth of the world. Left in the care of her uncle and his cruel wife, Robin's days had turned into a nightmare of neglect and abuse. The little girl's eyes, once bright and full of curiosity, were now dull with hunger and pain. She had learned quickly to shrink into the background, to make herself as inconspicuous as possible to avoid drawing her aunt's wrath. But hunger was a relentless enemy, and today it has grown unbearable. With trembling hands and aching limbs, Robin mustered the courage to step into the dimly lit kitchen. The meager scraps of food her aunt occasionally left behind were not enough to quell the emptiness in her stomach. Her eyes fell upon a small carton of milk perched precariously on a high shelf. It was a luxury she rarely had, but tonight she couldn't bear the hunger any longer. Using a wobbly stool, little Robin reached for the carton, her heart pounding in her chest. The stool, worn and unstable, betrayed her efforts, sending her crashing to the floor along with the milk. The liquid spilled out, creating a stark contrast against the faded tiles of the kitchen floor. The commotion caught her aunt's attention, a woman whose face bore the marks of bitterness and cruelty. With a scowl etched on her features, she stormed into the kitchen, her eyes narrowing at the spilled milk and the fallen child. "What have you done, you little wretch?" Her aunt's voice was a venomous hiss as she grabbed Robin by the arm, hauling her up with a rough tug. "I'm sorry, Auntie. I just wanted—" Robin's voice quivered with fear and hunger, but her aunt's rage knew no bounds. You worthless brat, always causing trouble. Her aunt's hand collided with Robin's fragile frame, the force of the blow sending her reeling. The room spun as pain blossomed across her small body. I didn't mean to. Robin's words were cut short by another slap, this time harder than before. Tears welled up in her eyes, mingling with the spilled milk on the floor. The beating continued mercilessly, with each strike accompanied by harsh words and accusations. Robin tried to shield herself, to escape the onslaught of pain and hunger, but there was no respite. Finally, the world faded into darkness as Robin succumbed to the overwhelming pain and exhaustion. When she regained consciousness, Robin found herself discarded like a broken toy, her small form lying on the cold ground outside the house. The night air bit at her exposed skin, but the chill was nothing compared to the coldness in her heart. As she lay there, tears mingling with the dirt on her cheeks, Robin wondered if this was all life had to offer her. A life of hunger, pain, and loneliness. But somewhere deep within her tiny chest, a flicker of resilience remained. A spark of hope that one day, somehow, things would be different. Her tear-stained cheeks glistened under the moonlight as soft sobs escaped her lips, unheard by the world around her. It was then that a figure emerged from the shadows, a young woman with an air of kindness and wisdom about her. She carried a stack of books in her arms, her steps purposeful yet gentle as she approached Robin. Her name was Lily, a librarian who often stayed late at the O'Hara Library, immersed in the world of books and knowledge. Lily's keen eyes caught sight of Robin's trembling form, and without hesitation, she knelt down beside the child. "Hey there, little one." Lily's voice was soothing, a gentle melody amidst the silence of the night. "Are you okay? Do you need help?" Robin's watery eyes met Lily's compassionate gaze, and though she was hesitant at first, the warmth in Lily's demeanor encouraged her to speak. "I am hungry," Robin admitted softly, her voice barely above a whisper. Without a moment's delay, Lily reached into her bag and pulled out a small package wrapped in cloth. "Here, dear. I brought some food for myself, but I think you need it more than I do right now." She offered the meal to Robin with a kind smile. The aroma of warm food wafted through the air, and Robin's stomach rumbled eagerly. With a grateful nod, she accepted the offering and unwrapped the package. It was a simple meal, but to Robin, it felt like a feast fit for a queen. Tears of gratitude welled up in her eyes as she took the first bite, savoring the nourishment that filled her empty belly. As Robin ate hungrily, Lily sat beside her, offering quiet companionship and understanding. Once the meal was finished and Robin's hunger had been appeased, Lily spoke again. "Would you like to come with me to the library? It's a warm place, and I have lots of books you might enjoy." Robin looked up at Lily with a mixture of curiosity and longing. The idea of a library filled with stories and adventures appealed to her young heart. With a shy nod, she agreed, clutching Lily's hand as they began to walk towards the library together. As they reached the library, Robin's eyes widened in awe at the sight of rows upon rows of books lining the shelves. Lily led her to a cozy corner with cushions and blankets, creating a makeshift nest for the young girl. "Here we are, Robin. Make yourself comfortable," Lily encouraged, gesturing to the inviting space. "Feel free to explore any book you like. I'll be right here if you need anything." Robin's heart felt lighter than it had in a long time. Surrounded by the warmth of the library and the kindness of Lily, she delved into the magical world of books, each page offering a new adventure and a temporary escape from her harsh reality. As the appointed time for my duel with my hawk drew near, I dedicated every moment to honing my skills and reaching my peak state. My hawk, hailed as one of the greatest emerging swordsmen of our generation, was not just a formidable opponent, but a crucial step toward realizing my ambition. If I couldn't surpass my hawk, how could I ever hope to confront the likes of the five elders and the mysterious ruler behind the empty throne? Emu, throughout my preparation, Bogard, ever vigilant, watched my every move like a hawk. His keen eyes didn't miss a beat, and it became clear that I would have to bring him along. However, I made it clear to the rear admiral that he must promise not to cause any trouble once we entered the lawless zone. With his strength, he could easily dominate in such areas, and any commotion would only complicate matters. My thoughts also drifted to the Roger pirates and their enigmatic movements. There had been no recent news of their whereabouts, leading me to speculate that they might be planning to utilize the Calm Belt to navigate to the New World. Their actions within Paradise could serve as a diversion, drawing attention away from their true intentions. In the world's current state, there were few who knew the seas as intimately as the Roger pirates. Their historic achievement of reaching Lodestar Island, accomplished in the same year or rather, the original Don Quixote Rosinante, was born, spoke volumes about their unparalleled expertise in maritime navigation. As dawn approached, I made my way toward Grove 20, followed closely by Bogard. The designated area, as described by Shacky, was indeed isolated, with a serene shoreline bordering one side of the grove. It was a picturesque yet ominous setting for the impending clash. Upon arrival, I found Mihawk and Shacky already waiting. Young Mihawk stood out with his attire, a red shirt adorned with floral patterns paired with black pants. He carried Yoru on his back, a symbol of his unparalleled swordsmanship. The small crucifix around his neck added a touch of enigma to his appearance, contrasting with his focused gaze that has never wavered from me since our arrival. Shacky sat leisurely, smoking, as she observed our approach. Her demeanor shifted briefly when Bogard followed me into the clearing, causing a momentary stiffening of her posture before regaining her composure. It was a subtle reaction, perhaps recalling past encounters and the formidable reputation of Bogard as Garp's right-hand man. The atmosphere was charged with anticipation, a silent acknowledgement of the gravity of the duel about to unfold. Each step brought us closer to the clash of blades, a test of skill and determination that resonated within the secluded grove. I took a deep breath, steadying myself for the battle ahead. "Mihawk," I called out, my voice echoing through the secluded grove. "Let's settle this." I realized that Mihawk was not someone who spent too much time on words. Mihawk's gaze met mine, his eyes assessing, calculating. "Thank you for accepting my challenge," he replied calmly, unfazed by my challenge. Without further ado, Mihawk unsheathed Yoru with a swift motion, the blade gleaming under the morning sun. I mirrored his action, drawing out the Sandai Kitetsu with a controlled yet determined expression. Mihawk's eyes widened in surprise when he laid his eyes on my black blade. "You're either brave or plain stupid to challenge me. I'm sure that you have learned of my moniker among the pirates of the New World," I remarked, my voice carrying an air of authority. "Yes, the infamous Sword Demon. I seek to test my limits, and who better to test them than against someone younger than me, but already with a black blade?" Mihawk replied, his voice steady despite the nerves that tingled in his gut. The tension between us was palpable as we took our stances, swords at the ready. "Don't hold back," I said, a determined glint in my eyes. "I want to see what the greatest genius swordsman in the world in the last century is capable of." The first strike was a blur of motion as our blades clashed, creating a resounding clang that echoed through the grove. The impact sent shockwaves through our bodies, each of us testing the other's strength and skill right from start. The force of the collision reverberated through my arms, but I steadied myself, channeling my focus into the duel. Mihawk's movements were fluid and precise, a testament to his years of training and experience. As we clashed swords, I could sense the strength and focus in each of his strikes. His armament haki was formidable, evident in the way his attacks pushed against my own defenses with incredible force. Despite his skill, I maintained my composure, relying on my own armament haki to reinforce my swordsmanship. Each parry and counter was infused with haki, creating sparks of intense energy whenever our blades met. It was a dance of wills as much as it was a physical battle. As we continued our exchange, I also kept a keen eye on Mihawk's movements, utilizing my observation haki to anticipate his strikes and movements. His attacks were lightning fast, but with my heightened senses, I managed to dodge and weave through his onslaught, turning defense into offense whenever an opening presented itself. "You are good," Mihawk remarked after one particularly close encounter. "I was right to seek you out." I grinned, the adrenaline fueling my movements. "I'm just getting started." The clash of our swords continued, the air crackling with the energy of our hockey-infused strikes. Each collision sent shock waves through the grove, disturbing the natural serenity of the surroundings. Leaves rustled, and birds took flight, their instincts sensing the intensity of our battle. With a swift rotation, Mihawk aimed a horizontal slash infused with armament hockey that I narrowly dodged. The sheer force of his attack sent a shockwave rippling through the air, but my own hockey-enhanced defense held firm, allowing me to counter with a flurry of strikes of my own. Our swords clashed again with more intensity, and the sound reverberated through the grove like thunder, setting birds into a panicked flight from nearby trees. The ground beneath our feet trembled ever so slightly, as if nature itself recognized the gravity of our confrontation. I maintained my focus, utilizing observation hockey to read Mihawk's intentions. With heightened perception, I anticipated his next move, sidestepping a sweeping strike aimed at my legs. In that brief moment of vulnerability, I countered with a swift thrust, my blade tinged with armament hockey, aiming for Mihawk's side. Mihawk, to his credit, managed to partially deflect my strike with his own hockey-infused blade, but the impact still sent vibrations through his arm, a testament to the strength behind my attack. The clash of our swords continued, each strike resonating with the clash of armament hockey. The intensity of our battle drew the attention of nearby wildlife, their instincts alerting them to the powerful forces at play. With a sudden burst of speed, Mihawk aimed a decisive blow, channeling his armament hockey into a devastating strike. I raised my own hockey-infused blade to meet his head-on, the clash sending a shockwave outward that rattled the trees and disturbed the very air around us. The force of our collision created a brief moment of stillness, the air charged with the remnants of our hockey clash. It was a standoff. Each of us was locked in a battle of wills and strength. But then, in that split second, I saw an opening, an opportunity born from the interplay of observation hockey and my instinctive understanding of Mihawk's style. With a calculated maneuver, I feigned a retreat, luring Mihawk into overcommitting to his next strike. As Mihawk moved to capitalize on my supposed weakness, I countered with a lightning-fast strike aimed not at him directly, but at a nearby tree. The impact was thunderous, with the tree splitting cleanly in half and crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. Mihawk, momentarily taken aback by the unexpected tactic, left himself open for a fraction of a second. It was all I needed. With a massive burst of energy channeled through my armament hockey, I executed a series of precise strikes that culminated in a single, focused blow. The clash of our swords echoed like resounding thunder, a symphony of steel infused with hockey. Mihawk, who did not have a firm footing due to the earlier misstep and was not able to muster enough hockey to counter my attack, was sent flying through the air. His body crashed into the tree behind him, the impact resonating through the grove. The dust settled, and I stood unfazed, my sword held at the ready. Mihawk emerged from the debris, his expression a mix of surprise and respect. "Impressive," he acknowledged, a rare compliment from the genius swordsman. I nodded, a sense of accomplishment and relief washing over me. "Thank you, Mihawk. You've pushed me to new heights." It had been years since I arrived in this world, and from the moment of my arrival, I had innately awakened my observation hockey. Throughout these years, I diligently trained my hockey, never slacking off. While there was a quantitative increase in my abilities, the qualitative change was minimal since I had already awakened most of the features of observation hockey, including thought sensing and intent sensing. However, there was one aspect that had eluded me all this time: future sight. But now, as I stood facing Mihawk, I could feel a shift within me. It was as if I had broken through a barrier that had kept me from fully mastering future sight. I could instinctively sense that something had changed within me, that my connection to the surrounding world had heightened to unprecedented levels. I could feel everything that was going to happen, glimpsing into the future with newfound clarity. Though it was not yet stable, I knew that I had made a significant breakthrough. As I felt this surge of power within me, I couldn't help but feel grateful to Mihawk. It was his formidable presence and skill that had pushed me to this point. With a smile, I tightened my grip on my sword. I was ready to put my newfound ability to the test. I was ready to extract everything that Mihawk was worth. Outside the battle, there were only 2 spectators, both of whom stood shell-shocked after witnessing the near-suicidal maneuver that Ross had executed. Contrary to their expectations, it was Mihawk who was sent flying by Ross's bold attack. Now, standing in front of me, Mihawk bore a deep gash on his chest from the last attack. Despite his injury, he stood tall with Yoru in his hand, his eyes ablaze with renewed vigor. For the first time, a change was visible in his stoic expression. I could detect a hint of delight on his face, as if he had rediscovered a long-lost feeling. The clash between Mihawk and me intensified with each passing moment, our swords moving in a deadly dance fueled by raw determination and the mastery of our respective haki. As we traded blows, the air crackled with the energy of our clash, and the ground beneath us trembled with each strike. Utilizing my newly upgraded observation haki, I held an overwhelming advantage over Mihawk. Every move he made, every shift in his stance, was laid bare before me. It was as if I could see the future unfolding before my eyes, allowing me to anticipate his every move with uncanny precision. But Mihawk was not one to be underestimated. Despite the odds stacked against him, he fought with a ferocity that bordered on reckless abandon. His strikes came faster and with more force. Each blow aimed to test the limits of my defenses and push me to my breaking point. I matched his intensity, throwing all caution to the wind as I met his attacks head-on. My armament haki enveloped my blade, strengthening its edge and allowing me to parry Mihawk's blows with ease. Every clash of our swords sent shockwaves rippling through the air, creating a cacophony of sound that echoed through the grove. But even as I held the upper hand, I could sense Mihawk's growth. His skill and strength were increasing at an alarming rate, and his movements were becoming more fluid and precise with each passing moment. It was as if the very act of battling against me was sharpening his abilities, pushing him to new heights of power. The intensity of our duel reached a fever pitch, the clash of our swords reverberating through the grove like thunder. Each strike was a test of our resolve, a testament to our unwavering determination to emerge victorious. In the midst of the battle, it felt as though time itself stood still. There was no past, no future, only the present moment filled with the sound of clashing steel and the rush of adrenaline coursing through our veins. It was a primal dance of death, a struggle for supremacy between 2 warriors willing to lay their lives on the line for victory. And as the battle raged on, it became clear that neither of us would back down. We were 2 forces of nature colliding in a clash of titans, each striving to prove ourselves the superior swordsman. In the heat of battle, we forged ourselves anew under the blade of death, our spirits burning bright with the fire of determination and the drive to emerge victorious, no matter the cost. More than half a day had passed since the clash between the 2 aspiring titans began, and currently, the fight had already tilted in my favor. Despite the high-intensity battle, I still stood strong, albeit with deep breaths, and a few minor scratches adorned my body. My marine shirt was completely ruined and stained with blood, evidence of the fierce struggle. However, Mihawk's situation was far worse. Much, much worse. His upper body was bare, and he was now using his blood-stained shirt as a makeshift bandage to stop more bleeding from the deep slash wound on his abdomen. He had tied it off tightly to stem further blood loss, and his left hand hung limply by his side. I could tell that his left hand was now broken. Despite all this, his spirit remained unbroken. He stood tall, facing me, clutching Yoru with his right hand, his eyes still carrying the same intensity, never faltering for a second. By his side, I could feel the worried glances from Shaki, but I was not going to disrespect the man who showed such resolve. Mihawk spat out a bit of blood to clear his air passage, his huffs indicating his efforts to take in more air and push his body further. Bogard contemplated stepping in to intervene and put an end to the fight, but a quick glare from both fighters made him realize his attempt would be futile. I admit it. You are better than me as we are now. I never would have believed that there was someone younger than me who could best me with a sword. But it seems like I let pride get to my head after I cut down a few worthless Marines, Mihawk said, surprising both me and Bogard. Throughout the battle, he had barely uttered more than a few words at a time. Well, honestly, even I dare not call myself strong. There are monsters in the New World who could crush me like a bug in under a minute, I replied, unable to contain a chuckle. Ha! You dare to compare yourself against those monsters who stand at the apex? You sure are ambitious. Have you forgotten you have yet to hit puberty? Mihawk's attempt at humor was cut short by a shot of pain from his slash wound, causing him to grimace and grit his teeth. Tell me, Mihawk, out in the wide sea, does my age really matter? Remember this well, my friend, man or child, strong or weak. None of those matter once you are out at sea. Never, for a second, believe that you are unbeatable. The moment you adopt such a mindset, you will stop growing, and sooner or later, you will fall, I declared, emphasizing the importance of humility and continuous growth. In this world, no matter how strong one becomes, true invincibility remains an illusion. Even ants can bring down an elephant with enough numbers. Strength is essential, but one must never become complacent on the path to becoming stronger. For those who do are destined to fall, no matter how high they stand at the apex. As my words resonated in the air, a profound silence enveloped the grove. Mihawk stood before me, his gaze fixed on the horizon as he contemplated the weight of my words. For the first time in his life, he felt a profound stirring within him, as if a dormant flame had been ignited in the depths of his soul. Suddenly, a surge of energy coursed through Mihawk's veins, and his spirit soared like a phoenix rising from the ashes. It was as if my words had struck a chord deep within him, awakening a newfound determination and resolve. In that moment, he transcended his limitations and tapped into a power he had never known before. A burst of Haushiko haki erupted from Mihawk, shattering the tranquility of the grove. Lightning crackled in the sky, and the ground trembled beneath our feet as the pressure of his aura tore through the air. Trees were uprooted and sent flying as if caught in a violent storm, their branches snapping like twigs under the immense force. I stood in awe of the spectacle unfolding before me, witnessing firsthand the sheer magnitude of Mihawk's power. It was as if the very fabric of reality was bending to his will, bending to the indomitable spirit that burned within him. Mihawk's eyes blazed with newfound intensity, a fierce determination etched into every line of his face. With Yoru clutched tightly in his hand, he exuded an aura of unparalleled strength and resolve, his presence commanding respect and admiration. I have been naive all my life. All these years, my goal had been set, to become the strongest swordsman in the world. But never once had I thought beyond it. It seems like my initial goal was simply subpar. Haushika haki seeped out in waves from Mihawk as the center. Despite the mind-numbing pain, Mihawk started moving his now broken left arm, and with sheer will he placed both hands on Yoru's hilt, holding it firmly despite the pain. He was using his haki to compensate for the broken bone in his arm. I could observe all this clearly. Originally, I had worried that the commotion we were causing here would attract other parties because all of Sabaody would have known about our clash due to the commotion. But it seemed like a certain someone was keeping the other interested parties at bay, and I had already detected that person's presence following us since we left early this morning. Garp sure comes in handy while holding back the tide. I did not have proper control over this. I hope you are ready, Mihawk declared, now powered up with his newfound Haushiku. Do you think you're the only one who can use it, Mihawk? Like I always say, the sea is truly vast. Never underestimate it. My Haushiku oozed out with much more ferocity than Mihawk's nascent conqueror's haki. It was like a toddler trying to fight against an adult. The two haki bursts clashed, with my haki immediately gaining an advantage. But my hawk did not step back. He just smiled with satisfaction. "Ha, no wonder. You were holding back all this time. Come, my friend. Let's see whose will last until the end." My hawk blinked forward, mustering all his strength. Even Yoru was showing signs of initial blackening as my hawk tapped into more of his Haoshiku with all the strength he could muster. As Sandai Kitetsu cried out with sheer delight, eager to taste my hawk's boiling blood, I too felt a surge of determination coursing through my veins. This was it, the final clash that would determine the outcome of our battle. With Sandai Kitetsu in hand, I focused all my energy, infusing it with the strongest armament haki I could muster. My Haoshiku was primed to the max, ready to unleash its full force. I chose not to rely on my future sight, wanting to live in a moment and face my hawk head-on at his absolute best. As our swords clashed, the entire world seemed to hold its breath. The space around us warped, and the ground beneath our feet cracked and opened, unable to withstand the sheer power of our collision. The skies themselves seemed to split under the pressure as red lightning clashed against golden-black lightning, illuminating the battlefield with an otherworldly glow. Pulse after pulse of shock waves radiated from the center of our clash, shaking the very foundations of the grove. Each impact sent tremors rippling through the air, causing nearby trees to sway violently and small boulders to scatter in all directions. For what felt like an eternity, we fought with everything we had, neither of us willing to give an inch. And then, in a moment of pure determination and focus, I broke through my hawk's defense with a decisive strike. Splash! Blood sprayed into the air as Sandai Kitetsu tore through my hawk's flesh, leaving a deep gash from his left shoulder to his right hip, exposing bone and sinew. If I hadn't pulled back in the last second, I might have cleaved my hawk in two. As our bodies crossed each other due to the momentum of our clash, I sensed Yoru slipping from my hawk's hand. But in the next moment, as if he had come back to life, my hawk clenched the sword tightly, refusing to let go even in the face of defeat. It was a testament to his unyielding spirit and unwavering resolve. The aftermath of our clash left the grove in shambles, with trees uprooted and the ground torn asunder. But amidst the destruction, there was a sense of clarity and peace. We had both pushed ourselves to the limit, and in that moment, we had truly understood the depths of our own strength and the power of our convictions. As the dust began to settle, my hawk still stood tall, albeit unconscious, his hand tightly gripping Yoru as if it were his lifeline. Despite his defeat, there was a sense of respect and admiration in the air for the formidable swordsman who had faced his opponent head-on until the very end. I couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction mixed with exhaustion as I surveyed the aftermath of our battle. The gash in my guts served as a reminder of the intensity of our final clash, a testament to the strength and determination of my opponent. I couldn't help but smile. My hawk was a worthy foe. Even at the last moment, he chose to tear a piece out of me. If I hadn't reinforced myself with haki, Yura might have ripped through my gut. Shaki had swiftly arrived at my hawk's side, her expression filled with concern as she carefully tended to his wounds. I watched as she attempted to pry Yoru from his unconscious grasp, but I knew better than to interfere. The sword was more than just a weapon to my hawk. It was a symbol of his strength and resolve, a part of his very being. To forcibly remove, it would be akin to severing the bond that tied him to this world. "Leave it," I instructed, sheathing Sandai Kitetsu and turning to Shaki. "It's the chain that's keeping him tethered to this world. Removing the sword now would only hasten his demise." Shaki nodded in understanding, her hands now focused on providing much-needed medical attention to my hawk's wounds. Despite his injuries, I had no doubt that he would recover. The man was a survivor, a true testament to the resilience of the human spirit. As I took in the scene around me, it was evident that Grove 20 would never be the same. The once serene grove now bears the scars of our battle, with trees uprooted and the landscape forever altered. Even the infamous trees that had stood tall and proud were now nothing more than splintered remnants of their former selves. But amidst the destruction, there was a sense of camaraderie and mutual respect. Mihawk and I had pushed each other to our limits, and in doing so, we had forged a bond that transcended mere rivalry. Our battle had left an indelible mark on Grove 20, a testament to the power of determination and the unyielding spirit of those who dare to chase their dreams. It was already late at night when Mihawk woke up again. Shaki had already treated him, and all his wounds were now neatly dressed. I had left a message for Mihawk. Now that I had defeated him, I was confident that I could recruit him into the Don Quixote family in the future. He owed me his life now, and with his pride intact, there was no fear of him defaulting. Mihawk was a maverick, so it was better for him to grow while challenging the world. I planned to have him eventually join the family after he became more accustomed to me. Our friendship was only set to grow. The next morning, I waited alongside Kazan at the port, anticipating Sengoku's ship, which was supposed to escort the world nobles to Sabaody. After about an hour of waiting, I finally laid eyes on a massive government ship, flanked by 3 marine warships, making its way towards the island. As the world nobles ship made its way into the port, the atmosphere crackled with anticipation. The imposing vessel glided smoothly through the waters, its white sails billowing in the gentle breeze. Flanking the ship were 3 sleek marine warships, their cannons gleaming in the sunlight, a clear display of the world government's authority and power. On board the ship, the world nobles, adorned in their extravagant attire, stood on the deck, surrounded by their entourage of guards and attendants. The nobles' outfits were opulent, befitting their status as the highest echelon of society. They wore lavish robes adorned with intricate embroidery and jewels, their faces obscured by ornate masks, adding an air of mystery and superiority to their presence. As the ship docked at the port, the welcoming committee sprung into action. Marines lined the pier, standing at attention, their uniforms crisp and impeccable. Sengoku, the future fleet admiral, stood at the forefront of the greeting party, his stern expression softened by a sense of duty and respect. The moment the gangplank descended, a flurry of activity ensued. Marines and government officials rushed forward to assist the world nobles and their entourage, ensuring their smooth transition from ship to shore. Despite their disdainful demeanor, the nobles were treated with the utmost deference, a stark reminder of their privileged position in society. As the world nobles disembarked, their presence seemed to cast a shadow over the bustling port. Their guards, mostly composed of stoic world government agents, maintained a vigilant watch, their eyes darting warily to and fro, ever vigilant for any potential threats to their charge's safety. Kazan-sen, don't you think the Marines currently look like the embodiment of justice? I mocked Kazan, who stood by my side as I watched the slaves carrying the world nobles descend. There were a total of 6 world nobles, each with a minimum of 5 slaves serving their every whim. Isn't slavery supposed to be banned by the world government and Marines, Kazan-san? Aren't you a defender of justice? I asked Kazan, who already had an ugly expression on his face from witnessing how the world nobles were treating their slaves. It was Kazan's first time coming into contact with world nobles. Ross, shut up. I don't want to hear your yapping for the next 3 days. I'm already at my limit. And why aren't you wearing your officer's uniform? Kazan questioned. Oh, I'm off duty today. I am simply here to spectate and give you moral support. I teased again. I had convinced Garp to let me off the hook after the clash with Mihawk yesterday, and Garp must have thought I would cause some sort of issue, so he immediately agreed to my request. The world nobles moved with an air of entitlement, their noses held high, as if the very ground they walked upon was unworthy of their touch. Their disdain for those around them was palpable, and the fear they instilled in the locals was evident in the way people averted their gaze and hurriedly went about their business, hoping to avoid attracting their attention. Look at them, I muttered to Kazan, my voice barely above a whisper, acting as if they owned the world. My hatred for them was etched into my soul, especially after what they put me through at Mary Geos. Kazan nodded grimly, his eyes fixed on the scene unfolding before us. "It's sickening," he replied, his voice heavy with disgust. "To think that such arrogance and cruelty are tolerated." As the world nobles made their way through the port, their slaves followed closely behind, their heads bowed and their bodies trembling with fear. The nobles paid them no mind, treating them as nothing more than disposable possessions to be used at their whim. I harbored a burning desire to create some trouble for the world nobles, perhaps even discreetly eliminate one of the celestial dragons. However, with figures like Sengoku and a few high-end CP agents surrounding the world nobles, I wasn't sure if I could take them out discreetly. The world nobles disdained walking on the same ground as others walked on, so they were being carried on the backs of their slaves, who acted as their mounts. Kazan and I stood at a distance, overlooking a part of the security detail. The first casualty of the day occurred just a few minutes after the world nobles disembarked. It happened when a child, likely separated by the commotion of the approaching world nobles, failed to kneel because the child was not aware of such customs. Before anyone could intervene, one of the world nobles simply pulled out his pistol and shot the child in cold blood. The child's lifeless body fell to the ground, unnoticed by the kneeling civilians who remained silent. Two soldiers callously carried the child's body and dumped it in an alleyway. As I watched this horrific scene unfold, I couldn't help but feel a chill in the air. It took me a moment to realize that the temperature had dropped significantly. Kazan's unconscious use of his ice fruit powers was affecting his surroundings. "Kazan-san, calm down," I said, trying to soothe him. "You haven't seen anything yet. This is just the beginning. The worst is yet to come, and this is who you Marines truly serve." I continued to follow the world nobles' security detail, dragging Kazan along with me. As we followed the world nobles and their entourage through the bustling streets of Sabaody, it became increasingly clear just how cruel and disdainful they were towards others. At one point, a world noble's mount stumbled, causing the noble to almost fall to the ground. Without a moment's hesitation, the noble lashed out at the slave who had been carrying them, striking them across the face with a vicious backhand. "You worthless scum," the noble spat, their voice dripping with contempt. The celestial dragon, after punishing the slave, scanned the surroundings with a cruel glint in his eyes. His mount needed replacing, and he spotted a young mother with an infant child kneeling nearby. With a cold and indifferent tone, he declared, "You peasant, you will serve me from today." The crowd around the trembling mother retreated, realizing her fate was sealed. As the celestial dragon directed his mount towards the woman, Admiral Sengoku attempted to intervene, suggesting they move to the entertainment district for safety. However, his plan was shattered by an authoritative voice. "Oh, the government's dog wants to dictate what we can do," remarked an old man dressed in extravagant clothes similar to the other nobles. Sengoku's expression soured at being called a dog, but he couldn't retaliate. This old man held a high position within Mary Geos, backed not just by status, but also strength. Although he was not a powerhouse, he could hold his ground in a fight. It was clear why Sengoku had been personally mobilized as an escort. A significant celestial dragon was among them. Observing from a distance, I raised my brows in surprise. It was unusual for a world noble to openly insult an admiral, especially considering their role as a deterrent for the protection of celestial dragons in the outside world. Even Kuzan beside me seemed shocked by the disrespect shown towards the admiral. It was evident that this wasn't just any ordinary gathering of nobles. There were powerful figures among them who wielded significant influence. The old celestial dragon approached the kneeling woman, disregarding Sengoku's presence. The CP agents stepped up to flank the world nobles, but the old man simply stopped his slave mount in front of the trembling woman. "Sir, please spare us. I have an infant to take care of," the young woman pleaded, tears and snot running down her face as she remained kneeling on the ground. Bang! A gunshot rang out through the street before anyone could react. Even Sengoku was too late to intervene. Blood splattered as the cry of the little infant ceased, its life snuffed out in an instant, leaving the mother in shock. "Ah!" The shock set in as the mother realized what had happened, her cry echoing through the street. But the celestial dragon showed no emotion other than disdain on his face. "Now that you don't have an infant to take care of, you can serve my nephew," he chuckled, placing his gun back into his holster. Contrary to everyone's expectations, the woman did not stay down. With bloodshot eyes, she jumped up, grabbed a spear from a nearby soldier, and plunged it in the direction of the world noble, aiming to skewer him through the throat. The world noble was caught off guard, but managed to dodge the attack just in time. The celestial dragon, who originally desired the woman, flew into a rage. "How dare you defy us, you lowly peasant?" His voice boomed with fury, echoing through the street. I knew the woman's fate was sealed the moment she attempted to attack the celestial dragon. "Don't!" Sengoku attempted to intervene, but before he could act, multiple gunshots rang out, piercing the young woman's body. She was littered with bullets, yet her intense hatred and will to retaliate were palpable. Sensing her determination, I subtly directed my Haoshiku discreetly towards the two CP agents who were about to cut her down. They faltered for a moment, providing the opening she needed. With her last breath, she swung the spear one final time, her target being the other noble who had instigated the tragedy. Despite her lack of experience with the weapon, the spear moved with blinding speed, carrying all the will and hate of a dying mother. It pierced through the air, plunging into the celestial dragon's eyes, and then through his skull. I knew I had to act swiftly. I couldn't let those two CP agents survive. Rushing forward amidst the chaos that engulfed Sabaody, I moved to eliminate the threats before my foul play was revealed. I readied my blade, ready to strike with lethal precision. With one smooth motion, I drew Sandai Kitetsu and sliced through the two CP agents who had yet to fully recover. Even Sengoku seemed perplexed by my sudden attack on the agents. "Pathetic," I sneered, masking my true intentions. "You couldn't save your masters despite being so close to the killer. Such incompetent bastards." My words were meant to divert attention away from my true motive. Meanwhile, the other CP agents quickly regrouped and formed defensive formations around the world nobles, who stood shell-shocked as the reality of the situation settled in. "You bastard! How dare you attack the CP agents?" One of the officers bellowed, ready to rush forward and restrain me. But I simply pointed my blood-stained blade at him, gesturing towards the fallen celestial dragon. "Are you saying that their lives are worth more than the esteemed Tenryubito's life?" I questioned, my disgust evident. "You're all pathetic. Your only duty was to serve and protect the celestial dragons. So what use are you alive if you cannot fulfill your sole purpose?" Sengoku sensed that something was amiss, but the chaos of the situation made it difficult to discern the truth. The deaths of two CP agents, while concerning, paled in comparison to the death of a celestial dragon right under his nose. This incident was bound to have severe repercussions for the entire Marine organization. Amidst the chaos and confusion that ensued after the death of the celestial dragon, the severity of the situation quickly became apparent. The news of the incident was swiftly relayed back to Marineford, where it sent shockwaves through the highest echelons of the Marine hierarchy. The death of a celestial dragon was not just a mere tragedy. It was an affront to the very foundation of the world government's authority. Dear readers, I am thrilled to invite you to join me on an exciting journey into the realms of storytelling and imagination. As an author, I pour my heart and soul into creating captivating tales that I hope will transport you to new worlds and ignite your imagination. If you've enjoyed my work and would like to support me in continuing to create engaging content, I invite you to join my Patreon community. By becoming a patron, you'll gain access to advanced chapters of my stories, allowing you to dive deeper into the adventures and mysteries that unfold with each page. Your support means the world to me and enables me to dedicate more time and resources to crafting the best possible stories for you to enjoy. As a patron, you'll also have the opportunity to connect with me directly, sharing your thoughts, feedback, and ideas as we embark on this creative journey together. So, If you're ready to unlock the secrets of new worlds and dive into adventures beyond your wildest dreams, I invite you to join me on Patreon. Together, we can explore the boundless possibilities of storytelling and create memories that will last a lifetime. Thank you for your support, and happy reading. Warm regards, Silent_Steel. Hashtag, 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 hashtag. As the gravity of the situation sank in, the narrative surrounding the events began to shift. My actions in dispatching the 2 CP agents who had failed to protect the Celestial Dragon were quickly overshadowed by the enormity of the Celestial Dragon's death. In the new narrative, I was portrayed as a Marine driven by righteous anger at the challenge to the Celestial Dragon's authority. My supposed retribution against the incompetent agents became twisted into a tale of Marine loyalty and devotion to the Tenryubito. Meanwhile, upon receiving news of the Celestial Dragon's demise, the elders of the world government were left with no choice but to respond decisively. They understood the importance of maintaining the perceived inviolability of the Celestial Dragon's authority. Thus, they issued a directive for a sweeping cleansing of the entire Sabeti archipelago. Every pirate, criminal, and dissident who dared to challenge the supremacy of the world government became the target of this ruthless purge. In the midst of this turmoil, conversations buzzed among the Marines and government officials, debating the appropriate course of action in the wake of such a brazen act of defiance. The need to uphold the sanctity of the Celestial Dragon's status was paramount, and drastic measures were deemed necessary to quell any further dissent. The Celestial Dragons are the pillars upon which the world government stands, one elder declared, his voice echoing with authority. Their authority must be upheld at all costs. We cannot allow anyone to believe that they can challenge their supremacy without facing dire consequences. Others nodded in agreement, recognizing the delicate balance of power that rested upon the shoulders of the Celestial Dragons. The incident had shaken the very core of their dominance, and decisive action was needed to restore order and assert their dominance once more. As the sun set over Marineford, the plans for the cleansing of Sabeti were set into motion, casting a dark shadow over the future of the archipelago and all who dwelled within it. In Grove 66, the Marine base pulsed with frenetic energy as Sengoku himself took charge of the impending purge. His presence alone commanded respect and instilled fear in both allies and enemies alike. Yet, amidst the bustling activity, there was one notable absence. Garp, the legendary Marine hero, had flatly refused to participate in the bloodshed. Kong's orders fell on deaf ears as Garp stood firm in his decision, his principles unwavering despite the gravity of the situation. He wanted no part in the wanton slaughter that was about to unfold on Sabeti, a sentiment that resonated with many but went unheeded by those in command. As the night descended, the streets of Sabeti ran crimson with blood as the combined forces of the Marines and the world government unleashed their fury upon the island. The purge knew no bounds, sparing neither the lawless nor the innocent, as chaos reigned supreme. Civilians cowered in their homes, praying for salvation as the violence raged outside their doors. It was not just the lawless areas that were targeted. The entire island felt the wrath of the purge, leaving no corner untouched by its indiscriminate fury. However, amidst the chaos and carnage, a glimmer of hope remained. The purge had been initiated without proper preparation, and the sheer scale of the operation meant that the Marines and world government forces were unable to completely encircle the island. As a result, many pirates and criminals with sufficient strength managed to slip through the cracks, fleeing towards Fishman Island in a desperate bid for survival. The streets of Sabeti bore witness to scenes of unimaginable horror and despair, as the once vibrant island was plunged into darkness by the very forces sworn to protect it. Yes, it does. So tell me, why did you do it? Sengoku believes your interference led to the death of the celestial dragon, and although he may not have evidence, I trust his judgment, Garp declared, his tone serious and unwavering. His words carried the weight of authority, indicating his trust in those present. So, Sengoku-san is more concerned about concocting a theory for the celestial dragon's death, rather than the loss of an innocent mother. I retorted, still gazing out the window at the chaos below. Garp's frustration was palpable. Both Bogard and Kuzan looked on in disbelief at my words. Let's suppose for a moment that I am somehow responsible. Wasn't my action a manifestation of true justice from the perspective of that mother? She avenged her child's death at the hands of evil. While your so-called justice stood idly by, I took action. I continued, a hint of scorn in my voice. Garp's temples pulsed with anger as he struggled to maintain his composure, refraining from lashing out physically. Ross, don't you understand what your actions have caused? The entire Sabaody is suffering because of your actions. Do you even know how many innocents will suffer because you couldn't control your impulse? Garp stood up, his anger flaring. If not for his moral dilemma, I'm sure he would have punched me by now. Innocents? It was those same innocents who stood by and watched Garp-san. And don't forget, since day one, I've told you this. I am no Marine. I simply follow what my heart says. I may not be a good person in the eyes of the majority, but my conscience is clean. Unlike you, who has the strength but still parades himself as the hero of the Marines when in reality, the Marines are all but the world government's lapdogs. I retorted, my anger matching Garp's. I knew deep down that I may not be a good man, nor would I ever be seen as one in the eyes of the majority. But I had my principles, a bottom line I would never cross. That's why I put so much effort into changing Daffy when I was young, even going so far as to stake my own life to achieve that. Was my brother, Daffy, evil? In the eyes of the majority, yes. But he cared for his family, and with my influence in this life, he had a bottom line. The same Suddenly, as I spat out my outburst, my observation hockey detected an incoming strike, but I did not dodge it. Smack! A crisp slap resounded through the room. It was Bogard who moved to slap me right across the face. You never speak to him like that ever again. Is that understood? Bogard bellowed as I held my stinging cheek. Bogard didn't hold back. He had infused armament hockey in that slap. But I didn't get angry at the man. Instead, I held my gaze at Garp defiantly. Seeing no response from me, Bogard bellowed again. Am I understood, Marine? He unleashed his dominance, something that Bogard never tolerated, disrespecting Garp. My last words had crossed that bottom line. With a sigh, I decided to back down and give the man a nod. With that, the room descended into silence again, and the matter of Kuzan's anger was now completely forgotten as Garp sank back into his chair. Bogard, make preparations. We are leaving for the New World, Garp declared to catch his right-hand man's attention. Garp-san, Fleet Admiral Kong, has already relayed his orders. He wants everyone to return to Marineford after the issue with Sabaody is settled. There are no exceptions. It's wise to first get back to HQ. It seems like there has been some major movement from the Golden Lion Pirates Armada, Bogard explained, quickly returning to his usual expression. Ross, are you all right? Kazan stood next to me and whispered, trying to provide some comfort. Remember, Kazan-san, in the future, you might come to a crossroads before you have to make a choice. I hope you choose the thing that you truly believe in your heart. I commented while rubbing my stinging cheek and turning back to admire the moon once again. 2 days after the cleansing of Sabaody, the Marines returned to HQ. There was a heavy backlash from the elders regarding the failure of the Marines to carry out their prime directive, the safety of the celestial dragons. Kong had to bear all the heat regarding the matter. The elders came down hard on him and pressured him immensely regarding the vacant admiral position. After the recent fiasco of losing a world noble, the World Economy newspaper attempted to publish this matter to the world. However, the world government firmly put their foot down, going so far as to threaten Morgans with erasing the entire newspaper from existence. While Morgans sometimes challenged authority and published news that the world government snubbed, this was not a matter they were willing to compromise on. According to the elders, The idea of even challenging the world nobles was taboo, and anyone who even remotely entertained such a thought needed to be put down immediately. I found myself at the elite Marine Academy's training ground, engaged in a sparring session with Virgo while under the watchful eyes of Zephyr. Zephyr, as promised earlier, had begun teaching me about resistance training. He mentioned that it wouldn't be effective for me since I had yet to consume a devil fruit. However, it was a different story for Virgo. He appeared pale and drained, all due to the sea stone cuffs he wore around his arms and legs. Sea stone, believed to embody the essence of the sea, could easily restrain devil fruit users with just a touch. In the canon, many formidable combatants fell victim to these restraints due to their lack of resistance to sea stone. According to Zephyr, mastering this resistance training could allow a devil fruit user to exert close to 80% of their peak combat power. There was even a belief that surpassing this limit could grant the ability to swim freely in the sea without being hindered. However, this remained a myth, as no one in recorded history had achieved such a feat. "Sure gone," I exclaimed, unleashing a barrage of thrust attacks aimed directly at Virgo's chest. With Virgo still hampered by the restraining effects of the sea stone, I opted to gradually increase the intensity of our spar, starting with the techniques of the Marine 6 styles. The plan was to escalate to full-blown hockey-infused attacks later on. "Tekai," Virgo responded swiftly, attempting to bolster his defenses with the Tekai technique. Despite his efforts, I could sense that his observation hockey was not as finely honed as mine, rendering his attempts to anticipate my movements futile. Instead, he focused on bolstering his physical defenses. As my thrust attacks landed, Virgo grimaced in pain, the impact of each strike making him feel as though he was being skewered by a spear. The strain of the sea stone only heightened his discomfort, amplifying the sensation of each blow. Despite the pain, Virgo remained resolute, determined to weather the storm and continue the fight. With each strike, he gritted his teeth, his determination shining through despite the odds stacked against him. The training ground crackled with energy as Virgo and I faced off, the tension palpable in the air. I could see the determination in Virgo's eyes, despite the fatigue evident on his face due to the sea stone cuffs restraining his devil fruit abilities. Zephyr stood nearby, observing with a keen eye. As the spar continued, I wasted no time, launching into a flurry of strikes with the Marine 6 styles. Virgo, though weakened, defended himself with skill, his movements fluid yet strained under the weight of the sea stone. Blow after blow rained down on him, and with each impact, I could feel his resistance growing weaker. "Is that all you've got, Virgo?" I taunted between strikes, my voice laced with amusement. Virgo gritted his teeth, his determination unwavering. "Just wait, young Master Ross. Someday, when you've consumed a devil fruit, I'll make you regret this," he thought to himself through clenched teeth, his thoughts strained but defiant. Virgo's eyes burned with a fierce determination as he endured the onslaught, his resolve unbroken despite the overwhelming odds. With each strike, his will to fight back only seemed to grow stronger, a testament to his unwavering loyalty to his beliefs. I chuckled in response, dodging a counterattack for Virgo. "I'll hold you to that, but for now let's focus on the task at hand," I retorted, launching another series of attacks. "Suru," I whispered, flickering past Virgo in a blur of motion. Before he could react, I materialized right behind him. Instinctively, Virgo spun around, crossing his arms in front of him and summoning every ounce of armament hockey he could muster to defend against my blow. "Ro Quogan," I bellowed, unleashing a devastating shock wave attack aimed directly at his ribs. Despite his best efforts, Virgo was unable to withstand the force of my assault. The impact sent him hurtling through the air, launching him nearly 20 meters away. Despite the ferocity of the blow, Virgo managed to pick himself up, his mythical Zoan powers aiding his recovery despite the sea stone's constraints. Spitting defiantly, Virgo shot me a smirk, as if to taunt me for the effort. I couldn't help but return his smile with an evil grin, knowing that our spar was far from over. For the next 30 minutes, I unleashed a relentless onslaught, overwhelming Virgo with a barrage of attacks until he lay sprawled on the ground, nearly half dead from exhaustion. "You've got potential, Virgo, but you still have a long way to go," Zephyr remarked, extending a hand to help Virgo up from the ground. "And with my guidance, I know you can reach your full potential." Accepting Zephyr's assistance, Virgo's expression wavered between exhaustion and determination. "Thanks, Ross. I'll keep pushing myself, no matter what it takes," he replied, his gaze meeting mine as he reaffirmed his resolve despite his defeat. A Marine officer hastily approached Admiral Zephyr with urgent news. "Admiral Zephyr, the fleet admiral has called for an emergency meeting." Zephyr, without a second thought, turned towards the headquarters. I wasted no time and fell in a step behind Zephyr as he briskly made his way towards Kong's office. Meanwhile, Virgo was instructed to continue his training. As we strode through the corridors of the Marine base, tension hung thick in the air. Zephyr's brow furrowed with concern, his mind undoubtedly racing with the possibilities of what could warrant such an urgent summons. I kept pace beside him, ready to assist in any way necessary, or rather, wanting to eavesdrop on what exactly was happening. "What's the matter?" Zephyr inquired sharply as we moved with purpose through the bustling corridors. The officer replied breathlessly, "We've received intelligence about the Roger pirates clashing with the entire armada of the Golden Lion's fleet." Zephyr's expression darkened at the news, his jaw tightening with determination. "Roger pirates, Golden Lion's fleet. This is serious," he muttered, his voice laced with urgency. "Let's not keep the fleet admiral waiting." "Yes, Admiral. He's awaiting your arrival in his office," the subordinate confirmed. Upon reaching Kong's office, Zephyr wasted no time in entering, his demeanor composed yet brimming with concern. Inside, Kong sat at his desk, his expression grave as he reviewed the latest intelligence reports. "Zephyr, thank you for coming," Kong greeted, his voice carrying the weight of the situation. "We've received troubling news regarding the clash between the Roger pirates and the Golden Lion's fleet. It appears that their confrontation has escalated rapidly, and we need to assess the potential ramifications. I fear this may lead to a full-blown war." Vice Admiral Tsuru couldn't help but comment. I stood stationed just outside Kong's office, aware that my rank wasn't yet sufficient to warrant inclusion in such high-profile meetings. Nonetheless, my proximity allowed me to catch even the faintest of whispers that emanated from within the room. Inside, a formidable gathering of Marine brass had convened. Fleet Admiral Kong presided over the meeting, flanked by two admirals, Sengoku and Zephyr. More than a dozen vice admirals were also present, among them the venerable Vice Admiral Tsuru. Notably absent was Vice Admiral Garp, though I suspected he would soon join once word of the matter involving the Roger pirates reached his ears. For now, I bided my time, knowing that my role lay in waiting until called upon or until Garp's inevitable arrival signaled a critical juncture in the proceedings. "Where is Garp?" Kong's gaze swept across the room, frustration etched on the fleet admiral's face at the absence of his most formidable asset. With a resigned sigh, Kong continued, "Forget him for now. I'll address him separately later. Do any of you have suggestions on how to tackle this matter?" The urgency in his voice was palpable as he sought input from his subordinates. As Vice Admiral Tsuru has mentioned, this could escalate into a full-blown war between two overlords of a new world, and there's a high likelihood that Whitebeard may become involved. We cannot afford to let the entirety of the new world descend into chaos. A Vice Admiral spoke up, proposing a mobilization of Marine forces to stabilize the situation within the new world. "We could dispatch both admirals to quell the conflict," they suggested. "Even if Whitebeard intervenes, with Garp's presence, we can repel any threat." However, it was Tsuru who offered a counterargument. "I don't think such a mobilization is feasible anymore," she stated. "After the recent attack on the world nobles, the Marines have been ordered to retain at least one admiral stationed near Mary Geos to safeguard the world nobles in case of emergency." Kong's expression darkened at the reminder of this recent headache. The pressure from the elders to fill the vacant position that he held for Garp only added to his concerns. Without a third admiral, the options for mobilizing forces became significantly constrained, complicating their response to the escalating conflict in the New World. As the room fell silent, contemplating the constraints of their current situation, Vice Admiral Tsuru cleared her throat, garnering the attention of the gathered officers. "Perhaps," she began, her voice measured, "we can turn this potential crisis to our advantage. If we allow the Roger Pirates and the Golden Lion's fleet to clash and weaken each other, the Marines can step in to pick up the pieces." A murmur of agreement rippled through the room, with many nodding in acknowledgement of the strategic advantage in allowing the two pirate forces to exhaust themselves. Sengoku, the wise and seasoned admiral, raised a hand to interject. "Indeed," he remarked thoughtfully, "letting these two titans clash could serve our interests. It's a calculated risk, but one that could pay off. We may not have to sacrifice Marine lives directly, and curbing the power of one or both factions could significantly benefit our cause." Tsuru nodded in agreement, adding, "Reducing the strength of these pirate factions would undoubtedly tilt the balance of power in our favor. However, we must also consider leveraging this upcoming chaos to further weaken the pirate forces." Curiosity flickered in Kong's eyes as he leaned forward, intrigued by Tsuru's proposal. "How do you suggest we accomplish that, Vice Admiral?" he inquired, his tone measured yet receptive to new ideas. Tsuru's gaze held steady as she outlined her strategy. "We can use this opportunity to drive the pirates to target each other," she explained. "One way to achieve this is by increasing their bounties. After the recent incident involving the death of a celestial dragon, the elders have granted you, Fleet Admiral Kong, permission to reassess the threat levels of all pirates and establish new bounties accordingly." Kong's brow furrowed in contemplation, recognizing the potential of Tsuru's suggestion. Indeed, adjusting the bounty could incentivize rivalries among pirate factions, he acknowledged. "It's a strategy worth considering." Tsuru nodded, reaching into a stack of documents beside her. "I've already drafted a proposal for the reassessment of pirate bounties," she revealed, sliding the document across the table for the others to review. "I believe it's crucial for us to discuss and finalize these adjustments in light of the current situation." As Kong flipped through the folder, his eyebrows shot up in surprise. Some of the names listed caught his attention, while others left him puzzled, especially considering the hefty bounty attached to them. "I have taken into consideration not just one's strength, but their activities, the amount of threat they pose, and especially their future potential in causing chaos," Tsuru explained, noticing Kong's reaction. The participants in the room continued to peruse their folders, absorbing the information within. The first entry, of course, was for the infamous Roger Pirates. GOLD. Roger, dead or alive, 3,765,900,000 belly. Dark King Silver's Rayleigh, dead or alive, 2,959,000,000 belly. Scopper Gabon, dead or alive, 1,927,500,000 belly. Each member of the Roger Pirates was listed individually, reflecting their formidable strength despite their reduced numbers. The next prominent entry was for the Whitebeard Pirates. Whitebeard Edward Newgate, dead or alive, 3,696,800,000 belly. Kazuki Odin, dead or alive, 2,230,600,000 belly. The bounties reflected the legendary status of Whitebeard and his right-hand man, Odin. Surprisingly, the next entry listed the third overlord of the New World. The Golden Lion Shiki, dead or alive, 3,702,500,000 belly. Shiki's bounty was close to Roger's and higher than Whitebeard's due to his destructive nature, which posed a significant threat to Marine forces. The subsequent entry caught many by surprise. Despite not being as noticeable as the other overlords listed currently, this particular individual had been rated alongside another pirate who had been quietly increasing their influence at an alarming rate, granting them bounties close to 2 billion bellies each. Their only notable achievements to date it seemed, stemmed from their history as remnants of the infamous Rocks pirates. However, that didn't mean they were nobodies. Given a few more years, they would reach the standards of the true overlords of the New World. Big Mom Charlotte Linlin, dead or alive, 1,987,900,000 belly. 100 Beast Kaido, dead or alive, 1,892,000,000 belly. Their connection to the Rocks pirates seemed to justify their substantial bounties, despite their current level of activity. Red Count Patrick Redfield, dead or alive, 2,706,500,000 belly. As the officers absorbed the information before them, a sense of gravity settled over the room. Tsuru's meticulous assessment of the pirate threat had revealed unexpected insights, prompting a reassessment of the challenges facing the Marines in the tumultuous waters of the New World. As Kong neared the end of the folder, his gaze fell upon a particular bounty that caught his attention. Don Quixote da Flamingo, dead or alive, 216,500,000 belly. Kong was surprised to see such a high bounty attached to da Flamingo, considering him to be of lesser concern compared to the other notorious pirates listed. He suspected that Tsuru had taken it upon herself to target the Don Quixote family, which confused him because with Tsuru's standard the Don Quixote brat was beneath her standard. Perhaps she was being influenced by personal motives or past encounters. Kong hesitated, contemplating the implications of declaring such a high bounty on a former world noble. The decision to label Da Flamingo's bounty as dead or alive, without explicit approval from the world government, could potentially draw scrutiny from the elders, especially given their interest in individuals with ties to the world nobles. However, for the time being, Kong chose not to question Tsuru's judgment. Perhaps Tsuru's instinct was correct, he reasoned. Despite Da Flamingo's current status as a young teen, there was always the possibility that he could grow into a formidable threat in the future. Kong understood the importance of being proactive in addressing potential dangers, even if they seemed insignificant at the moment. With a thoughtful nod, Kong made a mental note to monitor Da Flamingo's activities closely. The world of piracy was unpredictable, and it was better to err on the side of caution when dealing with potential threats, no matter how small they may appear. Within a span of 10 minutes or so, the entire office had meticulously reviewed their respective folders, absorbing the details of the proposed new bounties. So, this is well done, and the new bounties fall within the limits allowed by the world government. I foresee no trouble in obtaining approval for this, Kong commended, acknowledging the Vice Admiral's thorough work. Let's return to the matter at hand between Roger and Shiki. Hashtag, 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 hashtag. Dear readers, I am thrilled to invite you to join me on an exciting journey into the realms of storytelling and imagination. As an author, I pour my heart and soul into creating captivating tales that I hope will transport you to new worlds and ignite your imagination. If you've enjoyed my work and would like to support me in continuing to create engaging content, I invite you to join my Patreon community. By becoming a patron, you'll gain access to advanced chapters of my stories, allowing you to dive deeper into the adventures and mysteries that unfold with each page. Your support means the world to me and enables me to dedicate more time and resources to crafting the best possible stories for you to enjoy. As a patron, you'll also have the opportunity to connect with me directly, sharing your thoughts, feedback, and ideas as we embark on this creative journey together. So, if you're ready to unlock the secrets of new worlds and dive into adventures beyond your wildest dreams, I invite you to join me on Patreon. Together, we can explore the boundless possibilities of storytelling and create memories that will last a lifetime. Dear readers, I'm thrilled to share some exciting news with you all. After a long hiatus, the Pokemon fanfiction will finally resume with regular updates from now on. I apologize for the delay and appreciate your patience and understanding during this time. I want to reassure you that this resumption will not disrupt the release schedule of the other two fanfictions that I am currently working on. You can expect updates for all 3 stories to continue as planned. Thank you for your continued support and enthusiasm for my writing. I can't wait to dive back into the world of Pokemon with you all and continue the adventures together. Warm regards. Silent_Steel. Hashtag, 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 hashtag. After a flurry of suggestions and discussions, a decision was reached swiftly due to the urgency of the situation. Zephyr, you will remain stationed in G1. In case of emergency, proximity to the red line should ensure a swift response. Kong instructed, turning to the other admiral with a decisive tone. Sengoku, I want you to lead a mission towards the Ed Sea. See if you can catch either of the 2 parties off guard. Tsuru will provide you with support, Kong declared, assigning roles with precision. With a brisk nod, the office emptied, leaving only Tsuru and a couple more vice admirals behind to finalize the finer details of the mission and the new bounties. Tsuru would depart once Sengoku had mustered the forces for the mission, ready to lend her expertise in support of their strategic objectives. As I waited outside Kong's office, I sensed hurried footsteps approaching. With a quick scan using my observation hotkey, I recognized Garp rushing towards me. His raised brow conveyed his eagerness to learn the situation, skipping formalities in his urgency. Roger and Shiki have made contact in the Edsea area of the New World. It seems it's going to be a full-blown war. I relayed the core of the matter to Garp as he whisked past me, his mind already processing the gravity of the situation. Moments later, a loud commotion erupted from within the Fleet Admiral's office. Vice Admiral Tsuru and the other Vice Admirals emerged, leaving only Kong and Garp inside. Tsuru's gaze fell upon me, her expression complex. Despite her discomfort in my presence, I responded with a wide grin before diverting my attention to the surroundings, utilizing my observation hotkey to eavesdrop on the unfolding events within the office. The sounds of cups shattering and tables being smashed echoed through the walls. It was as if 2 bears were locked in a fierce brawl within the confines of the office, their heated exchange reverberating through the corridors of the Marine base. Garp, you bastard. I've given you too much leeway, Kong barked, frustration evident as saliva sprayed from his mouth. Do you know how long I've been holding this admiral position for you? 8 years. 8 damn years. It's been vacant because you're too stubborn to take on the mantle of admiral. Garp, seemingly unfazed, casually dug his ears as if the matter held no relevance to him. I've told you multiple times, Kong-san, I don't want to become an admiral and be a lackey to those bastards, he countered with nonchalance. There are plenty of capable people. Why don't you pick someone? You don't have to keep the position vacant for my sake. Kong's frustration boiled over. Do you even hear what you're saying? He seethed. Is the admiral position something you can simply decline? You bastard, listen here. I'm going to confine you here in HQ until you agree to the promotion. Garp diverted the conversation, knowing where it would lead. Ah, Kong-san, you can't do that. I heard Shiki and Roger are facing off. I need to get there. Maybe this time around, I might be able to catch Roger, he deflected, avoiding addressing Kong's ultimatum. We haven't finished discussing this, Kong retorted, throwing a file at Garp, who is now nonchalantly digging his nose and flicking away boogers. Garp continued, unfazed. We can talk about it when I get back, Kong-san. I'm sure Sengoku is ready to depart, and I better not miss the ride now that my ships are confined to HQ, he commented, turning to leave. Garp, did you hear a thing I said? Kong leaped up, attempting to grab Garp by the collar, but Garp effortlessly dodged the attempt. Yeah, I heard what you said, he replied casually as he made his exit. Wait, Garp, we're not done talking. Kong's voice reverberated down the corridor as Garp walked away. I couldn't help but smile at the Marine hero's nonchalant attitude, knowing that beneath his carefree demeanor lay a fierce determination and a sense of duty unmatched by many. You might not be done, but I am, Garp stated firmly as he shut the door behind him, blocking out Kong's frustrated screams from within the office. I quickly followed Garp as he walked forward, and we were soon joined by Bogard and Kazan. Garp-san, did you turn down your promotion again? Kazan couldn't help but ask with a sheepish smile on his face, already knowing the answer from the foolish grin Garp wore. That's so cool of you, Kazan commented, admiring Garp's defiance towards the fleet admiral. I can already do as I like, so I don't need a higher rank. Garp replied casually as we made our way towards the bay where Sengoku was preparing for his departure. Garp's nonchalant attitude garnered a mixture of admiration and amusement from his fellow Marines, who respected his independence and determination to stay true to himself, regardless of rank or title. Just as Garp was contemplating how to sneak onto Sengoku's ship, he spotted Vice Admiral Tsuru leading Saul onto her own vessel. Without hesitation, Garp dashed forward to meet his friend, hoping to secure permission to hitchhike on her ship, knowing it would be much easier than gaining access to Sengoku's. Tsuru-chan, let me come along if you're sailing out there, Garp shamelessly requested, eager to include himself in the mission, unfazed by the potential disapproval of others. Did anyone invite you to join? Vice Admiral Tsuru shook her head in frustration at Garp's antics, but a memory flashed through her mind of previous occasions when she had reluctantly allowed Garp aboard her ship. She sighed, resigned to his persistence. You'll just break my ship as soon as you board, so I don't want you with me. Why don't you go ahead and bother Sengoku about boarding his ship? Tsuru sighed, realizing that Garp was sticking to her like a tick despite her attempts to dissuade him. Oh, don't say that, Tsuru-chan. You should know by now that I should be the one taking down that damn Roger. Garp insisted earnestly, disregarding any semblance of maintaining face in front of his friends. Kong-san is too angry to let me deal with this matter, so I'll be a mere spectator, I promise. I won't cause you any trouble. Tsuru, resigned to Garp's determination, simply shook her head and continued boarding her ship. She couldn't help but feel that she had bad luck today, having to deal with Garp just as she was about to embark on a mission. As they made their way towards the dock, the warship stood ready and set to depart. I couldn't help but marvel at the efficiency of the Admiral. Despite being assigned the mission just half an hour prior, he had already made complete preparations to set off. It was no wonder he was known as the resourceful general. Glancing around, I observed a half-dozen giant battleships preparing to depart for the New World. However, I knew that by the time we reached our destination, the situation would likely have resolved itself. As I was about to board Tsuru's ship, I caught her gazing at me with disappointment in her eyes. I still had yet to understand why the Marine Chief of Staff Tsuru held so much hatred towards my brother. All my tries to probe for information has been unsuccessful, but I knew something significant must have happened for Tsuru to target my brother, despite her being in such an exalted position. For the time being, I put the matter into the back of my mind and followed Garp. Despite the perplexed gazes of the Marine officers around him, Garp confidently boarded Tsuru's battleship as if he were the commanding officer. Meanwhile, Sengoku, who was making final preparations on his own ship, caught sight of his friend, or perhaps nemesis, Garp, nonchalantly roaming on Tsuru's vessel. Garp, you bastard! I was entrusted with this mission. What the hell are you doing here? Sengoku's voice boomed from atop his ship, drawing the attention of all the Marine soldiers and, most notably, Garp. Oh, Sengoku, I didn't see you there. Don't mind me, I'm simply sightseeing. Garp waved vigorously from the top of the warship, his casual demeanor further infuriating Sengoku, who now seemed as if he wanted to jump over and strangle his friend. Garp, you better stay out of this. This is my mission. Shiki and Roger are mine. Sengoku voiced out his frustration, fully aware of Garp's stubborn nature and the potential for trouble. Ha! Sengoku, you don't have to worry. Even if I catch both those bastards, I'll let you take all the credit, Garp said casually while picking his ears, then waving dismissively. Veins bulged around Sengoku's temple, a clear sign of his rising anger. If there was one man who could successfully rile the Admiral, it was Monkey D. Garp. He had a knack for getting on everyone's nerves. You bastard. You very well know that's not what I meant. I'm sure you'll end up sabotaging my mission. Even the last time against Whitebeard, if you had followed my instructions to the letter, we could have cornered Whitebeard. But what did you do? You threw all the plans that I had painstakingly come up with and jumped onto the enemy's ship, clashing with him head-on, Sengoku fumed, his frustration boiling over. Ha! Isn't that how it should be, Sengoku? If even those damn pirates don't fear for their lives, why should we fear for ours? Garp retorted loudly, laughing as if he had shared some profound truth. Sengoku's frustration with Garp was palpable, leading him to vent his anger by barking orders at his subordinates. Wow, Admiral Sengoku and Vice Admiral Garp are both going, one of the rear admirals on a nearby ship exclaimed in delight, realizing that the Marine hero would be accompanying them on the mission. Well, the mission involves Roger and Shiki after all, two of the overlords of the New World. Of course, this much firepower would be needed in case of a head-on confrontation. Vice Admiral Momonga commented from the same ship as the rear admiral. And also, Garp-san has made it his life's ambition to capture Roger. So how could he let go of such an opportunity? Momonga added, understanding Garp's determination. Momonga-san, look, is that the kid? The one following Garp-san. The rear admiral questioned, gesturing toward me as I strolled behind Garp seemingly aimlessly. The mention of my name caught my attention, and I narrowed my gaze, trying to pinpoint who was discussing me. I spotted Vice Admiral Momonga and a rear admiral under his command and waved enthusiastically in their direction. Such sharp senses. How did he detect us? We're 2 warships away from him. How did he know we were talking about him? The rear admiral was flustered by my seemingly keen awareness. Yes, that's him. The infamous sword demon of the Marines. Garp-san sure knows how to pick apprentices. First, a youth with the potential of an admiral, and right after that, an unprecedented monster who has been thriving in the seas of the New World, fighting against the likes of Roger's crew. The kid sure is a monster among monsters. If he continues to grow at such a rate, I'm afraid no one in the future can stand up against him. Can you believe that kid is only 12 years old this year, and he already can kill pirates who have bounties worth hundreds of millions? Momonga remarked, his gaze fixed on me. My name was akin to a legend within Marineford, and the moniker I earned was written in the blood of countless pirates over the past 3 years. I don't understand what's so special about that kid, Momonga-san. He just looks like any regular lad. I don't know why there's all that fuss. The pirates in the New World even went as far as to name a 12-year-old child the Sword Demon. The rear admiral questioned in confusion, not privy to the exact details of the event where I was bestowed my title by the pirates of the New World. The kid is like a sheathed blade right now. However, beneath that sheath is a cunning, bloodthirsty monster ready to be unleashed at any time. Even I am not confident that I can best that little monster. Have you heard about the Pinetown Massacre in the New World? Momonga questioned his subordinate, whose face paled at the mention of the incident. Glowing Star dear readers, I hope this message finds you well and filled with excitement for the latest updates on our fanfiction journey. Your unwavering support and understanding mean the world to me, and I can't express enough gratitude for your continued presence on this adventure. I'm thrilled to announce our updated release schedule, tailored to bring you even more immersive storytelling experiences. For our beloved One Piece fanfiction, get ready to embark on daily escapades, with each chapter offering a minimum of 2,000 words to dive into the world of pirates and dreams. For all the Pokemon enthusiasts out there, prepare for expeditions into the Pokemon universe, where each chapter will be released every alternate day and will unfold with a minimum of 3,000 words. Immerse yourself in thrilling battles, heartwarming friendships, and captivating discoveries. And let's not forget about our Naruto fans. Every alternate day, prepare to delve into the shinobi world with chapters brimming with a minimum of 2,500 words. Join Kazuki and his friends on their journey of growth, courage, and ninja prowess. Your feedback and suggestions are invaluable to me. If you have any ideas or thoughts you'd like to share, please don't hesitate to reach out. Your insights help shape the future of our storytelling adventures. I'd also like to extend a special invitation to support our fanfiction endeavors further. Your Power Stones and reviews are like beacons guiding new readers to our stories, and your contributions help our community grow. If you feel inclined to offer your support, you can find us on Patreon at patreon.com/silent_Steely right bracket. Every contribution, no matter how small, makes a significant difference in our journey together. Thank you once again for being a part of this incredible community. Let's continue to explore new worlds, forge unforgettable bonds, and create magical moments together through the power of storytelling. With heartfelt appreciation, silent_Steel. Hashtag, 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 hashtag. Mamanga-san, you don't mean. The Rear Admiral couldn't help but look at me with horror etched in his eyes. Yes, it was the kid's handiwork. A skull pyramid that he built after massacring close to 1,000 pirates, despite explicit orders from his direct superior. Now, even the island has been renamed Frozen Skull Island. And do you know what reason the kid gave when asked why he went to such extremes? Mamanga paused briefly as the Rear Admiral gulped nervously. He said he was bored and needed to take a nap, and he couldn't keep an eye on all those pirate prisoners. Mamanga shared, conveying the weight of the title that I was granted by the pirates of the New World. The Rear Admiral, still shaken by the revelation of my actions, couldn't help but voice his disbelief. But why wasn't the monster punished for such atrocities? He asked, his voice trembling with a mixture of fear and outrage. Mamanga sighed heavily, his expression grave. No one exactly knows the reason, except perhaps Garp-san, he replied, casting a glance in my direction. As for his punishment, Vice Admiral Garp strung him upside down from the mast for a week and also had him keel-hauled for a week, reminiscent of the punishments inflicted by pirates of old. The Rear Admiral's eyes widened in horror at the severity of the punishment. And what happened? He ventured to ask, unable to comprehend how someone could emerge unscathed from such torment. Mamanga's gaze grew distant as he recalled the events. The kid just walked out of all this practically unscathed, he admitted with a sense of disbelief. It's as if punishment has no effect on him. He's a force of nature, unpredictable and dangerous. The Rear Admiral shuddered at the thought of facing such a formidable adversary. Then, what hope do we have against him? He whispered, a sense of dread creeping into his voice. Mamanga's expression darkened, his voice low and ominous. None, unless we find a way to tame the beast within him. But that's easier said than done, he replied, his words hanging heavy in the air as the reality of the predicament sank in. As I observed Vice Admiral Mamanga and his subordinate, Garp stood next to me, questioning my apparent daydreaming. With a tap on my shoulder, he asked, "What are you daydreaming about, kid?" "Keel-hauling," I replied with a single word, invoking memories of the past punishment. Garp's expression darkened, his face contorting with a mixture of sadness and anger as he recalled the events of the past. "You're not going to forget that incident, are you?" he questioned me with a gloomy tone. Garp-san, I was merely following justice, and I got punished for it. You can't really blame me for that incident. If they hadn't done what they did on the island, I wouldn't have had to personally go through the trouble of beheading every single one of them. As for the pyramid, it was more of a joke, honestly. But it sure was a beautiful piece of art once it was completed. A true symbol of justice, don't you think, Garp-san? I questioned my mentor with a mischievous glint in my eyes. Garp smacked me hard on the back of my head. "Fisk, forget that incident ever happened. Marine justice is not always corrupted like that. There are a few bad eggs even within the Marines," he admonished, knowing that the incident was not my fault. I was simply maintaining my bottom line as a human by eliminating all those pirates back in Pinetown. The real truth behind the matter would remain buried forever, known only to a select few. As the last of the supplies were loaded onto the ships and the sails billowed in the wind, signaling the imminent departure, Garp turned to me with a reassuring smile. "Stay sharp, kid," he said, his voice carrying a hint of pride. "This might be a bumpy ride, but I have faith in you." In the midst of the chaos aboard the Oro Jackson, Little Buggy was in a state of panic, his screams echoing across the deck as the Roger pirates prepared for the impending clash with the Golden Lion fleet. With tears streaming down his face, He pleaded with his crewmates against the fight, his cowardice getting the better of him. Your life comes first, right? Buggy wailed, his voice trembling with fear, beside their captain Roger, who remained steadfast, his gaze fixed on the enemy's main battleship, where the Golden Lion stood defiantly. Just this once, we should listen to what the Golden Lion says. We're completely surrounded. We have no way out, Buggy continued to plead desperately. In that case, you shouldn't have slept off in the crow's nest during your watch. We wouldn't have been surrounded if you had alerted us of Shiki's fleet, Shanks remarked, unable to resist a teasing jab at Buggy's expense. You bastard, Shanks. You were sleeping right next to me. We were both on duty. Why are you only blaming me? Buggy retorted, his panic escalating as reality sank in. Why are you worried? Your body won't let you die, no matter how many times they cut you. So why do you care? Shanks taunted, provoking Buggy even further. In a fit of rage and desperation, Buggy lunged at Shanks, attempting to strangle him while lamenting his own vulnerability. However, Buggy jumped up, attempting to strangle Shanks while yelling, I still have a weakness, you dumbass. All it would take is a single sea stone bullet or a well-placed hit with hockey, and then I would be buried beneath the waves forever. No, I don't want to die so young. Buggy continued, snot and tears rolling down his face. I have so much more to accomplish in this world. Just then, Crocus, the ship's doctor, stepped out of the cabin carrying a number of harpoons over his shoulders. Seeing him as a lifeline, Buggy rushed towards the man, pleading desperately for assistance. Oh, Crocus-san, how is the captain's condition? Buggy blurted out, attempting to divert attention to Roger's health. Within the Roger pirates, the knowledge of Roger's terminal illness was common, and it only fueled their determination to realize his dream. He'd be better off not fighting, right? Right? Buggy tried to signal Crocus discreetly, hoping the doctor would agree to relieve Roger from combat duty. However, Crocus paid him no mind and considered the question seriously. Please, medically relieve him, Crocus-san, Buggy pleaded, hopeful for a sympathetic response. But Crocus shattered his hopes with his next words. Unfortunately for you, he is in perfect shape. He is in his peak state right now. He can even fight for 10 days straight if he has to. Crocus remarked with a hint of delight, leaving Buggy flustered and disheartened. With Crocus unwilling to intervene, Buggy turned to his last hope, the one whose words carried as much weight as Captain Rogers, Rayleigh-san, the vice-captain of the Roger Pirates. But before he could approach Rayleigh, Scopper Gabon caught him by the scruff of his neck, his laughter ringing out as Buggy struggled in vain. Just give up, will you, Pipsqueak? Scopper Gabon chuckled, understanding the underlying reasons for Buggy's reluctance. Despite his cowardice, Buggy's concerns stemmed from his deep love and respect for Roger. With the threat posed by the Golden Lion pirates, fighting under Roger's current condition seemed reckless. However, Roger remained resolute in facing Shiki head-on. Give up, Buggy. We've never been able to stop Roger once his mind is set, Scopper Gabon reasoned, casting a glance at Roger's determined stance. No way. Aren't you guys worried that this battle will harm the captain? Buggy cried out, tears streaming down his face. Believe in the crew, Buggy. Believe in Tom's ship, the Oro Jackson. We'll make it out of this, just like every other time. We've faced much worse odds and come out alive. Rayleigh comforted Buggy, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. As his crew, we must stand by his side until the end, Rayleigh affirmed, stepping up to stand beside Roger, with the rest of the crew following suit, forming a silent yet steadfast support behind their captain. Just then, a loud yet majestic voice bellowed from the opposite side. Standing on the main ship, a figure emerged, exuding an aura of dominance and power. It was Shiki, the Golden Lion, his imposing frame casting a shadow over the waters. Ahoy, Roger. It seems fate has brought us together once more. Shiki's voice boomed across the sea, carrying a tone of challenge and confidence. Roger, unperturbed by Shiki's grandiose proclamation, stood tall on the deck of the Oro Jackson, his gaze unwavering as he met Shiki's eyes. Fate indeed, Shiki. But this time, it will be our wills that determine the outcome, Roger responded calmly, his voice carrying the weight of determination and resolve. How many times have we had this discussion, Roger? Shiki's laughter echoed like that of a madman, his voice eclipsing even the roar of the seas. A lot of things have happened between us, but let's put the past behind us. Shiki continued, a mix of gratitude and resentment evident in his tone. He was grateful to Roger for taking down Rox D. Zebek, a formidable obstacle in his path to becoming an overlord. Yet, there lingered resentment, as Shiki desired to personally end Rox's life to prove his worth. However, Roger had denied him that chance. Shiki jumped onto the figurehead of his main ship and stretched his arms wide open, as if offering Roger asylum. Join me, Roger. We will use that ancient weapon you have found alongside my military might. Together, we will be invincible. We can have the entire world kneel before us. Shiki proclaimed his grand dream as if he were already living it. Roger gave no reply, but simply chuckled, amused by Shiki's audacity. Join me, Roger. We can conquer the entire world at once. Shiki bellowed, his conqueror's haki oozing out, trying to pressure the entire Oro Jackson into submission. Become my right-hand man, Roger. You will have everything you have ever dreamed of, even a pirate king. Shiki clenched his fist while chuckling, releasing his conqueror's haki to its full extent. Even the sea waves were pushed back due to the sheer pressure. Just then, a more majestic conqueror's haki surged out of the Oro Jackson, engulfing almost the entire Golden Lion fleet. Even Shiki had to step back to steady himself and clash with Roger's conqueror's outburst. Many within Shiki's fleet couldn't handle the pressure from the two supreme Haoshiku. Red and yellow lightning danced around each other as they clashed for supremacy. However, Roger held a clear advantage from the start of the clash. It was like two apex predators vying for dominance. I don't want to conquer anything, Shiki. I believe the one with the most freedom on the whole ocean is the Pirate King. Roger roared, drawing his cutlass and pointing it at Shiki, who looked at Roger with bloodshot eyes. He felt insulted because he had never given any other man such equal status in life. Shiki was even willing to split the throne with him if Roger agreed. If you can't do as you please, there's no point in being a pirate, let alone a pirate king. I have the will to climb the mantle on my own, Shiki. I do not have to depend on anyone to know my true worth. Roger's words ignited the spark of conflict, leaving no room for negotiation. The entire fleet of the Golden Lion readied itself for the epic clash with the Roger pirates. No matter how you try to pressure me, Golden Lion Shiki, I refuse your offer. Roger stood tall, refusing to join hands with the Golden Lion. The entire sea, feeling the mood, swayed dangerously, sending massive waves around. The burst of Conqueror's haki intensified as the two parties prepared for the showdown. Rayleigh pulled out his blade, and even his own Conqueror's haki burst out with ferocity, trying to trim the numbers of the Golden Lion fleet as much as possible. In other words, your answer is, please kill me right here and now, isn't it, Roger? Shiki roared with anger, seeping out of his every being. However, Roger was not to be outmatched. He bellowed with even more intensity while pushing down Shiki even more with his Haoshiku. No, I'm going to crush every last one of you here today. With that, the conflict exploded, and with a loud cannon sound, the Oro Jackson fired the first shot, which directly tore through the mast of one of Shiki's ships. Boom! 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 More than a dozen cannons sang ferociously as every one of Shiki's fleet fired their cannons at the Oro Jackson. Rayleigh was already at the forefront, leading the Roger pirates to defend while simultaneously attacking their enemies. However, Roger and Shiki went for a much more primal clash. Roger had already jumped ahead to clash with the Golden Lion head-on, while Shiki dropped down, drawing his twin blades, and Roger swung his cutlass to meet the attack head-on. Both fighters were at the apex of the current world, and their mastery of haki was similarly phenomenal. Roger, Shiki yelled, his voice filled with determination. I will make sure to bury you beneath the waves today. Pushed back due to the initial clash, Shiki flew up into the air using his float fruit powers and then lashed out with his double swords, sending a cross slash imbued with haki. However, Roger, ready to intercept, lifted his cutlass and sent his own slash flying through the air. Both attacks collided midway. Although Shiki had the advantage of higher ground, he couldn't shake Roger even a bit. Inwardly, Shiki laughed like a madman, thinking, yes, only a man like Roger is worthy to be considered my equal. Shiki had already awakened his devil fruit, and his mastery of devil fruit could be considered top tier even when compared against all the devil fruit users in the world. The entire warship that Roger stood on showed signs of rising above the sea into the sky, but Roger wasn't going to let that happen. He sent out a burst of Conqueror's haki imbued with his own armament, neutralizing the entire devil fruit power as the ship settled back into the waters. Roger jumped up and swung his cutlass again to keep Shiki occupied, so the man wouldn't redirect his devil fruit powers onto Oro Jackson. Although Roger knew that Rayleigh was able to neutralize Shiki's devil fruit power, Rayleigh was already facing overwhelming odds, dealing with close to 36 great battleships for Shiki's Grand Fleet. Although the quality of Roger's pirates spoke volumes, the numbers of the Golden Pirates were simply monstrous. Rayleigh felt like for every enemy he cut down, 2 more popped out in their place. Although the Roger pirates were holding on, he didn't know how long this stalemate could continue. To make matters worse, the battle was taking place right on the harsh seas. The sea beside them was picking up each second, as if responding to the clash between Roger and Shiki. Thunderclouds had already filled the sky, and heavy rain started pouring down. As the clash between Roger and Shiki reached an inhuman level, the very elements seemed to respond to their battle. Thunder crackled in the sky above, illuminating the dark clouds with flashes of light, while waves surged and crashed against the ships, as if echoing the intensity of the conflict below. Roger and Shiki continued their fierce exchange of blows, each strike resonating with the power of their wills and a mastery of their combat skills. Their swords clashed with a resounding clang, sending sparks flying in all directions, while their conqueror's haki radiated outwards, affecting everyone on the battlefield. On the Oro Jackson, Rayleigh fought valiantly against the onslaught of Shiki's fleet, his own conqueror's haki surging forth to bolster the resolve of his crewmates. Despite facing overwhelming odds, the Roger pirates refused to back down, their loyalty to their captain unwavering as they stood their ground against the Golden Lion pirates. Meanwhile, the crew members of both fleets battled ferociously, their shouts and clashes of steel adding to the cacophony of war. Each side fought with all their strength, driven by their own convictions and desires for victory. As the rain poured down relentlessly, turning the deck of every ship into a slippery battlefield, Roger and Shiki's duel intensified. Their movements became more fluid and precise, as if they were locked in a dance of death upon the tumultuous seas. With every clash of their blades, the very air seemed to tremble, as if unable to contain the sheer force of their clash. It was a battle of titans, a clash of legends that would be remembered for generations to come. Just as the cadre from Shiki's fleet aimed to strike down Buggy, who was utilizing his devil fruit powers to fend off the attackers, a harpoon suddenly pierced through the assailant's neck, ending his life instantly. The swift action came from Crocus, who wasted no time in dispatching the enemy pirates who dared to board the Oro Jackson. Raleigh, witnessing the scene, was filled with fury. His eyes locked onto one of the enemy ships that had crashed into the Oro Jackson. With a thunderous roar, he unleashed his signature technique, Dark Descent. In one fluid motion, Raleigh swung his sword, a lethal arc of power cutting through the air. A cadre from the Golden Lion pirates attempted to intercept the attack, his haki-clad defenses raised. However, the sheer force and intensity of Raleigh's anger-fueled strike proved overwhelming. Despite the cadre's formidable strength and his bounty of over 500 million, he was cleaved neatly in half, his haki shattered like glass. The slash didn't stop there. Raleigh's blade continued its merciless path, slicing through the massive warship as if it were made of paper, cleaving it into two halves with ease. The force of the blow was so immense that it carried on, cutting through a second ship in its wake. The second ship began to sink before its crew even realized what had happened. The display of Raleigh's power sent shockwaves through the battlefield, instilling fear in the hearts of the enemy pirates. The Roger pirates rallied behind their vice-captain, emboldened by his ferocity and unwavering resolve. It was a testament to the strength and unity of their crew, a force to be reckoned with even amidst the chaos of battle. The clash between Shiki and Roger was beyond the intervention of ordinary individuals. As Rayleigh sank two of Shiki's warships, a tempest of anger, greed, and envy swirled within Shiki's heart. Why, Roger? Why do you possess everything that should have been mine? You lack ambition, yet you dare to challenge me. Shiki's roar resonated with thunder as lightning struck where their blades crossed. With a surge of his devil fruit powers, a massive shadow engulfed the battlefield. Ha ha! Did you think I would confront you, my greatest rival, without prior preparation? Shiki's maniacal laughter echoed as he ascended into the air, mocking Roger from above. With a mocking gesture, he signaled the descent of a colossal island. The sight sent shockwaves through the Golden Lion pirates, their panic palpable as they faced the impending catastrophe brought forth by their captain's recklessness. Yet Roger remained resolute, his grip firm on Ace as he prepared to counter Shiki's devastating attack. With a primal roar, he unleashed his own technique, a torrent of slashes cutting through the air with lethal precision. He infused his haki to its peak and unleashed a massive cross slash to intercept the plummeting landmass. Divine departure! Roger's voice thundered as he continued to unleash a barrage of attacks, each strike aimed at the falling island. Boom! The impact of Roger's onslaught obliterated the island, reducing it to mere debris. The sheer magnitude of the explosion defied belief, leaving onlookers to question if such a feat could be accomplished by a mere mortal. Amidst the chaos, Roger stood tall amidst the falling chunks of earth, his gaze locked fiercely on Shiki. In that moment, his determination burned brighter than ever, a beacon of defiance against the chaos of the new world. Shiki, if this is all you have to offer, then I suggest you give up on your grand dream of becoming the king. Despite facing overwhelming odds, Roger couldn't help but mock his rival as he prepared himself for the next attack. Flushed with embarrassment at Roger's taunt, Shiki spat out the cigar in his mouth and yelled, "You bastard! Let me show you why the whole world fears the name of Golden Lion Shiki." Like a meteor, Shiki plummeted from the sky, his entire silhouette igniting from the friction of his high-speed descent. As he descended, the air around him crackled with an ominous energy, and the very fabric of reality seemed to warp under his weight. "Lion's Majesty," he roared, the force of his voice echoing across the battlefield, sending shockwaves through the air. With a deafening roar, he crashed down onto Roger while swinging his dual blades, each strike carrying the weight of his ambition and fury. Meanwhile, the sea water around them surged, taking the form of a massive lion, its jaws poised to engulf the entire warship. It was a two-pronged assault, a convergence of nature's wrath and Shiki's unyielding will. Roger's laughter echoed in defiance as he primed himself, his eyes gleaming with determination. With a flourish, he met Shiki's attack head-on, his cutlass flashing like lightning in the storm. The clash of their blades sent shockwaves rippling through the air, cracking the very foundation of the sea beneath them. The intensity of their collision was such that it seemed to warp space itself, distorting the fabric of reality with its sheer force. As the dust settled and the echoes of their clash faded, the once mighty warship Roger stood upon lay in ruins, shattered by the titanic forces at play. Even nearby ships, caught in the wake of their battle, bore the scars of their conflict, their hulls cracked and splintered by the sheer force of their collision. And yet, amidst the chaos and destruction, the intensity of the clash between the two titans didn't waver. Roger was using the broken debris as his foothold, but Shiki didn't have that issue as he could use his devil fruit powers to float. He just had to be careful not to plunge into the sea, which would put him at a disadvantage. As they fought, the very fabric of reality seemed to bend and warp around them, unable to contain the sheer magnitude of their power. Lightning danced across the sky, thunder echoing their struggle, as if nature itself bore witness to their epic duel. The sea raged and roared, its waves rising and falling with the ebb and flow of their battle, as if responding to the intensity of their clash. As the clash between Shiki and Roger entered its 6th hour, the battlefield had become a symphony of chaos and destruction. Shiki's grand fleet, once formidable in its numbers, now lay scattered and diminished, reduced to a mere fraction of its former strength. Yet, despite their losses, the Golden Lion pirates continued to press their assault with unwavering ferocity. The Oro Jackson, though battered and bruised, remained a bastion of defiance amidst the chaos. Its once proud hull now bore the scars of countless attacks, each gash and dent a testament to the fierce determination of its crew. Rayleigh, his brow furrowed with concentration, fought tirelessly to repel the relentless onslaught of enemy forces. His skill and experience were the only things standing between the Roger pirates and annihilation. Meanwhile, Roger and Shiki clashed with a fury that shook the very foundations of the sea. Each blow exchanged between the two titans sent shockwaves rippling across the water. The sheer force of their clash was enough to part the waves themselves. Though Roger seemed to possess the greater strength, his focus remained solely on his opponent, leaving his crewmates to fend for themselves against the relentless onslaught of enemy forces. Hashtag, 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 hashtag. Dear readers, if you've enjoyed my work and would like to support me in continuing to create engaging content, I invite you to join my Patreon community. By becoming a patron, you'll gain access to advanced chapters of my stories, allowing you to dive deeper into the adventures and mysteries that unfold with each page. Your support means the world to me and enables me to dedicate more time and resources to crafting the best possible stories for you to enjoy. As a patron, you'll also have the opportunity to connect with me directly, sharing your thoughts, feedback, and ideas as we embark on this creative journey together. Well, in case you want to crush that brat, just let me know anytime. I will go to Wayno and kick that brat and teach him not to mess with my brother. Whitebeard laughed heartily, offering Odin his assistance if needed regarding matters concerning Kadu. No, Whitebeard-san, even if Kadu tries something in the future, I am more than capable of handling him. It wouldn't be in line with my samurai code if you fought my battle for me. Odin jovially declined Whitebeard's offer. He was a warrior at heart, committed to facing his own challenges without relying on others to solve his problems. While Whitebeard and Odin were discussing taking a short break on the island and matters relating to Wayno, a commotion caught both of their attention. Whitebeard sent the little kids playing by his side back to their mother, who nodded gratefully and left the area. Noticing Marco, an subordinate under him and a member of the 1st Division he recently created, Whitebeard gestured for Marco to approach and explain the situation. Marco, what seems to be the commotion out there? Whitebeard gestured in a certain direction while taking a gulp of wine. Pops, it's an orphan kid. He says he wants to join our crew. Marco quickly briefed Whitebeard on the situation. An orphan kid was insisting on meeting Whitebeard directly to join their ship. Although many of the other division commanders had offered to take the kid under their wing, the child was adamant about meeting Whitebeard. Whitebeard had a soft spot for orphans. Most of the young ones in his crew were once orphans whom Whitebeard had taken under his wing and raised as his own sons. So, when Whitebeard heard that there was an orphan kid who wanted to join his crew, his curiosity was piqued. Come, Marco, let's go and see who the kid is. Maybe you'll have a new brother today. Whitebeard rose from his seat and walked in the direction where the orphan child was, followed by Odin. As Whitebeard and Odin approached the commotion, they were met with a scene that stirred something deep within them. Amidst the chaos stood a seemingly orphaned child, his eyes filled with determination and longing. The child's gaze met Whitebeard's, and there was an unspoken plea in his eyes. With a gesture from Whitebeard, the crew parted, and a small figure emerged from the crowd, its tiny frame barely noticeable against the backdrop of towering buildings and bulky pirates. The child, with dirt-streaked cheeks and torn clothes, approached the legendary Whitebeard with a mixture of trepidation and desperation. With each step, the child's determination seemed to waver, but an inner resolve kept pushing him forward. "Please, sir, please let me join your crew." The child's voice was barely a whisper, choked with emotion as tears streamed down his cheeks. He fell to his knees, his hands clasped in a plea for acceptance. Whitebeard regarded the child with a mix of curiosity and wariness. He sensed something unusual about this seemingly ordinary orphan, something that tugged at the edges of his intuition. But beneath the gruff exterior of the feared pirate captain lay a heart of compassion, a soft spot for those in need. "Why do you wish to join my crew, child?" Whitebeard's voice rumbled like distant thunder, his piercing gaze fixed on the trembling figure before him. The child's eyes brimmed with tears as he struggled to find words. I have nowhere else to go. My parents are gone, and I have no family left. Please, sir, I want to be strong like you. I want a family." Whitebeard's expression softened at the child's earnest plea, but still, he hesitated. There was an unspoken weight to this encounter, a sense of destiny unfolding before his eyes. "And what is your name, child?" Whitebeard's voice was gentle now, a stark contrast to his fearsome reputation. The child took a deep breath, steeling himself for the revelation. My name is Marshall D. Teach. Are you sure that's the ship we need to target?" A man pointed out a ship that was sailing calmly under the night sky. A pirate ship was stealthily following a world government vessel, engaged in a risky endeavor. However, this mission wasn't undertaken without reason. A new underworld power in North Blue was offering a hefty reward of 20 million belly for every child rescued and delivered to the Don Quixote family in North Blue. The Don Quixote family had recently emerged as a dominant force in the North Blue, thanks to their revolutionary weaponry. Their influence was spreading across the seas, with their arms trade expanding into the Grand Line. Many kingdoms sought out their weapons, paying a premium for their quality. These pirates had been approached by a member of the Don Quixote family to rescue children from a specific ship. This ship was transporting children destined to become child soldiers for the world government. While the task seemed reckless, the promise of a substantial reward outweighed the risks. The Don Quixote family had provided precise details about the target vessel, raising questions about how a mafia family acquired information about a world government operation. Nonetheless, for these pirates, money spoke louder than questions of morality or legality in this unforgiving world. "Yes, that's the one mentioned. But Captain, why don't we just capture some random kids and then send them to the Don Quixote family?" A crewmate questioned his captain regarding switching the children. After all, the Don Quixote family had offered a staggering 20 million belly for each rescued child. As long as they captured a random 100 children and handed them over, they could earn a total of 2 billion belly, a fortune in the current era. Smack! The captain quickly smacked his subordinate hard across the head, causing him to sprawl on the deck. "Are you a moron? Do you think the Don Quixote family would have shared such specific details if they didn't know what the ship was carrying? For all we know, they're looking for a specific child among the bunch. And what if we couldn't deliver the right child from among the bunch? Then all our effort would go down the drain." The captain knew the risks that accompanied this near-suicidal mission. Arg! The cry of pain echoed across the deck as Bullet fell beneath the blade of an enemy assailant, his blood staining the wooden planks beneath him. Gabon was quick enough to drag the fallen form of Bullet back to safety. Despite their valiant efforts, the Roger pirates found themselves steadily pushed back, their ranks thinning with each passing moment. Buggy and Shanks, their bodies exhausted and their spirits waning, had already been forced out of commission, leaving their comrades to carry on the fight with sheer willpower alone. Yet, amidst the chaos and despair, a glimmer of hope remained. Rayleigh and Scopper Gabon and a few others, their strength tested to its limits, continued to stand firm against the tide of enemies that threatened to engulf them. With each swing of their blades and each burst of Conqueror's hockey, they inspired their comrades to fight on, their unwavering resolve serving as a beacon of hope amidst the darkness of battle. And yet, despite the odds stacked against them, the Roger pirates refused to yield. With each blow they struck and each enemy they felled, they reaffirmed their commitment to their captain and their cause. For them, there was no retreat, no surrender, only the relentless pursuit of victory, no matter the cost. Ha ha ha, Roger, you bastard! How long do you think your puny crew can handle my armada? Shiki's laughter echoed across the tumultuous battlefield, a mix of madness and triumph dancing in his eyes. Despite the relentless assault of the Roger pirates, Shiki remained resolute in his belief that victory was within his grasp. The resilience of your crew is commendable. I'll give you that, Shiki continued, his voice dripping with disdain. But soon, you will have no crew left to call your own. Then, and only then, will you realize the futility of your resistance. The clash with Roger had brought Shiki face to face with his own limitations. Though he prided himself on his strength and cunning, it was clear that Roger was the superior fighter. Yet, as a fellow pirate who aspired for the throne, Shiki's will remained unyielding. He couldn't afford to let doubt creep into his mind, not when victory was so tantalizingly close. With a defiant roar, Shiki vowed to end the Roger pirates once and for all. His armada stood ready to crush their adversaries, and within a few short hours, he would achieve his long-awaited triumph. But little did Shiki know that the Roger pirates were far from finished, their determination burning brighter than ever as they faced their greatest challenge yet. Roger, understanding the urgent situation of his crew, burst out with a strength that surpassed his normal limits. His conqueror's haki, for the first time, merged with the voice of all things, causing the entire world to bend to his will. Deep within the sea, massive sea kings were also affected by the sudden change in the world's flow. As if responding to Roger's fury, the world's weather shifted. The entire sea responded to Roger's wrath. The sea's climate shifted dramatically as a massive storm was born due to Roger's will and his connection to the world. The waves rose higher, crashing against each other with immense force, and lightning streaked across the darkened sky, illuminating the chaos below. It was a display of power that sent shivers down the spines of even the most hardened pirates. The storm moved as if it had a life of its own, responding to Roger's command. Even Shiki froze in shock, having never witnessed such a phenomenon before. Roger, without the aid of any devil fruit, was recreating a scene reminiscent of the legendary Whitebeard. His influence on the surroundings mirrored Whitebeard's tremor power, yet the raw power contained within Roger's will-infused storm surpassed even that of Whitebeard. Within moments, the massive storm began to wreak havoc, tearing through ship after ship of the Golden Lion Armada, dragging them down into the depths of the ocean. Shiki realized the gravity of the situation and retreated back to his flagship to stabilize his forces. If he didn't act swiftly, there was a very real possibility that he would lose his entire armada on this fateful day. A day later, a massive marine fleet arrived in the Sea area, where the two titans of the New World were suspected to have clashed. However, what the Marines encountered was an empty sea littered with the broken debris of once grand fleets. Typically, battles between sea emperors would rage for days on end, which was precisely why the Marines planned to intervene on the second day, catching both pirate crews off guard. But what they found was utter devastation, the aftermath of a supposed epic clash. What happened here? Sengoku roared, his meticulously laid-out plan now in shambles. He never anticipated that the battle between Shiki and Roger would conclude so swiftly. Beside him, Garp crushed the railing of Sengoku's ship, his fighting intent soaring after witnessing the aftermath of the battle. Sengoku, I told you something like this would happen. But no, you had to stick to your plans. Garp sighed, understanding how his friend sometimes forgot the true unpredictability of the sea. Trying to confine everything to a set plan was futile when faced with the vast unknowns of the ocean. My reaction, however, was entirely different. As someone attuned to the voice of all things, I could feel the lingering remnants of a will in the area. It was as if a human's will had transcended and taken on the form of nature itself. I couldn't help but sweat under the sheer pressure emanating from this residual will. I immediately realized there was only one man capable of such a feat, Joel D. Roger. No wonder the annals of history in the canon mentioned an unpredictable storm decimating Shiki's armada. The truth was far from what I initially believed. It wasn't nature's wrath that brought down Shiki's fleet. It was the indomitable will of Roger, a force that transcended human understanding. Knowing that one day I could achieve something similar filled me with an exhilarating rush. As the Marines surveyed the chaotic aftermath of the clash, Sengoku's stern demeanor softened slightly, replaced by a furrowed brow of contemplation. "This is unprecedented," he muttered, more to himself than to his companions. "Even for the likes of Roger and Shiki, such destruction, it's beyond anything I imagined." Garp, still brimming with the energy of battle, grunted in agreement. "Aye, this is the new world for you. There is no place for the faint-hearted or the overly prepared. But what I fear is that the aftermath of such a devastating battle would have affected the nearby islands." He cast a sideways glance at Sengoku, his eyes gleaming with a mix of admiration and playful mockery. "Isn't that right, Sengoku?" Sengoku shot Garp a sharp look, a rare hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. "Yes, Garp, your impulsive nature certainly has its merits," he conceded, though his tone remained measured. "But even you must admit this level of devastation is something entirely different." Tsuru, the voice of reason among them, stepped forward, her expression grave yet composed. "Regardless of how it happened, we must deal with the aftermath. The destruction surely must have affected the islands in the Ed Sea area. We have had reports of massive storms and tsunamis," she interjected, her voice carrying the weight of authority. "We need to assess the situation, gather any survivors, and ensure that no further harm comes to innocent lives." Sengoku nodded in agreement, a sense of duty overshadowing his earlier bewilderment. "You're right, Tsuru. We have a responsibility to maintain order and protect the citizens of the world, even in the face of such chaos." Garp grunted his approval, his earlier levity giving way to a more serious demeanor. Let's get to work then. We've got a lot to do." With that, the trio set about their task, their resolve unyielding even in the wake of unprecedented destruction. As the Marine fleet dispersed to address the aftermath of the battle, news of the epic clash spread like wildfire across the globe. The World Economic News wasted no time immortalizing the event, christening it the Battle of Edd War. Speculation ran rampant, with no one able to ascertain the exact outcome of the confrontation. However, rough estimates suggested that the Golden Lion Armada had suffered a devastating blow, losing close to 3/4 of its formidable fleet. Whispers circulated that even Shiki himself had been gravely wounded in his clash with Roger, adding an air of mystery to the already legendary encounter. Once again, the name Joel D. Roger, or rather Gold Roger, as advertised, echoed throughout the world, stirring both awe and trepidation among those who heard it. The world government, sensing the unrest that threatened to unravel the delicate balance of power, swiftly responded to the situation. The massive tsunami unleashed by the unpredictable storm wreaked havoc, swallowing 3 nearby islands in the vicinity of the Ed Sea. In light of these events, Roger's notoriety soared to unprecedented heights, prompting the world government to revise his bounty without hesitation. With a new bounty of 4,258,600,000 belly, Roger ascended to a league of his own, becoming the first pirate in nearly a decade to carry such a staggering price on his head. The magnitude of his bounty spoke volumes, solidifying his status as the most wanted man in the world and sending shockwaves through the ranks of both pirates and Marines alike. The Marines deployed their forces with unwavering determination, sweeping through paradise and the four seas to quell any signs of unrest that threatened to escalate further. Their efforts were a testament to their resolve to maintain order and stability in the face of chaos. However, for me, life soon returned to its usual rhythm of hunting pirates in the treacherous waters of the New World and honing my skills through rigorous training. Over the course of the next 2 months, the Marines successfully reasserted their dominance across the world, restoring a sense of security to the seas. This was a crucial step, especially with the imminent arrival of the big event on the horizon. The world government couldn't afford to have the seas plunged into turmoil, not when the leaders of affiliated nations were set to convene. During those 2 months, amidst the tumultuous events, a significant encounter unfolded. It was a chance meeting with none other than Mihawk, the enigmatic swordsman who had fully recovered from our previous clash. As I sat in a quaint restaurant, savoring a momentary respite from the rigors of duty, I sensed Mihawk's presence. It was as if fate had orchestrated our encounter, bringing us together on a remote island where Garp's ship was docked for resupply. I continued with my meal, unfazed by Mihawk's silent presence as he seated himself across from me. Yoru, his legendary blade, remained sheathed on his back, waiting to be unleashed at a moment's notice. The scar I had left on him during our last encounter was still visible, a reminder of our shared history. As we continued to dine in silence, I couldn't help but notice the subtle change in Mihawk's demeanor as he accepted the meal I had ordered for him. His stoic expression softened ever so slightly, a silent acknowledgement of my gesture. With a nod of thanks, Mihawk began to partake in the food before him, his movements deliberate and controlled. It was evident that he was a man of refined tastes, yet he seemed to appreciate the simplicity of the meal I had provided. Minutes passed in comfortable silence, broken only by the clink of utensils against plates and the occasional murmur of conversation from nearby patrons. The aroma of freshly cooked food filled the air, mingling with the salt-tinged breeze that wafted through the open windows of the restaurant. Finally, as I finished the last morsel of my meal, a contented burp escaped my lips, drawing a faint smirk from Mihawk. It was a rare moment of levity between us, a small but significant gesture that spoke volumes without the need for words. Finally, it was Mihawk who broke the silence. "Thank you for sparing my life. As the victor of our swordsmanship battle, you had every right to claim it," he commented, his tone respectful yet tinged with acknowledgement of our unspoken duel. I simply smiled, understanding the whirlwind of emotions swirling within him. "Mihawk, you should try controlling your emotions better. I can read you like an open book," I teased gently. Mihawk's eyes widened in surprise, but he quickly composed himself, returning to his trademark calm demeanor. "I owe you my life, and I will not deny that," he admitted. "But as a swordsman who aspires to reach the pinnacle and beyond, I hope you can accept my challenge in the future when I grow stronger." His words held a quiet determination, a testament to his unyielding spirit. I nodded in acknowledgement, respecting his resolve. "Mihawk, I commend your ambition. A true swordsman is always striving for greater heights. But tell me, why should I accept your request? And do you know why I spared your life?" I replied, emphasizing the mutual respect that underpinned our rivalry. From the moment he had entered the restaurant, Mihawk had been assessing me, sizing up the gap between us. Even without drawing his blade, he recognized that he was not yet a match for my current strength. And so he extended a challenge for the future, a testament to his unwavering determination. "Well, I did hear from Shaki, so I can guess your intention. If I am not wrong, you would like to extend the same invitation to join the Don Quixote family that you extended to Shaki, isn't that right?" Mihawk couldn't help but inquire, his sharp gaze fixed on me. It seemed he had already spoken to Shaki regarding the offer I had made to her. "Ha! You are mistaken, my friend." I chuckled, though my tone held a hint of seriousness. "You must have misunderstood the offer I made to Shaki-san. While it was indeed an invitation to join the Don Quixote family, it's more than that. I seek your undying loyalty to myself. I aim to form a group of companions whom I can trust with my life in the future. I share my true intentions openly, revealing my desire to bring about a group of people who I can rely on and trust within the Don Quixote family. While I trusted the current Don Quixote family members to a certain extent My experiences had taught me the importance of having a dedicated group of allies I could rely on unconditionally. The betrayal I had witnessed in my past life had left a deep scar, making me hesitant to place my trust in anyone other than myself and Daffy. Even now, as I sought to protect Doflamingo, I couldn't shake the feeling of unease regarding the loyalty of his cadres. Virgo was the only member of the cadre whom I truly trusted completely, but unfortunately, he wasn't by Doflamingo's side. As for the others, including Diamante and the rest, I harbored a healthy dose of suspicion. The force I sought to nurture within the Don Quixote family was my insurance, a trump card to safeguard Doflamingo's ascent to the throne, no matter the circumstances. As I explained my rationale to Mihawk, I couldn't help but feel a sense of determination wash over me. In this unpredictable world, I would do whatever it took to ensure Doflamingo's safety and the success of our shared ambitions. Mihawk carefully contemplated my words, his gaze piercing as he weighed the implications of my offer. After a few moments of tense silence, he finally spoke, his voice steady but filled with determination. "Ross, I understand that you have great ambitions, perhaps even greater than mine," Mihawk began, his tone measured. "But I do not think I can stay tethered down. I relish the thrill of a challenge. Swinging my blade makes me feel alive, and I wish to live freely out in this open sea." His words resonated with me, and a smile tugged at the corners of my lips. "Ha ha, I wasn't wrong about you," I replied, admiration coloring my voice. "You're everything that I had hoped for. As someone with ambition, I can understand your resolve. So how about this? You can roam the seas to your heart's content. I will not restrict you. All I ask is that we become blood brothers, helping each other in times of need. And if it ever comes to a day when you need a place to settle down, you can come back and join my family." Mihawk thought for a moment, his expression unreadable, before a light smile bloomed on his stern face. It was a rare sight, but one that filled me with satisfaction. Never would he have believed that there would come a day when he would take a blood oath after being betrayed, especially with a Marine. Yet here we were, forging a bond that transcended our pasts. Understanding the weight of his decision, Mihawk pulled out a small blade from his crucifix without hesitation. With a swift motion, he slid his palm and extended it toward me, blood dripping from his hand. My heart swelled with pride and delight as I stood up, accepting the crucifix that Mihawk offered. Without a moment's hesitation, I mirrored his actions, slicing my own palm and clasping his hand in a firm grip. As our blood mingled, sealing our pact, I felt a surge of camaraderie and determination wash over me. In that moment, amidst the chaos of the new world, Mihawk and I became more than allies. We became blood brothers, bound by our shared ambitions and unwavering loyalty to each other. As I returned to the present, I found myself standing on the deck of Garp's ship, my hand instinctively grappling with my own crucifix chain. The memory of my blood brotherhood with Mihawk lingered in my mind, a reminder of the bond we had forged amidst the tumultuous seas. Currently, our Marine ship is making its way towards a government-affiliated country in the New World. The nation had plunged into rebellion, and chaos reigned throughout. Somehow, Kong had managed to persuade Garp to intervene and subdue the uprising. Normally, Garp would not involve himself in such matters, but pirates were entangled in this affair. Due to the citizens' rebellion, the kingdom's army had split, forcing the king to seek assistance from pirates to quell the unrest. With the reverie fast approaching, the world government couldn't allow such instability to continue. They dispatched CP agents, and Kong ordered a Marine force to suppress the rebellion. However, the rebels proved formidable, determined to end the tyranny of the king. They even turned against the Marines sent to assist the monarchy. Now, Garp was tasked with putting an end to the conflict once and for all. As we approached the kingdom, I noticed 3 more Marine warships anchored near the now-destroyed port. I immediately recognized them as ships from the base where Vice Admiral Dragon was assigned. The flagship of the G5 base lay anchored, indicating that this particular sea area might be under the jurisdiction of the G5 Marine base. It seems like Dragon Sand is here as well. It seems like the issue is worse than we expected, Kazan commented, standing by my side. He had been reassigned under Garp once more due to Garp's request, as he had completed the elite training camp and was simply loitering in HQ. Garp thought it was better to have Kazan learn from him for some time. Kazan-san Ambrosia Kingdom is one of the oldest kingdoms out there. It's said that the kingdom has close to 1 million-strong army. Maybe only Arabasta and Paradise might have a larger standing army. And now, with the entire country plunged into rebellion, do you know how many people would be involved? The entire port had been burned to cinders, and there wasn't even any visible movement amongst the rubble. However, I detected a few hidden presences using my observation hockey. It seemed like the ruined port was also under watch. Just as our ship made it near the other marine ships, I could detect a commotion on the main ship of G9. Dragon was having a heated conversation with what appeared to be agents from CP0. After a moment of back and forth, Dragon stepped up and grabbed the collar of the CP agent, lifting him up. "Do you guys know what you're doing?" Dragon's voice boomed through the air, reaching our ship. Garp stepped out, his expression unreadable, though I could see a hint of pride and frustration in his demeanor. I understood that with CP0 directly involved, the situation in Ambrosia Kingdom might be worse than what was shared by Kong. Without hesitation, Garp quickly retrieved a transponder snail and contacted the fleet admiral, who had sent him here based on false intelligence. The entire ship could hear the Marine hero yelling at Fleet Admiral Kong before he abruptly disconnected the call. With Moonwalk, he stepped onto the air and jumped on a Dragon's ship. The CP0 agent, who was about to clash with Dragon, ceased as he felt the presence of Garp looming over him. Though the CP0 agent wasn't afraid of Garp, he wasn't stupid enough to challenge the Marine hero head-on. "You have your orders, Vice Admiral Dragon. Whether you choose to follow them or not is up to you. However, you should remember the consequences of defying the world government's orders," the lead agent stated firmly. With that, the 3 CP0 agents left the ship and headed towards the interior of the country. As the CP agents departed, Garp turned to Dragon, his gaze fixed on the turmoil unfolding within Ambrosia Kingdom's borders, where the distant echoes of cannon fire resounded. "What's the situation?" Garp's voice was firm, cutting through the tension like a blade. Dragon's expression darkened as he relayed the grim reality. "They're planning a complete purge of the rebels. We're tasked with apprehending their leader, a formidable Logia user who once commanded the kingdom's forces." Garp's brows furrowed in concern. "Shouldn't it be our duty to address the rebellion?" Kazan, standing beside Garp on Dragon's ship, voiced his inquiry. "The rebels they're referring to are the common folk," Dragon clarified, his tone heavy with solemnity. "The majority of the civilian population is oppressed and subjected to unspeakable atrocities. They've risen up after half of the army sided with them against the tyranny. Now they want us to hunt down these oppressed people alongside the pirates." The gravity of the situation weighed heavily on Garp's shoulders as he contemplated the moral dilemma posed by the world government's orders. It was clear that their duty as Marines clashed with their obligation to uphold justice and protect the innocent. "What have you decided, now that you're a Vice Admiral and this area falls under G5 jurisdiction?" Garp's voice held a solemn tone as he handed the weighty decision over to his son. Dragon's gaze hardened as he absorbed his father's words. The responsibility of command weighed heavily on his shoulders, especially in a situation as morally complex as this. He knew that whatever choice he made would have far-reaching consequences, both for the Marines and the people of Ambrosia Kingdom. "I won't follow those orders blindly," Dragon declared, his voice resolute. "We're here to uphold justice and protect innocent lives. If that means standing against the world government's tyranny, then so be it." Garp nodded in approval, a sense of pride swelling within him at his son's unwavering resolve. "Then let's do what's right," he affirmed, his eyes reflecting the unwavering conviction of a Marine hero. As they were engrossed in their serious discussion, my laughter suddenly echoed through the air, catching the attention of Garp, Dragon, and Kuzan. They turned to me with stern looks, clearly unimpressed by my interruption. "It's funny, Garp-san," I said between chuckles, try to stifle my amusement. Tell me honestly, what are you proposing here? Garp's expression soured slightly, his gaze reflecting a mix of curiosity and frustration at my interruption. We're discussing a serious matter, Ross. This isn't the time for jokes. I waved off his concern, still grinning. I know, but isn't it ironic? Here we are, Marines sworn to uphold justice. Yet we're debating whether to follow orders that go against everything we stand for. Dragon's brow furrowed as he mulled over my words, realizing the truth behind them. He's got a point, Dad, he admitted, turning to Garp. What are we going to do about this situation? Kazan nodded in agreement, his expression thoughtful. It's a delicate situation, but we have to do what's right, even if it means going against orders. So enlighten me, Kazan-sen, I began, addressing the group with a sardonic smile. What do you think is the right thing to do in such a situation? Are we going to follow orders and hunt down civilians alongside the pirates, all to aid the monarchy? Or are we going to fight alongside the rebels and help them overthrow the tyrant king? Oh, wait, I know. We're just going to stand by and watch, neither here nor there. That's the kind of justice we're following, right, Garp-san? My words hung in the air, laced with sarcasm and biting truth. I teased the three for their naive ideals, knowing full well the constraints of their allegiance to the world government. In a situation like this, they were bound to stand by and watch, unable to intervene in the truest sense of justice. So what are you proposing we do, kid? Garp's frustration was evident in his tone as he questioned me. If my words didn't hold any truth, he would have already kicked me into the sea. If you ask me, follow your heart. Kill all the pirates and eliminate everyone who is truly wrong. And we all know who that would be. I commented, my words carrying a weight of conviction. I wanted to ignite the spark of revolution in Dragon's heart. He needed to become a revolutionary in the future, possessing a stronger resolve than what he had in the canon timeline. If I wanted to challenge an empire that had ruled over the world for centuries, I needed to sow chaos in the future, and Dragon was the linchpin. He had to yearn for the freedom of the masses and fight for the oppressed, and I intended to take full advantage of it. So what about the world government? They still have agents in the country. They'll know the moment we step in to help the rebels. Dragon's eyes glinted with determination as his mind raced with strategies to aid the oppressed. I say we kill them all. There are no saints amongst the cipher pole, and sacrificing a few of them to secure the future of these people is a noble deed. I remarked casually, fully aware of the brewing rage within Garp. He despised my radical ideas, but deep down, they resonated with his true beliefs. Enough, Ross. Shut up. We will be doing no such thing. We are Marines, and we serve to maintain order. How can you suggest such ideals in front of me? Garp's words were laced with frustration, his inner conflict evident. He couldn't allow himself or his son to be swayed by such extreme notions. So, watching from the sidelines, I mused, resigned to the fact that we would once again witness a bloodbath where the innocent would be slaughtered. It wasn't my first time in such a situation, nor would it be my last. With Sandai Kitetsu in hand, I leaped onto the shore, knowing Garp's decision meant I was free to explore this war-torn country at my leisure. Dad, Ross is right. We can't stand idly by while these people suffer under tyranny. Maybe we should. Dragon began, his voice filled with uncertainty and empathy. But Garp's abrupt, rage-filled shout cut him off mid-sentence. Shut up. Just don't. Don't act like that naive brat. Let's say we go with your grand plan of freeing the oppressed. Then what? You kill the monarch and free them. Have you thought about what you'll do next? Have you considered the consequences when the world government gets wind of this matter? They would bury this entire country. Will you be able to stop them? Garp's frustration, long held back, erupted in a torrent of words. Have you thought about what would happen to these innocents once you've freed them? Every last one of them would be slaughtered. What would be better for them? To be alive and living or dead? Garp's words were harsh, but they carried a weight of bitter truth. As Dragon's words echoed in the tense atmosphere, a silence fell over the group. Garp's expression softened, and his features contorted with a mix of frustration and concern. He knew Dragon's words held a truth that he couldn't easily dismiss. Despite his loyalty to the Marines, Garp couldn't ignore the suffering of the innocent people caught in the crossfire of rebellion and tyranny. Dragon. Garp's voice was quieter now, his tone tinged with a hint of remorse. I understand your frustration and your desire to protect the innocent, but we must consider the consequences of our actions. We can't simply intervene without a plan, without understanding the full scope of the situation. Dragon's eyes flashed with determination, refusing to back down. But what about justice, Dad? What about standing up for what's right? Isn't that what you taught me all my life? Even if it means defying authority? Isn't that what being a Marine is all about? Garp sighed heavily, running a hand through his hair in frustration. He knew Dragon was right, but the weight of responsibility as a Marine weighed heavily on his shoulders. It's not that simple, son. Sometimes we must make difficult choices, even if they go against our ideals. We must consider the greater good, even if it means sacrificing our own beliefs. Kazan watched the exchange silently, his expression unreadable. He understood both sides of the argument, torn between his desire for justice and the reality of the situation. But deep down, he couldn't shake the feeling that sometimes the right choice wasn't always the easiest one. I cautiously navigated the debris-laden streets of Ambrosia Kingdom, my senses assaulted by the sights and sounds of war. The once bustling city now lay in ruins, its buildings reduced to rubble, and its streets stained with the blood of the innocent. As I moved deeper into the heart of the conflict, a feeling of dread settled over me like a suffocating shroud. Amidst the chaos, a horrifying scene unfolded before me. A group of pirates mercilessly ravaged a defenseless woman. Her piercing screams cut through the air, pleading for mercy in the face of unspeakable violence. As I stood frozen in shock, the woman's eyes found mine, a desperate plea for salvation evident in her gaze. With trembling hands, she reached out to me, her last glimmer of hope fading fast. "Please kill me." Her voice was hoarse with despair, and her spirit was broken by the brutality of war. The pirates, engrossed in their depraved acts, finally noticed my presence, their attention diverted from their victim to the unexpected intruder in a Marine uniform. "Damn it, it's the Marines," one of the pirates exclaimed, rising to confront me. Another pirate scoffed dismissively. "Forget him. We're on the same side as the Marines in this war. Let's enjoy ourselves while we can. Who knows when we'll get another chance like this?" Disgusted by their callousness, I drew Sandai Kitetsu, the blade gleaming ominously in the dim light of the ruined street. Before the pirates could comprehend my intentions, blood sprayed through the air as heads rolled and bodies fell. In the aftermath of the carnage, silence descended upon the street, broken only by the anguished cries of the woman, who now knelt amidst the blood-soaked ground, her spirit shattered. With a flick of my blade, I sheathed Sandai Kitetsu and approached the trembling woman, her hands clutching a fallen pirate's blade, poised to end her own suffering. "Stop," I spoke gently, reaching out to her with a reassuring hand. "You're safe now. The nightmare is over. However, you have two choices before you. Either you can end your suffering with this blade here and now, or use this same blade to take out as many of these vermin before you die, so that another woman may not suffer the same fate as you." I released the woman's wrist, allowing her a moment to contemplate her choice. With trembling hands, she dropped the blade to her side, her resolve wavering in the face of overwhelming despair. But I don't have the strength to confront them," she sobbed, her voice choked with anguish. "Even with a sword, I'll still be powerless. What if I gave you the strength you need?" I interjected, my gaze unwavering as I locked eyes with the woman. She sat before me, naked and ravaged, her body stained with blood, yet within her I sensed a newfound determination, a spark of defiance amidst the darkness. As she looked up at me with tear-stained eyes, a glimmer of hope flickered in her gaze, a beacon of light amidst the darkness of war. "I will fight," she declared, her voice tinged with righteous fury. "I will fight until my last breath, and I will bring down every last one of those dogs. With a sense of purpose burning in her eyes, she accepted the challenge, her aura pulsating with newfound resolve. "Then take this," I said, placing a crimson-colored fruit before her. "It will give you the strength to begin your journey. How far you go from here is up to you. Perhaps our paths will cross again in the future." Leaving her to her fate, I turned away without looking back, venturing further into the war-torn country. The woman's fate now rested in her own hands, her destiny shaped by the choices she would make in the battles to come. As the tear trickled down my cheek, its wet trail a stark reminder of the emotional turmoil within me, I couldn't help but raise my hand to touch the evidence of my vulnerability. The tear glistened on my fingertip, a tangible manifestation of the turmoil that churned deep within my soul. In that moment, a flood of conflicting emotions swept over me. The merging of Rosinante's essence with my own had blurred the lines between who I once was and who I had become. No longer was I simply Ross, the hardened warrior forged in the crucible of bloodshed. Now I was also Rosinante, the compassionate soul who had dedicated his life to protecting the innocent. The realization hit me like a thunderbolt, leaving me reeling in its wake. I had spent so long suppressing my emotions, burying them beneath layers of steel and resolve. But now, faced with the plight of these innocent children, those walls have crumbled, leaving me exposed and vulnerable. As I stood there, a flood of memories washed over me, each one a testament to the journey I had undertaken since arriving in this world. From saving homing, to tempering my villainous nature, to following Doflamingo's whims, to visit Mary Geos despite the risk, joining the Marines, every decision I had made flashed before my eyes in vivid detail. In that moment, I realized the profound impact of a second persona that had subtly influenced me, which led me to make these choices. I had fundamentally changed, evolving into a blend of two extreme personalities, one shrouded in darkness and the other bathed in light. While my dark side remained dominant, the influence of my light side had subtly guided many of my decisions. It was a revelation that struck me to my core. For years, I had been oblivious to the gradual transformation occurring within me. But now, as tears welled in my eyes, I was forced to confront the truth. I was not the old Ross I had believed myself to be. I was something more, a complex amalgamation of conflicting traits, struggling to find balance in a world torn apart by chaos and conflict. With this newfound understanding, I felt a sense of clarity wash over me, and I finally realized whom to blame for all this mess. "Damn you, Rosinante," I muttered under my breath, my voice thick with emotion. "What have you done to me?" The merging of our souls had unlocked a side of me that I had long thought was buried alongside the old Rosinante, a side that yearned for justice and compassion in a world consumed by chaos. It was a revelation that left me feeling both liberated and utterly lost. After composing myself, I made a decision. Even though I was Ross, an occasional act of kindness might be able to keep Rosinante's feelings in check and prevent me from succumbing to these newfound emotions. So, I led the kids back to the Marine ship, Garp looking utterly dumbfounded by my actions. "What are you looking at, Garp-san? Haven't you seen war orphans before?" I asked him, a touch of sarcasm lacing my words as I helped the children board the warship. I knew that with the children on Garp's ship, they would find safety and perhaps even a new life. It was a small gesture, but it was the least I could do in a world torn apart by conflict and cruelty. And for now, it was enough. After settling the kids, I returned to my excursion. I was confident in my strength, and even when I was targeted by pirates or rebels, I cut them without mercy. As I ventured deeper into the heart of the city, my senses were assailed by the stench of death and the sounds of chaos. In the town square, a brutal spectacle unfolded before my eyes. A group of more than hundreds of rebels, their hands bound and faces etched with a mix of emotions, were lined up against a weathered wall, the harsh sunlight casting long shadows across the cobblestones. However, what caught my attention was not the ongoing execution, but a man who was hidden beneath a dark cloak, watching the ongoing execution with rage and confusion. It was none other than Dragon who had disguised himself to witness the true horror of this so-called rebellion. Dragon watched in horror as the tyrant soldiers, their faces obscured by helmets and their weapons gleaming in the sunlight, aimed their rifles at the rebels. The tension in the air was palpable, a silent prelude to the impending violence. "Please have mercy," one of the rebels cried out, his voice filled with desperation as he pleaded for his life. Bang! 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 But his words fell on deaf ears as the soldiers opened fire without hesitation, the crack of gunfire echoing through the square. The rebels, caught off guard and defenseless, were cut down in a hail of bullets, their bodies slumping to the ground in a grotesque display of carnage. The crowd, comprised of terrified civilians and impassive onlookers, watched in stunned silence as the massacre unfolded before them. Some turned away in horror, unable to bear witness to the senseless bloodshed, while others stood frozen in shock, their faces drained of color. Amidst the chaos, Dragon felt a surge of rage and helplessness wash over him. These were innocent people, their only crime being the desire for freedom from oppression. Yet, they were being slaughtered like animals by those who wielded power without mercy or remorse. As the gunfire subsided and the square fell silent once more, Dragon knew that he couldn't stand idly by and watch as more innocent lives were lost to the tyranny of the oppressors. With grim determination, he prepared to take action, knowing that the fight for justice would be a long and arduous one. But it was a fight worth undertaking, for the sake of those who had been silenced by the brutality of war. Just as Dragon was about to take action, I placed my palm on his shoulder, gripping it tightly to prevent him from acting impulsively. Dragon was so lost in rage that he had even let his guard down, allowing me to approach him without being detected. "Not yet, Dragon-san, not yet," I whispered urgently, exerting all my strength to restrain him. "You are not yet strong enough to challenge the structure of this world. Ideals are well and good, but you will need absolute power to challenge the true evil of this world. Don't lose your composure in a moment of impulse. There are Marine soldiers around, and they will surely recognize you if you do something rash." As I spoke, I could sense a faint flicker of Haushika haki budding within Dragon, a testament to the immense strength and potential he possessed. It was clear that the world government feared those from the D clan for a reason, and Dragon was no exception. "Ross, let me go. I need to do something about this." Dragon gritted his teeth, his voice tinged with urgency as he struggled against my firm grip. Only the chaos within him helped me restrain him. Otherwise, he would have easily broken free. "You would only doom yourself and these people, Dragon-san. Have you forgotten what I have told you before? The decision you make in anger will only ruin your goal," I whispered urgently, my words a desperate plea to prevent him from making a reckless move. I wanted him to become a revolutionary, not a prisoner locked away and impelled down because he couldn't control his impulses. Luckily for me, my words seemed to have struck a chord within him. He slightly calmed down and gazed at the ongoing execution in the square without making any sudden movements. Though his eyes burned with righteous fury, he seemed to understand the wisdom in my words, if only for the moment. In a secluded port town in the North Blue, the docks bustled with activity as various ships docked, most of them belonging to the mafia families of the West Blue region's 5 powerful families. The entire island was firmly under the control of the Western Mafia, but Doflamingo had plans to disrupt the status quo. With his rapid expansion efforts aiming to extend his influence over the entire North Blue and beyond, tensions were high among the underground factions. Recent developments, particularly the booming weapons trade in the first half of the Grand Line, had rattled the other criminal organizations. Feeling threatened by Doflamingo's growing power, the 5 families of the West had arranged a meeting, but it was a trap intended to eliminate Doflamingo and his family once and for all. The release of young Doflamingo's latest bounty, exceeding 200 million belly, only added fuel to their determination to eliminate the young upstart before he became unstoppable. Investing heavily in their plan, they stocked up on sea-stone bullets and assembled all their devil fruit users, ready to strike and end the Doflamingo threat once and for all. Amidst the flurry of activity at the port, Doflamingo, accompanied by his loyal subordinate Senor, observed the numerous ships docked along the harbor. Each vessel represented a faction eager to see his downfall, their intentions clear as day. "It's all right, Whitebeard-san. I am sure Cato wouldn't dare pull anything within Wano. Wano is a land of warriors, and if Cato thinks he can control Wano by force, then he is a fool," Odin reassured, his confidence in the resilience of Wano evident. He didn't worry much about Cato taking refuge in Wano, understanding that he didn't have the right to intervene as he was a pirate himself, having left Wano behind to fulfill his dreams. "Well, in case you want to crush that brat, just let me know anytime. I will go to Wano and kick that brat and teach him not to mess with my brother." Whitebeard laughed heartily, offering Odin his assistance if needed regarding matters concerning Kadu. "No, Whitebeard-san, even if Kadu tries something in the future, I am more than capable of handling him. It wouldn't be in line with my samurai code if you fought my battle for me." Odin jovially declined Whitebeard's offer. He was a warrior at heart, committed to facing his own challenges without relying on others to solve his problems. While Whitebeard and Odin were discussing taking a short break on the island and matters relating to Wano, a commotion caught both of their attention. Whitebeard sent the little kids playing by his side back to their mother, who nodded gratefully and left the area. Noticing Marco, a subordinate under him and a member of the First Division he recently created, Whitebeard gestured for Marco to approach and explain the situation. "Marco, what seems to be the commotion out there?" Whitebeard gestured in a certain direction while taking a gulp of wine. "Pops, it's an orphan kid. He says he wants to join our crew." Marco quickly briefed Whitebeard on the situation. An orphan kid was insisting on meeting Whitebeard directly to join their ship. Although many of the other division commanders had offered to take the kid under their wing, the child was adamant about meeting Whitebeard. Whitebeard had a soft spot for orphans. Most of the young ones in his crew were once orphans whom Whitebeard had taken under his wing and raised as his own sons. So, when Whitebeard heard that there was an orphan kid who wanted to join his crew, his curiosity was piqued. "Come, Marco, let's go and see who the kid is. Maybe you'll have a new brother today." Whitebeard rose from his seat and walked in the direction where the orphan child was, followed by Odin. As Whitebeard and Odin approached the commotion, they were met with a scene that stirred something deep within them. Amidst the chaos stood a seemingly orphaned child, his eyes filled with determination and longing. The child's gaze met Whitebeard's, and there was an unspoken plea in his eyes. With a gesture from Whitebeard, the crew parted, and a small figure emerged from the crowd, its tiny frame barely noticeable against the backdrop of towering buildings and bulky pirates. The child, with dirt-streaked cheeks and torn clothes, approached the legendary Whitebeard with a mixture of trepidation and desperation. With each step, the child's determination seemed to waver, but an inner resolve kept pushing him forward. "Please, sir, please let me join your crew." The child's voice was barely a whisper, choked with emotion as tears streamed down his cheeks. He fell to his knees, his hands clasped in a plea for acceptance. Whitebeard regarded the child with a mix of curiosity and wariness. He sensed something unusual about this seemingly ordinary orphan, something that tugged at the edges of his intuition. But beneath the gruff exterior of the feared pirate captain lay a heart of compassion, a soft spot for those in need. "Why do you wish to join my crew, child?" Whitebeard's voice rumbled like distant thunder, his piercing gaze fixed on the trembling figure before him. The child's eyes brimmed with tears as he struggled to find the words. I have nowhere else to go. My parents are gone, and I have no family left. Please, sir, I want to be strong like you. I want a family." Whitebeard's expression softened at the child's earnest plea, but still he hesitated. There was an unspoken weight to this encounter, a sense of destiny unfolding before his eyes. "And what is your name, child?" Whitebeard's voice was gentle now, a stark contrast to his fearsome reputation. The child took a deep breath, steeling himself for the revelation. My name is Marshall D. Teach. Are you sure that's the ship we need to target? A man pointed out a ship that was sailing calmly under the night sky. A pirate ship was stealthily following a world government vessel, engaged in a risky endeavor. However, this mission wasn't undertaken without reason. A new underworld power in North Blue was offering a hefty reward of 20 million belly for every child rescued and delivered to the Don Quixote family in North Blue. The Don Quixote family had recently emerged as a dominant force in the North Blue, thanks to their revolutionary weaponry. Their influence was spreading across the seas, with their arms trade expanding into the Grand Line. Many kingdoms sought out their weapons, paying a premium for their quality. These pirates had been approached by a member of the Don Quixote family to rescue children from a specific ship. This ship was transporting children destined to become child soldiers for the world government. While the task seemed reckless, the promise of a substantial reward outweighed the risks. The Don Quixote family had provided precise details about the target vessel, raising questions about how a mafia family acquired information about a world government operation. Nonetheless, for these pirates, money spoke louder than questions of morality or legality in this unforgiving world. Yes, that's the one mentioned. But Captain, why don't we just capture some random kids and then send them to the Don Quixote family? A crewmate questioned his captain regarding switching the children. After all, the Don Quixote family had offered a staggering 20 million belly for each rescued child. As long as they captured a random 100 children and handed them over, they could earn a total of 2 billion belly, a fortune in the current era. Smack! The captain quickly smacked his subordinate hard across the head, causing him to sprawl on the deck. Are you a moron? Do you think the Don Quixote family would have shared such specific details if they didn't know what the ship was carrying? For all we know, they're looking for a specific child among the bunch. And what if we couldn't deliver the right child from among the bunch? Then all our effort would go down the drain. The captain knew the risks that accompanied this near-suicidal. At the heart of the building lay a vast hall, whose dimensions were so vast that it could comfortably accommodate close to 1,000 people. Dominating the center of the hall was a sprawling table made of atom wood, its polished surface gleaming in the dim light of the room. It was here, amidst the grandeur and opulence, that the fate of tonight's meeting would be decided. As Daffy took his seat at the far end of the imposing table, his keen observation hockey was on high alert, scrutinizing every detail of the room. He noted the subtle movements of the maids and butlers guiding the leaders to their seats. Their every gesture was a potential threat in his eyes. His gaze lingered on the large velvet curtain behind him, sensing the hidden danger lurking just beyond. Seated between Diamante and Senor, Daffy felt a sense of unease settle over him as he observed the goons stationed behind the curtain, their presence a stark reminder of the volatile nature of the gathering. Despite his discomfort, he maintained a facade of calm, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the table as he tried to distract himself from the tension in the air. Minutes stretched into eternity as the room filled with the leaders of the underworld, each one eyeing the others with a mixture of suspicion and disdain. Daffy's patience wore thin with each passing moment, his veins pulsing with suppressed anger at the delay. But he knew better than to let his emotions get the better of him, at least for the time being. Tap, tap, tap. His fingers continued their steady rhythm, a silent testament to his mounting impatience. But beneath the surface, a storm was brewing, and Daffy could only wait for the inevitable clash that lay ahead. As the large door leading towards the exit closed with a resounding thud, signaling the start of the meeting, a hushed silence descended upon the room. All eyes turned towards the head of the table, where the representatives of the 5 families of the West Blue sat in solemn anticipation. One of the representatives, a stout man with a graying beard, rose to his feet, his voice carrying across the room with authority. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed leaders of the underworld, he began, his words measured and deliberate. He decided not to bullsh *T around and directly dove into the heart of the matter. We have gathered here today to address a matter of utmost importance: the growing influence of the Don Quixote family and its impact on our operations. His gaze swept across the room, pausing briefly on Daffy before continuing. It has come to our attention that the Don Quixote family has been expanding its reach into territories that rightfully belong to us. This cannot be allowed to continue unchecked. Daffy leaned back in his chair, his expression one of mild amusement as he listened to the veiled threats disguised as diplomatic discourse. He exchanged a knowing glance with Senor and Diamante, silently acknowledging the gravity of the situation. The representative continued, his tone growing more assertive with each passing moment. Therefore, it is imperative that we take decisive action to ensure that our interests are protected. To this end, we propose a mutually beneficial arrangement, one that will restore balance to the underworld and preserve the integrity of our operations. Daffy chuckled softly under his breath, the irony of the situation not lost on him. And what, pray tell, does this arrangement entail? He interjected, his voice laced with sarcasm. The representative faltered momentarily, caught off guard by Daffy's interruption, but quickly regained his composure. Simply put, we expect the Don Quixote family to withdraw from territories currently under our control, cease all expansion efforts immediately, and unconditionally surrender all your weapon manufacturing core details, he declared, his tone firm and unwavering. Daffy raised an eyebrow, his amusement evident as he leaned forward, resting his chin on his folded hands. "Ah, I see. And if we refuse?" he inquired, a smirk playing at the corners of his lips. The representative's expression darkened, his facade of civility slipping for a moment before he regained his composure. "Then we will have no choice but to take more drastic measures," he replied cryptically, his words laden with thinly veiled threats. Daffy's smirk widened into a sly grin as he leaned back in his chair, unfazed by the veiled threats. "My dear friend, you underestimate the lengths to which I am willing to go to protect what is mine," he countered, his tone dripping with confidence. With that, the stage was set for a high-stakes showdown between the Don Quixote family and the 5 families of the West Blue, each side poised to defend their interests at any cost. And as the meeting wore on, tensions continued to escalate, with the outcome hanging in the balance. "Ha ha ha, you little bastard. Do you still think you have a choice here?" The man from the 5 families laughed out loud, his voice dripping with malice. "Do you really think it was only our authority that you truly challenged? No, brat. More than half of these people sitting here want their head on a platter," he declared, his words laced with thinly veiled threats as the eyes of many in the room focused on Daffy with cruel smirks. Daffy's smirk remained firmly in place, his demeanor calm and collected despite the mounting tension in the air. "Ah, but you see, my dear friend, I've always been one to defy expectations," he replied smoothly, his tone betraying none of the unease he felt beneath the surface. As whispers began to circulate among the attendees, another voice rose above the murmurs. It was a leader from one of the smaller gangs, his voice filled with righteous indignation as he stood up to address the assembly. "Are you guys trying to go against the code established by the underworld?" he demanded, his gaze sweeping across the room as he questioned the motives behind the 5 families' actions. Have the 5 families thought about the consequences of violating the code? The room fell into a tense silence as the gravity of the situation weighed heavily on everyone present. The code of the underworld was sacrosanct, a set of unspoken rules that governed the behavior of all those involved in the shadowy world of organized crime. To break these rules was to invite chaos and discord, threatening the fragile balance that held the underworld together. Whispers grew louder as more voices joined in, expressing doubts and concerns about the 5 families' reckless disregard for the code. It was clear that the decision to lay a trap using the name of the underground had struck a nerve, casting doubt on the integrity of the 5 families and sowing seeds of dissent among their ranks. Bang! The deafening sound of gunfire echoed through the hall, cutting through the growing commotion like a knife through butter. Shock rippled through the assembled crowd as they realized what had just transpired. All eyes turned to the representative who had spoken for the 5 families, their expressions a mix of horror and disbelief. Moments earlier, they had been engaged in heated debate, questioning the motives and actions of the five families. Now, with a single gunshot, the illusion of civility shattered, replaced by a stark reality of violence and betrayal. The leader of the small gang lay slumped in his chair, a pool of blood spreading beneath him as his lifeless eyes stared blankly ahead. The room fell into a stunned silence as the gravity of the situation sank in. The representative, his voice dripping with sarcasm, broke the silence with a chilling question. Anyone else that would like to challenge the decision of the five families? He sneered, his words a thinly veiled threat. If yes, then you can follow in his footsteps. Within moments, the entire hall was surrounded by goons carrying weapons. Fear and uncertainty hung heavy in the air as the attendees grappled with the harsh reality of their situation. They had come here seeking resolution, only to find themselves ensnared in a deadly trap orchestrated by those they had trusted. Now, for those who have yet to align with us, the man declared, his voice carrying a tone of authority, I offer you a last chance at redemption. Join us, and together we shall rule the entire underworld as its undisputed overlords. Daffy observed the room, noting that the majority, more than 60%, had already pledged their allegiance to the five families. The remaining attendees seemed to waver, their expressions torn between fear and uncertainty. As the man's proposal hung in the air, a smattering of applause broke out. Daffy, already on his feet with an amused smile playing across his lips, joined in the applause. Bravo! That was quite the performance, Daffy remarked, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Truly remarkable. I must say, I'm impressed. The man's facade of confidence faltered for a moment, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his features. But he quickly regained his composure, his gaze narrowing on Daffy with a mixture of disdain and determination. Do you have a death wish, brat? He sneered. Or do you believe that simply because you have a powerful devil fruit user by your side, you are invincible? Look around you. Every gun in this room is loaded with sea-stone bullets, ready to restrain him. You have no way out. Today, the name of the Don Quixote pirates will be erased from history. Daffy sneered at the man, his confidence unwavering. He knew the man's claims about the abundance of sea-stone bullets were likely exaggerated. Sea-stone was a rare and precious resource, not something that could be easily mass-produced. Even the world government would struggle to equip an entire army with such ammunition. Daffy estimated that only a handful of the gunmen in the room might possess sea-stone bullets, and he was prepared to deal with them. Hee, now that you've made your offer, it's only fair that I make mine, Daffy retorted, his laughter echoing through the hall like the cackle of a madman. Serve me, and in return, I will grant you dominion over this world. The faces of the remaining attendees darkened at Daffy's proposition. While the five families had offered cooperation, Daffy's demand for servitude was met with resentment and suspicion. The tension in the room grew palpable as silence fell over the hall. After what felt like an eternity, only 3 individuals stepped forward to stand behind Daffy. He regarded them with a smirk, intrigued by their boldness. You've made a wise choice. What's your name? Daffy inquired, addressing the young man who stood at the forefront. Marcus, Master Doflamingo. I am ready to serve you, the young man replied, bowing respectfully, followed by his 2 aides. Before any further words could be exchanged, a gunshot rang out, aimed at Daffy's head. With lightning-fast reflexes honed by his observation hockey, Daffy tilted his head, narrowly dodging the bullet. Kill them, the man from the 5 families barked, his command echoing through the room. In an instant, Senior sprang into action, unleashing his devastating birdcage technique. Strings of razor-sharp wire shot out from his fingertips, encircling the entire island in a lethal cage, trapping everyone within its confines. Meanwhile, Diamante drew his blade, which was disguised as his belt, ready to engage anyone who dared to oppose them. As Senor's bird cage enveloped the island, trapping all within its deadly embrace, chaos erupted in the meeting hall. Daffy's smirk widened into a twisted grin as he reveled in the pandemonium. With a flick of his wrist, he summoned forth the fiery power of his flame fruit, engulfing the room in a blaze of searing heat. Feel the flames of hell, you pathetic worms. Daffy's voice echoed with maniacal glee as flames danced from his fingertips, licking hungrily at the terrified attendees. The sea-stone bullets now seemed like mere trifles as Daffy's devil fruit abilities granted him dominion over the very essence of fire itself. Dear readers and fans, I want to extend my deepest gratitude for your unwavering support on this exhilarating journey of storytelling. Your enthusiasm fuels my passion for crafting immersive worlds and unforgettable characters. For those eager to dive into the next chapters of our One Piece saga before anyone else, I invite you to join me on Patreon. By becoming a patron, you'll not only gain access to exclusive advanced chapters, but also play a pivotal role in shaping the future of our narratives and much more. Thank you for understanding and for being a part of this fanfiction adventure. Join me on Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/silent_steely, and let's make magic happen one chapter at a time. With boundless gratitude, silent_steel. Hashtag In the midst of the inferno, Diamante danced among the flames, his body morphing and shifting as he tapped into the power of his soot fruit. Trails of swirling soot encased his form, rendering him impervious to the heat and granting him the ability to manipulate the very fabric of reality itself. Together, Daffy and Diamante became a deadly duo, their powers intertwining in a deadly ballet of destruction. Flames roared and soot billowed as they cut through their enemies with ruthless efficiency. The air was thick with the stench of burning flesh and the agonized screams of the dying. Show no mercy. Let their blood paint the walls of this accursed hall. Daffy's laughter rang out above the din of battle as he unleashed torrents of fire upon his foes. His eyes gleamed with mad delight as he reveled in the slaughter, each death fueling his insatiable thirst for power. Meanwhile, Senor's control over the goons grew ever more absolute as he manipulated their minds, turning them against each other in a frenzy of bloodlust. Brother turned against brother, friend against friend, as Senor's strings of manipulation danced like marionettes in his hands. Amidst the carnage, Marcus and his companions stood frozen in horror, their faces pale with shock and disbelief. They had thought to align themselves with Daffy in hopes of gaining power and prestige, but now they found themselves caught in the crossfire of a battle they could never hope to win. Master Doflamingo, what have we done? Marcus whispered, his voice barely audible above the roar of flames and the screams of the dying. Daffy turned to regard Marcus with a twisted smile, his eyes gleaming with madness. You've made your choice, Marcus. Now live with the consequences. With that chilling proclamation, Daffy unleashed another wave of fire, consuming everything in its path. The once grand meeting hall now lay in ruins, a testament to the brutality and ruthlessness of the Don Quixote pirates. As the flames began to die down and the screams faded into silence, Daffy stood amidst the smoldering wreckage, his laughter echoing through the hall like the toll of a death knell. For in that moment, he knew that he had cemented his place as a tyrant without equal in his quest for ultimate power. The next morning, as I lounged on Garp's ship, the tranquil atmosphere was shattered by the chaotic explosions from within the Ambrosia Kingdom. Despite the ongoing war, I had completed my journey through the ravaged country and returned to the safety of the marine vessel. Bogard brought a newspaper aboard, and as he flipped through its pages, a bounty poster tumbled out and landed near me. It was my brother's new bounty poster, and a staggering amount printed on it, 249,600,000 belly, immediately grabbed my attention. Confusion clouded my thoughts as I turned to Bogard, who was engrossed in the contents of the newspaper. He noticed my gaze and tossed the paper over to me. As I scanned through it, The reason for my brother's sudden increase in bounty became painfully clear. He had single-handedly decimated an entire island in the North Blue, a territory under the control of the Western Mafia. Unlike the last time, he did not even spare the women and children this time around. The newspaper featured a grim photograph of the island engulfed in flames, and speculation ran rampant that my brother had consumed a powerful devil fruit related to fire. Despite my brother's recklessness, I knew he had disregarded my warnings and consumed the flame fruit. With a sigh, I tossed the newspaper back to Bogard and pocketed the bounty poster. With heavy steps, I made my way towards my cabin, the weight of my brother's actions weighing heavily on my mind. As I entered the solitude of my quarters, I unfolded the bounty poster and studied the image of my brother's face. Mixed emotions swirled within me: anger, frustration, and a lingering sense of responsibility. I had always tried to guide my brother on a cautious path, but it seemed that he was determined to chart his own course. Consequences be damned. I picked up the transponder snail and activated it, the snail flickering to life as the connection was established. After a few moments, my brother's expression appeared on the transponder, his expression unreadable. "Ross," he greeted, his voice tinged with surprise. "What brings you to call me?" I composed myself for a moment, the weight of our recent conversation weighing heavily on my mind. "I saw your new bounty poster," I began, trying to keep my tone neutral. "What happened, Duffy?" A flicker of annoyance crossed my brother's features before he masked it with a practiced smile. That. Just a little misunderstanding, Ross," he replied nonchalantly, as if the destruction of an entire island was a trivial matter. "Just a misunderstanding?" I echoed, incredulous. "Duffy, you annihilated an entire island, including women and children, and tell me, why did you rush to consume the flame fruit?" Duffy's smile faltered for a fraction of a second before he regained his composure. "Ross, you know how it is. Sometimes sacrifices have to be made for the greater good, and the rumble fruit seems too elusive," he said dismissively, as if his words could justify the senseless loss of life. I shook my head in disbelief, frustration bubbling beneath the surface. "There's nothing good about what you did, Duffy. You've crossed the line, and now that you have attracted too much attention to yourself, do you understand the consequences of your recent actions?" Duffy's expression hardened, his eyes narrowing with a hint of defiance. "Consequences? Ross, you know me better than anyone. I don't answer to anyone's rules but my own." His words struck a nerve, a reminder of the stubbornness that had always defined my brother. "You can't keep doing this, Duffy. Sooner or later, they'll catch up to us, especially those bastards from Mary Geo's who are looking for a chance to eliminate us. Do you even understand why I'm pushing myself to death every day to grow stronger?" I warned, my voice tinged with frustration and concern. For a moment, there was silence between us, the weight of our conversation hanging heavy in the air. Then, with a resigned sigh, Duffy's expression softened ever so slightly. "I appreciate your concern, little brother. But you know me. I've always been a survivor," he said, his tone tinged with a hint of sadness. I wanted to argue, to make him see reason because he was attracting too much heat to himself. I already knew that Saru had set her sights on Duffy, and the elders might try to take us out any time just so that we know secrets, but I knew it would be futile to try to make Duffy hear the reason. My brother was set in his ways, and nothing I said would change that. With a heavy heart, I ended the call, the image of my brother's face lingering in my mind long after the call went dark. Year 1498. For the next 3 months, we were stationed in the Ambrosia Kingdom, and true to my initial belief, Garp remained relatively passive, acting more as a bystander than an active participant in the conflict. Despite Dragon's hopes for him to take a more decisive role, he seemed content with observing from the sidelines, offering guidance when needed, but refraining from direct intervention. During this time, I dedicated myself to training, pushing myself to new limits, and striving to become stronger with each passing day. Garp's decision to stay passive didn't deter me. Instead, it fueled my determination to make a difference on my own terms. Meanwhile, the dynamics of the conflict in the Ambrosia Kingdom began to shift. With the presence of the Marines alongside certain pirate factions, the forces loyal to the king gained momentum, gradually gaining the upper hand over the rebel forces. Despite Garp's passive stance, his mere presence amongst the Marines lent considerable support to the king's forces, bolstering their morale and resolve. However, amidst the backdrop of war, a few prominent figures emerged on the rebel side, including the leader of the resistance, a Logia fruit user whose formidable abilities posed a significant challenge to our efforts for peace and stability. As the conflict continued to unfold, it became increasingly clear that our journey in the Ambrosia Kingdom was far from over. Finally, after a back-and-forth stalemate, Kong's pressure compelled Garp to intervene personally, primarily due to the escalating loss of innocent lives. After 3 months of relative inactivity, Garp's direct involvement marked a significant shift in the dynamics of the conflict. I couldn't help but wonder why he hadn't taken action sooner, potentially sparing thousands of lives from unnecessary suffering. With Garp's intervention, the rebel commander was subdued, dealing a critical blow to the rebel forces. As their leader fell, the rebels' morale plummeted, and chaos engulfed the Ambrosia Kingdom. The king's forces, emboldened by the defeat of their adversaries, launched a ruthless campaign against the remaining rebel factions. The once tumultuous streets of Ambrosia Kingdom descended into further chaos as the king's loyalists hunted down any remnants of resistance. Amidst the turmoil, innocent civilians found themselves caught in the crossfire, their lives hanging in the balance as the conflict intensified. Despite Garp's belated intervention, the aftermath of his actions only served to deepen the devastation in the Ambrosia Kingdom. At the end of the war, Garp and Dragon parted ways on sour terms, their opinions diverging sharply regarding the conflict in the Ambrosia Kingdom. Dragon harbored deep resentment towards Garp for his intervention, believing it to be unnecessary and ultimately detrimental. He argued that the rebel leader, a formidable force in the New World, would have likely sustained the rebellion's strength had Garp refrained from interfering. Moreover, Garp's insistence on taking the rebel leader to impel down was met with resistance, resulting in the monarch of Ambrosia Kingdom personally executing the rebel leader. Following the monarch's return to power, his reign was marked by increased aggression towards the remaining citizens, exacerbating Dragon's frustrations with the world government's complicity in such atrocities. The monarch's ruthless actions only served to fuel Dragon's growing disdain for the existing power structures and their exploitation of innocent lives for political gain. Out in the vast expanse of the New World, where the ocean's depths hid mysteries and dangers alike, the Oro Jacksons sailed with purpose. After their last clash with the formidable Shiki, the Roger pirates were fully immersed in the pursuit of their ultimate goal, reaching the final unknown island. Despite their legendary exploits and the discovery of several poneglyphs, the key to unlocking the complete secrets of the ancient text remained elusive, as Roger's voice of all things only helped him understand the essence of these poneglyphs. As the ship cut through the turbulent waves like a knife, Captain Roger and his trusted companion, Rayleigh, stood at the helm, their thoughts consumed by the pressing dilemma before them. Rayleigh, we might need to find a way to acquire more knowledge about these poneglyphs, Roger remarked, his eyes fixed on the distant horizon. Time is running out for me, my friend. I don't know if I'll have enough time left to fulfill my dream. Rayleigh's response was swift and emphatic, a mixture of disbelief and determination. You bastard, what are you talking about? You'll live healthily until you have great-grandchildren. Don't speak nonsense. Roger chuckled at Rayleigh's protest, his laughter carrying a hint of wistfulness. That's a beautiful dream, Rayleigh. But we both know that I don't have long. And honestly, I'm not afraid of death. I'm just worried if we'll be able to reach the last island in time. Rayleigh's grief turned to anger, his grip tightening on the ship's railing with such force that even the prized Adam would groan under his touch. But before he could unleash further fury, Roger intervened, his voice calm yet firm. Rayleigh, don't go destroying our ship, Roger chided gently, his tone tinged with amusement. Tom Sam would chase us to the end of the world if we wantonly destroyed it. Ha ha ha. Sigh. You never listen, do you, Roger? Rayleigh's voice carried a hint of frustration as he tried to reason with his stubborn friend. We can still find a way. Maybe, like Crocus said, we may be able to find the Ope no Mi or the Chiyu no Mi and help you recover. There's still a chance. It's not too late to look for the final island after we help you completely recover. Rayleigh knew that healing Roger was no simple task. Even Crocus had admitted his limitations in saving his friend. Yet, he held on to hope, clinging to any possibility that could extend Roger's time. Rayleigh, I cannot give up on my dream. If I do, I'm afraid the dream would give up on me, Roger replied, his tone resolute. My gut instinct tells me that we can achieve it, but if we go after finding a cure for myself, we may never achieve our dream in this lifetime. A heavy silence settled between the two friends, neither willing to yield. Rayleigh understood Roger's determination, but he couldn't shake the worry gnawing at him. With a resigned sigh, Rayleigh relented. Fine, you win, but promise me not to recklessly involve yourself in unnecessary clashes, especially with that madman Garp. You both have dung for brains. The more you fight, the faster your life drains. So, avoid fights unless absolutely necessary, all right? Roger's sheepish grin only exacerbated Rayleigh's headache. What am I going to do with you? He muttered, shaking his head in exasperation. But Rayleigh wasn't finished yet. He had an idea, a spark of inspiration that could potentially solve their dilemma. Why don't we find someone who might already know about these poneglyphs? Rayleigh suggested, his eyes alight with newfound hope. Roger's interest was piqued, and he urged Rayleigh to continue. Remember, Whitebeard's crew has Odin Kazuki, Rayleigh continued. Maybe if we can convince him to help us, then maybe we wouldn't have to roam around the seas blindly to find those red poneglyphs. Roger's eyes widened in surprise at the brilliance of Rayleigh's suggestion. Why hadn't he thought of this before? His friend truly was a genius. With a newfound sense of purpose, Roger felt the thrill of adventure coursing through his veins once more. It was time to find Whitebeard, and perhaps finally uncover the secrets hidden within the ancient poneglyphs. After the mess in Ambrosia Kingdom, Garp refused to go back to Marineford because he was mad at Kong for tricking him. So, we stayed in the New World, chasing pirates whenever we felt like it. Garp was quiet and kind of sad after his fight with Dragon. He used to be loud and cheerful, but now he just seemed lost in his thoughts, making everyone on the ship feel uneasy. But I kept up with my usual routine. I was lifting this really heavy weight, adding more and more plates to it. I didn't even know how much it weighed anymore. I just wanted to push myself harder. 17123, 17,124, 17125. I counted each time I swung the weight. It was tough, with my muscles burning with every swing, but I knew it was making me stronger. I focused on the exercise, shutting out everything else. Garp's silence hung over the ship like a dark cloud. He seemed weighed down by what happened with Dragon, lost in his thoughts. It was like he wasn't himself anymore, just a shell of the person he used to be. As I finished my routine for the day, wiping the sweat from my brow, I noticed Kazan sitting on the railing in my usual spot. He looked lost in his own thoughts, his gaze fixed on the horizon as if searching for something in the vast expanse of the sea. Approaching him cautiously, I could sense the weight of his contemplation, mirroring the heaviness that seemed to hang over the entire ship since our encounter with Dragon. "Hey, Kazan-san," I greeted him softly, not wanting to startle him from his reverie. He turned his head slightly, acknowledging my presence with a nod, but saying nothing. His expression was inscrutable, a mixture of melancholy and determination. I sat down beside him, leaving a respectful distance, not wanting to intrude, but also feeling compelled to offer some semblance of companionship in our shared solitude. "Everything all right?" I asked, my voice low, as if afraid to disrupt the fragile peace of his thoughts. Kazan sighed, a heavy sound that seemed to carry the weight of the world. "Just thinking," he replied, his voice tinged with resignation. "About everything that's happened, about where we're headed next." I nodded, understanding the weight of his words. We were all grappling with the aftermath of recent events, each of us searching for our own path forward in the midst of uncertainty. It's a lot to take in, I offered sympathetically, unsure of what else to say. Kazan chuckled softly, the sound tinged with bitterness. That's one way to put it, he remarked, his gaze returning to the endless expanse of the sea. For a while, we sat in silence, the only sound being the gentle lapping of waves against the hull of the ship. Despite the heaviness of the moment, there was a strange sense of peace in our shared solitude. I now understand some things you've told me before, Ross, Kazan began, his voice thoughtful. I used to believe in finding true justice by staying true to my beliefs and standing strong. But recent events have shown me otherwise. I think the concept of justice changes its shape depending on where one stands. His words hung heavy in the air, echoing the sentiments of many who had grappled with the complexities of morality and righteousness in a world rife with uncertainty. Ha, is that what you've come to after all this, Kazan-san? I chuckled, my tone laced with a hint of amusement. It seems like a convenient excuse, doesn't it? You still fail to understand how corrupt this world is, Kazan-san. Sometimes, it's simple if you're willing to face the consequences that follow. Remember this, Kazan-san. Justice cannot be for one side alone. It must be for both. And until you realize that, you'll never be able to break out of that shell. As I spoke, I was aware that I was pushing Kuzan towards a different path than his canon counterpart. I needed him to remain within the Marines if I were to execute my plan to take over the organization in the future. Having the Marines, while it might lead to the splitting of the Marines, as long as I could garner the support of the majority of the Marine powerhouses, fighting the world nobles would be more manageable. I wasn't naive enough to believe that the power that had ruled for close to 8 centuries could be toppled with mere one-on-one brawls. It would require an all-out war, and the entire world would burn in the aftermath. Moreover, we would need the Marines to deal with the aftermath. It was a long-term project, but it was necessary if we were to ascend to the throne. Say, Ross, in that case, what do you think Garp-san should have done? Kazan questioned, delving deeper into the discussion. Honestly, Kazan-san, I cannot speak for others. No two humans are the same. But for me, once I have the strength, I will follow what my heart truly wants, damn the consequences. If I have to burn the whole world to achieve peace, then so be it, haha, I replied, unable to contain the flow of my ambition. Even Kazan seemed uneasy about me and my words. So, you truly want to quit, don't you? Do you know how Garp-san might feel about this? He truly thinks of passing on his mantle to you. He prides in you even more than his own son. You know, Kazan commented, acknowledging the unique bond between Garp and me. He understood that, out of the two of us, I had the talent to surpass Garp in the future. Honestly, Kazan-san, Garp-san is the one who understands best that I will eventually quit. Maybe what he truly wishes is for me to inherit his true ideals and change the world for the better. Who knows? Maybe in the future, it might be the Marine hero who sows the seeds of change in this world. A monkey might truly help change this world, I said, knowing that eventually things would change. But I was not going to rely on the protagonist of this world. I, myself, would become one and change this world, ruling it alongside my brother. Time flew by. In the vast expanse of the tumultuous seas, the year 1498 unfolded with a tapestry of events that would shape the destinies of many individuals and nations. As I, a mere observer with access to information from various sources within the Marines, Cipher Pole, and even my own brother, reflected upon the pivotal moments of this year, I couldn't help but feel a sense of foreboding. Among the myriad events that transpired during this year, one of the most significant occurrences was the ascension of Neptune to the throne of the Ryuga Kingdom. Following the demise of the previous monarch, Neptune assumed the mantle of kingship, ushering in a new era for his underwater domain. Meanwhile, on distant shores, the exploits of legendary figures reverberated across the seas. Kairos, a formidable warrior, achieved a remarkable feat by notching a record 1,000 victories in the Korea Coliseum, cementing his reputation as a force to be reckoned with. However, amidst these triumphs, darker forces lurked in the shadows. In the distant land of Wano, The tyrannical Orochi solidified his grip on power, forging an unholy alliance with the fearsome Kaido to establish weapon factories that churned out instruments of destruction. Their nefarious dealings spread ripples of chaos and suffering throughout the world, as their insatiable greed knew no bounds. As the Don Quixote family tightened its grip on the North Blue, my brother's sights were set on the elusive realm of the New World. Despite my reluctance to embroil ourselves in the treacherous affairs of that fabled sea, Daffy remained steadfast in his determination to explore its depths. What started as a mere inclination soon solidified into a fervent desire, fueled by ambition and a thirst for power. The turning point came with an unexpected invitation from the Beast Pirates, a notorious crew led by the indomitable Kaido. Their offer of collaboration in the production of weapons piqued Daffy's interest, presenting an opportunity too tantalizing to resist. As the preeminent weapon makers in the world, the Don Quixote family held sway over markets far and wide, and Kaido's proposal promised to expand their influence even further. Despite my misgivings and warnings about the dangers lurking in the New World, Daffy was undeterred. His eyes gleamed with the promise of adventure and conquest, his ambition driving him ever forward. Perhaps it was the allure of power or the thrill of the unknown that spurred him on, but whatever the reason, he set sail with his Don Quixote pirates in tow, ready to carve out a new empire amidst the chaos of the New World. As they ventured into uncharted waters, I couldn't shake the feeling of foreboding that gripped my heart. The New World was a realm of untold dangers and untamed seas, where even the strongest of men could meet their end. Yet, despite my reservations, I could not dissuade Daffy from his chosen path. Perhaps he was being manipulated by unseen forces, or perhaps it was simply his insatiable thirst for power driving him forward. Whatever the case, I knew that the journey ahead would be fraught with peril and uncertainty. But as the Don Quixote family set sail for the New World, I could only hope that they would emerge victorious, their ambition undimmed by the trials that lay ahead. However, unknown even to me, amidst the vast expanse of the Grand Line, where the currents of destiny intertwined with the tides of time, the legendary Roger pirates sailed in secrecy, their exploits hidden from the prying eyes of the world. Led by the enigmatic Joel D. Roger, they embarked on a clandestine quest, shrouded in mystery and veiled in legend. Their journey was fraught with peril, as they clashed with the mighty Whitebeard pirates for 3 days on a remote island, the echoes of their battle lost amidst the tumultuous waves. On the 4th day, a fateful encounter unfolded, as Roger, with his charismatic charm, persuaded the formidable samurai, Odin, to join him in deciphering the enigmatic poneglyphs that held the key to unlocking the secrets of the world. Their odyssey led them to the ethereal realm of Skypiea, where they unearthed the long-lost poneglyph of Shandora, its ancient inscriptions revealing the location of the mythical weapon, Poseidon. With Odin's skillful hands carving an inscription to mark their passage, they forged an alliance with the enigmatic god Gonfall, who guided them on their descent from the celestial island. Meanwhile, far from the gaze of the world, in the bustling port town of Water 7, a young boy named Cuttyflam found himself cast adrift by the cruel whims of fate. Abandoned by his pirate parents, he sought refuge in the benevolence of the shipwright Tom, whose kindness offered him a glimmer of hope amidst the chaos of the world. As the Roger pirates traversed the seas, their journey took them to the Sabeti archipelago once more, where they overheard the ominous whispers of the Sea Kings, foretelling the convergence of 3 kings in the near future, a portent of events yet to come. Meanwhile, in the distant land of Wano, a tragedy unfolded in the shadows, as a man and his family met their untimely demise for daring to defy the tyrannical rule of Orochi and Kaido. Odin's valiant retainers attempted to confront the oppressors, only to face a ruthless assault that scarred Toki, the noble wife of Odin, leaving a mark on her soul that would never fade. Amidst the chaos and upheaval, the Roger pirates reached the ancient land of Zo, their final destination on their quest for knowledge and power. As they uncovered the last road poneglyph, a young Pedro sought to join their ranks, but Roger, with a solemn wisdom, bade him to wait for his time to come, knowing that destiny had yet to reveal its full hand. In the shadows of history, these events unfolded unbeknownst to the world, their significance hidden from all but a select few who dared to venture into the unknown depths of the Grand Line. And as the currents of fate continued to flow, the stage was set for a convergence of destinies that would shape the course of history for generations to come. Year 1499. In the heart of the Grand Line, where the winds whispered secrets and the waves sang ancient melodies, the Roger pirates sailed upon the waters, their sails billowing in the salty breeze. As they ventured deeper into the uncharted territories, a sense of anticipation hung heavy in the air, for they were on the precipice of uncovering the greatest mystery of all, the fabled final island, said to hold the ultimate treasure. Gold. Roger, the enigmatic captain of the crew, stood at the helm of the ship, his eyes alight with a gleam of excitement. Beside him, his loyal crewmates watched in awe and anticipation, their hearts pounding with the thrill of the unknown. "We're getting closer," Roger murmured, his voice barely audible over the roar of the waves. "I can feel it in my bones." The crew exchanged knowing glances, their expressions a mixture of excitement and trepidation. For years, they had braved the dangers of the Grand Line, seeking clues and unraveling mysteries in pursuit of the elusive treasure. And now, their journey was nearing its climax. As they sailed further into uncharted waters, the atmosphere grew tense, the air thick with anticipation. Suddenly, amidst the swirling mist, a faint glimmer caught Roger's eye, a shimmering beacon of light, guiding them towards their destiny. "Land ahoy!" The cry pierced the air, ringing out with a triumphant fervor that stirred the very souls of the Roger pirates. With hearts pounding in anticipation, the crew sprang into action, their eyes ablaze with excitement as they rushed to the deck, drawn like moths to a flame towards the distant silhouette of land. "We're here," Roger declared, his voice tinged with a hint of awe. "This is it, the final island." The crew erupted into cheers and applause, their faces alight with excitement. For in that moment, they knew that they stood on the threshold of greatness, on the verge of uncovering the greatest treasure in the world. But as they drew closer to the mysterious island, a sense of reverence fell over the crew, for they knew that they were about to bear witness to something truly extraordinary. And as Roger stepped onto the shores of the final island, a knowing smile played on his lips. "This is it," he murmured, his voice barely above a whisper. "The culmination of a lifetime's worth of dreams and ambitions. The ultimate treasure, the truth of the world." After meticulously exploring every nook and cranny of the island, Roger finally grasped the truth, a revelation that sent shivers down his spine. It wasn't just about what lay before his eyes. It was the realization of something far more profound, the truth of this world. As he stood amidst the ancient ruins, the whispers of the past swirling around him like ghosts, Roger felt a surge of enlightenment wash over him. Each crumbling stone, each faded inscription, seemed to speak to him, revealing fragments of a forgotten history that had long been concealed from the world. With each discovery, the pieces of the puzzle began to fall into place, painting a picture of a world far more complex and enigmatic than he had ever imagined. It was a truth that transcended mere knowledge, a truth that resonated deep within his soul, stirring him to the very core. And as Roger gazed out across the vast expanse of the island, his heart was filled with a sense of awe and wonder. For in that moment, he realized that he was standing on the threshold of something greater than himself, something that would alter the course of history and shape the destiny of generations to come. And then, as if touched by a divine revelation, Roger's laughter erupted, a resounding symphony of triumph and revelation that reverberated across the island, echoing through the ages. In that euphoric moment, amidst the whispers of the wind and the rustle of palm leaves, Roger beheld the enigma that lay before him, a revelation so profound that it brought tears to his eyes and a smile to his lips. For in that fleeting instant, as he gazed upon the mysteries of the final island, Roger understood. He understood the magnitude of what lay hidden within its depths, the significance of the journey he had embarked upon, and the legacy he would leave behind. And as his laughter echoed into the vast expanse of the unknown, carrying with it the weight of centuries of history and the promise of a new era, Roger knew that his quest was far from over. Though he had reached the culmination of his lifelong dream, he also realized that he was merely a harbinger of the greatest adventure the world had ever known. With a sense of awe and reverence, Roger turned his gaze towards the horizon, his heart swelling with anticipation for the future that lay ahead. For in that moment, as the Roger pirates stood on the shores of destiny, they knew that they had witnessed something extraordinary, a glimpse of the boundless possibilities that awaited this world and the dawn of a new age in the annals of history. As the moon bathed the island in its soft glow, the Don Quixote family stood at a crossroads, their future hanging in the balance. Diamante's concern echoed through the night air, his voice a somber melody in the midst of uncertainty. "Daffy, should we consider returning to North Blue?" he questioned, his words heavy with doubt. Marcus, ever the steadfast ally, stepped forward with unwavering resolve. "No," he declared firmly, his eyes alight with determination. "We cannot let fear rule our hearts. The new world may be perilous, but it is also ripe with opportunity. We must face our challenges head-on and emerge victorious." Daffy, the young master of the family, wrestled with conflicting emotions, his mind a tempest of uncertainty. But what if Ross was right? He pondered aloud, his voice tinged with doubt. What if we're not ready for this? What if we're walking into a trap? Marcus placed a reassuring hand on Daffy's shoulder, his gaze unwavering. "Daffy, you were born to lead," he asserted, his voice unwavering. "With our family by your side, there's nothing we can't overcome. We'll carve our own path through the chaos of the new world and emerge triumphant." Diamante nodded in agreement, his expression grave. "We've faced adversity before, and we've always emerged stronger," he added, his voice a steady anchor in the storm of uncertainty. "As long as we stand together, we can weather any storm." Senor, ever the voice of reason, observed the exchange with a hint of concern in his eyes. He couldn't shake the feeling that they were rushing headlong into danger, but he held his tongue, trusting in his master's judgment. As the discussion continued, Daffy's thoughts drifted to his absent brother, Ross, the enigmatic figure whose wisdom had guided them through countless trials. "Has Ross reached out to us, Senor?" he inquired, his voice tinged with longing. Senor shook his head solemnly. "Not yet, young master," he replied, his tone tinged with worry. "But I have faith that he will return when the time is right." Daffy nodded, a steely resolve settling over him. "Then we'll press on without him for now," he declared, his voice echoing with determination. "We'll face whatever challenges come our way and emerge stronger than ever before." But as Marcus addressed the issue of the dwindling sea stone reserves, a shadow of concern fell over the group. Daffy's frustration boiled to the surface, his patience wearing thin. "What does that bastard Kaido want now?" he muttered, his voice laced with venom. Marcus's grim expression spoke volumes as he relayed Kaido's demands. His words were a stark reminder of the precarious position they found themselves in. With their sea stone reserves dwindling, their options were rapidly diminishing, and the future seemed more uncertain than ever before. "Fine, let me meet that bastard personally," Daffy declared, his tone dripping with defiance. "Marcus, arrange for a meeting in a neutral place. We can't let Kaido hold us by the neck and dictate our fate. And Senor, just in case, make preparations to evacuate the New World. If we have to retreat for now, then so be it." Despite the reckless nature of his decision, Daffy's ego refused to back down. Born to rule, he couldn't tolerate such insults without taking action. He was prepared to exit the New World if push came to shove, only to return stronger and more formidable. "Young master, you can't," Senor interjected, his voice laced with concern. "We might as well leave the New World now." Confronting the beast pirates head-on, is too risky. What if Kaido himself decides to attend the meeting? But Marcus, ever the strategist, chimed in with his support. Daffy's right, he affirmed, his eyes blazing with determination. If we retreat without a fight, we'll be labeled as cowards. Let's challenge the Beast Pirates and buy ourselves time to grow stronger. We'll retreat when the time is right. Daffy nodded, his resolve solidifying with each passing moment. Don't worry, senor, he assured, his voice firm. We'll retreat immediately if they try anything suspicious. Marcus, ensure we have an escape plan, even if Kaido himself shows up. With that, Daffy rose from his seat with renewed vigor and strode purposefully into his training room, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. After the meeting concluded, Senor and Marcus parted ways to attend to their respective tasks. As Marcus found a secluded spot away from prying eyes, his demeanor underwent a drastic transformation. His once expressive eyes turned cold and emotionless as he carefully selected a tiny black transponder snail and initiated contact. As the call connected, Marcus spoke with reverence etched in his tone. Elder Sama, this is Brutus reporting in. The voice from the other end echoed with authority. It's you. I thought you had forgotten your mission and become completely immersed in the Don Quixote family. So, tell me, have you completed the mission? The voice belonged to Elder Nustero, one of the Elder Planets, seeking an update on the mission status. Marcus, a skilled CP0 agent tasked with infiltrating the Don Quixote family, understood the gravity of his mission. Since the day the two brothers had threatened the elders with their secrets, the CP0 has been tracking them relentlessly under the elders' directives. Keeping the younger brother under control was relatively simple, given his affiliation with the Marines. However, dealing with Doflamingo required a more specialized approach to integrate into the family and unearth their secrets while ensuring the two brothers' secrets remained buried forever. Yes, Elder Sama, I have gathered all the necessary information about their connections, Marcus replied, his voice steady. Eliminating them simultaneously is feasible, but the only obstacle is the kid within the Marines. He's under Garp's protection, making targeting him simultaneously. Marcus trailed off, knowing the challenges that lay ahead. As a seasoned CP0 agent, Marcus understood the risks involved, but his loyalty to the Elder's commands drove him to fulfill his duty, even if it meant going undercover to protect their secrets. Forget about the kid in the Marines. He'll be dealt with at the same time as the older Don Quixote kid. Just take care of things on your side, Elder Nustero's voice commanded, dismissing any concern over the younger brother's protection. Did they really think they could survive in this world after challenging us so blatantly? Just make sure you take down every last one of the Don Quixote family. No exceptions. Coordinate with the other agents and finish the mission. Get back to Mary Gios. We can't afford to have one of our finest agents wasting time on children. With that, the call ended, leaving Marcus with a clear directive. The fate of the Don Quixote family had been sealed, and as a loyal member of the world government, he was determined to see the mission through to its end. With steely resolve, Marcus set out to coordinate with his fellow agents, knowing that the eradication of the Don Quixote family was imminent. As I lounged on the deck, relishing a moment of respite after the rigors of my daily routine, the booming voice of Vice Admiral Garp seized my attention. With curiosity piqued, I moved closer, observing the gravity etched across Garp's visage as he engaged in conversation via the transponder snail. The news he received seemed to carry weighty implications, casting a shadow over the serene atmosphere of the ship. Kong-san, this is indeed a momentous occasion, Garp acknowledged, his jubilant voice resonating across the deck. I understand the significance of my presence at Marineford for the announcement of the new admirals. I will make haste to return. Fleet Admiral Kong's response was composed, yet beneath the veneer of calmness, an undercurrent of urgency lingered. Your presence is crucial, Garp. With the recent developments in the New World, we cannot afford any delays in filling the vacant admiral positions. And let me ask you one last time. Are you sure you do not want to reconsider taking the promotion? Garp's resolve remained steadfast, driven by his unwavering sense of duty. "No, Kong-san, I am happy being where I am right now, and my son is going to be an admiral soon. I will depart immediately. But may I inquire about the identity of the second individual?" Fleet Admiral Kong's hesitation was palpable, hinting at the complexities underlying the decision. Garp's suspicion grew as he pressed for answers, probing into the origins of the second candidate. "Is the second one from the world government, recommended by the elders?" Garp's expression darkened with each passing moment, sensing a veiled truth lurking beneath the surface. Kong's response carried a tinge of resignation, acknowledging the constraints imposed by circumstance. "Garp, listen. We are left with no other choice at this juncture. You have declined the promotion repeatedly, and we have yet to identify suitable successors for the past decade. The world government has intervened to resolve the matter. We should be happy that they accepted my proposal to promote Dragon." Garp's dissent was evident, his frustration simmering just beneath the surface. "But Kong-san, Zephyr has been grooming potential candidates. Why not consider them?" Kong-sai echoed through the transponder snail, a testament to the weight of responsibility he bore. "We both know, Garp, they are not ready. Give them time to mature. As for now, Monkey D, Dragon's promotion is imminent, as he is dealing with a rebellion. And as for the other, it will be someone appointed directly by the world government. There will be 2 admiral promotions, one in a week and the other in a month. The orders have already been passed down." With a heavy heart, Garp acquiesced, resigned to the course of action dictated by higher authority. "I understand, Kong-san. I will make my way to Marineford within the week." And with those words, the call concluded, leaving a lingering sense of apprehension in its wake. But there was also delight for his son's upcoming promotion. "Oh, Garp-san, so finally, are they going to appoint a new admiral?" Kuzan's inquiry interrupted my reverie, but my mind raced with thoughts. I knew that many things would change. My mere presence was an anomaly. Even in the canon, during the current timeline, the admiral positions were unclear, except during the time of the Ed War, where Sengoku was an admiral and Borsellino was still a vice admiral during the ambush of Fisher Tiger. But now, I just overheard that there were going to be 2 admiral promotions. One was for Monkey D, Dragon, and the second is still not disclosed, but by Garp's words, he or she must be a world government agent. I had an inkling that Dragon might have quit the Marines after he became an admiral, but it was never confirmed in canon. Perhaps the elders were planning to keep Dragon in check, due to his recent actions, which I am sure would not have escaped their attention. Yet, an instinctual unease gnawed at me, as if my entire life stood at a crossroads. Even the voice of the world seemed chaotic, though I attributed it to the impending storm of news about the Grand Line being conquered. Still, something nagged at me from within. I wanted to caution Daffy and the family to be careful and avoid aggressive actions during this time. Perhaps it was best for them to return to North Blue temporarily, for soon enough, the entire world would descend into chaos. Amidst the solemn halls of Marineford, within the esteemed confines of Fleet Admiral Kong's office, a figure of striking elegance and lethal grace reclined in her seat. Her presence commanded attention. A woman who seemed in her late 20s, possessed of snow-white skin that contrasted sharply with her blood-red lips, eyes, and hair. She had a lascivious and tall stature, standing almost at 3 meters in height. Clad in a crimson suit that seemed to exude power and pride, she emanated an aura of undeniable authority. By her side rested a blood-red katana, its blade sheathed, yet its potential for devastation palpable. She was Admiral Aganya, bestowed with the code name Akahibi, which translated to the Crimson Serpent. As Fleet Admiral Kong meticulously perused her dossier, he couldn't help but marvel at the depth of the world government's reach. Aganya was no ordinary admiral. She was a blood logia fruit user, a masterclass swordswoman, and her prowess had garnered high praise from the elders themselves. Little did Kong know, however, that Aganya harbored secrets far beyond what her profile revealed. She was a member of the fabled God's Knights, an elite cadre of warriors revered for their unparalleled strength and unwavering loyalty. Despite being relegated to the role of a reserve due to the Order's full roster, her abilities rivaled those of an admiral, if not surpassed them. Though she now found herself in the presence of the fleet admiral, she bore no deference. Her impatience was evident, her fingers tapping incessantly against the table, a silent testament to her disdain for those she deemed beneath her. For Aganya, this meeting was a mere formality, a directive from the elders that she had no choice but to obey. In her eyes, Kong was inconsequential. She would not have deigned to grace Marineford with her presence were it not for the orders she had received. No matter how many times you review it, the orders will remain unchanged. Admiral Aganya's tapping echoed in sync with Kong's heartbeat, sending a chill down his spine. Kong grappled with the weight of the directive before him, knowing full well the implications it carried. The elders had dispatched Aganya, a formidable figure, to enforce their will, a task she seemed all too eager to fulfill. The orders, explicit in their clarity, commanded the capture of Don Quixote Rosinante, infamous for his monstrous talent and brazen defiance of the Marine's rules, just like his mentor Garp. Kong's mind raced as he recalled the details of the Frozen Skull massacre, the bloodshed, the chaos, and the lives lost, including those of more than a dozen Cypher Pole agents. The evidence against Garp's prodigy was damning, leaving no room for doubt. Turning to Tensei, head of the investigative team, Kong sought confirmation, hoping against hope for an alternative. Tensei, is there any doubt regarding the authenticity of these reports? Tensei's response was solemn, his expression grave as he confirmed Kong's fears. I'm afraid not, Kong-san. The evidence we've gathered corroborates the world government's findings. The massacre not only targeted pirates, but also claimed the lives of numerous Cypher Pole agents and a ruling monarch, whose disappearance remains unresolved to this day. Kong's brow furrowed with concern as he contemplated the ramifications of his next actions. Surely, there must be a way to handle this matter with diplomacy. The kid may have had his reasons. Before Kong could finish, Aganya's tapping abruptly ceased, replaced by a menacing glare. Her voice, dripping with authority, brooked no dissent. Fleet Admiral Kong, are you suggesting defiance of the world government's direct orders? Young Rosinante is a criminal, plain and simple. We have our orders, and we will execute them. I will personally apprehend him upon his return, as mandated by the elders. He will face trial in Mary Geos, as is his rightful fate. Aganya's unwavering loyalty to the elders was palpable, and her resolve was unshakable. Kong realized that challenging her would be futile. His duty as a Marine demanded adherence to orders, no matter the personal cost. Yet, as the weight of his decision settled upon him, he couldn't shake the feeling that the path ahead would be fraught with peril and regret. What are you proposing we do about Garp? He's not going to sit idly by while you try to apprehend his protege. Kong's brow furrowed deeper, a headache looming on the horizon at the thought of Garp's inevitable involvement. Garp's return to Marineford was not solely for the purpose of his son's promotion. It was also a strategic move to keep him away from the chaos of the sea, where his protection of Rosinante was absolute. However, within Marineford's confines, Garp could be restrained, especially if he had received direct orders. Kong had already made arrangements to ensure Garp's subordinates wouldn't intervene in the kid's capture, but Garp himself was an unpredictable variable. That is your issue, Fleet Admiral. He is a Marine, and like any Marine, he should follow orders. If he can't do that, perhaps it would be best to relieve him of his duties rather than let him tarnish the government's name. Understand this. The Marines serve a purpose, and there's no place for rebels among our ranks. I don't know how you've been running things here, but changes are necessary. If you won't make them, then I will have to take matters into my own hands, Aganya declared, rising from her seat with lethal grace. With a fluid motion, she retrieved her katana, her every step echoing with a sense of impending danger. It was as if a bloodthirsty beast awaited its chance to be unleashed upon the world. It had been almost a week since Garp's ship set sail towards Marineford, with a promotion of Dragon to Admiral and the impending promotion of the second Admiral recommended by the world government were set to take place. Despite the anticipation surrounding these events, an unease had settled within me. Initially, I attributed it to the impending chaos likely to be caused by Roger's actions. However, after a day or two, I realized it was something entirely different. My sense of unease only intensified when I learned of Daffy's plans to personally negotiate with the Beast Pirates regarding the supply of sea stones. It seemed reckless, and despite my attempts to dissuade him, Daffy remained steadfast in his decision. He assured me that contingency plans were in place for a retreat from the New World if things went awry. Yet, everything felt orchestrated, as if there was a crucial detail I was overlooking. Try as I might, I couldn't pinpoint the exact source of my unease. As we approached the Marine headquarters, the feeling only grew stronger. "Are you all right, kid?" Garp's voice broke through my chaotic thoughts as he gently tapped me on the shoulder. "Oh, sorry, Garp-san. I was lost in thought. Did you say something?" I replied, shaken from my reverie, realizing I hadn't heard Garp's words. "You seem lost in thought. Is something troubling you? Sometimes you think too much. You're only 14 this year, kid. You still have a long life ahead of you." Garp chuckled heartily as he tapped me again, this time with more force. "Ha ha, Garp-san, if I were superstitious, I would think you're jinxing me by saying that I have a long life ahead." I replied jokingly, attempting to push away the unease in my heart. "Garp-san, I wonder, aren't you worried about how Dragon-san might take to this abrupt promotion to Admiral? I'm not sure if Kong-san took Dragon-san's mindset into consideration. He hasn't been in the best state of mind lately, and forcing him into such a position might backfire." I voiced my concern while gazing towards the horizon, where the silhouette of Marine HQ finally came into view. "And who do you think should be blamed for all that, kid? You put almost half of those weird thoughts in his mind. I wanted to raise him as a perfect Marine, and look what you've done," Garp retorted with mock anger. He knew well the influence I had on Dragon, and how it conflicted with the ideals he had instilled in him since childhood. "Come now, Garp-san, you can't blame me. It was you who, since he was 3, has been feeding him ideals about what true Marines are. You were quite heartless, Garp-san, throwing a little child into a Sea King nest in the name of training. How cruel can you be? No wonder Dragon-san hates you. Ha 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 ha." I replied, recalling the stories shared by both Garp and Dragon about Dragon's tumultuous childhood. Compared to Dragon's training, Luffy's in canon seemed like a walk in the park. Ah, yes, this promotion wasn't even something I was expecting for Dragon. But Kong knows that Dragon is currently the only Marine in a younger generation strong enough to be an admiral. With the world government abruptly pushing for 2 admiral spots, I understand Kong must have wanted to keep at least one position within the Marines and push Dragon's name. It might also be those bastard strategy to keep both myself and Dragon in check, as the admirals directly serve the world nobles, Garp explained. Though the Marine hero seemed goofy, he possessed a keen political mind. He simply didn't actively take part in the affairs of the Marines, which was the reason for his goofy nature. "Something doesn't seem right," I muttered under my breath as the ship finally neared Marineford. With my observation hockey extended to its fullest, I detected a significant presence of powerhouses waiting on the dock for Garp's ship. Unlike other times when his friends eagerly welcomed him, this time the atmosphere felt completely different, and the emotions emanating from the waiting figures felt off. If these were regular Marines, I could easily read their minds, but these were the top powerhouses among the current Marines. As we approached the bay, the lineup of familiar faces became more staggering. The fleet admiral himself was present, along with the 2 admirals Sengoku and Zephyr, and the Marine Chief of Staff Tsuru. Even the rising stars of the Marines, Sakazuki and Borsellino, stood among them, alongside more than a dozen famed vice admirals. "Garp-san, do we come here for an admiral ascension ceremony, or are we going to invade the New World?" Kazan's voice cut through the tension as he joined us, his expression mirroring my own concerns. Even Bogard, standing next to Garp, had already gripped his sword tightly, ready for battle. "Don't do anything stupid. Let's understand the situation first," Garp advised, his tone serious. Without hesitation, he propelled himself into the air using Jeppo, moving towards the waiting retinue. Bogard and Kazan followed suit, but my instincts told me otherwise. I chose to stay on the ship, opting to understand the situation before taking any action. As I observed the bay, a few words were exchanged, and suddenly, Garp's aura surged out like a tidal wave. But before he could act, he was immediately restrained by Kong, Zephyr, and Sengoku. Even Bogard found himself surrounded by a dozen vice admirals, while Kazan faced off against Borsalino and Sakazuki. It was as if the Marines were trying to prevent them from interfering with something. As my mind raced, trying to piece together what was happening, my observation hockey picked up a massive threat from my right. Without wasting another moment, I pulled out Sandai Kitetsu. Busashoka Koka, I exclaimed, imbuing my sword with armament hardening as I swung it. Clang! The resounding clash echoed through the air as my attack connected with a massive flying slash made of blood. Yes, blood. I could never mistake the unmistakable stench of blood. On the bay, Garp found himself besieged by 3 figures of admiral level, each struggling to restrain themselves as they confronted the Marine hero. Kong-san, what is the meaning of this? I have already told you that I will personally take responsibility for Ross's actions on that island. He did what he did under my command, and I would have done the same to save the innocents, Garp roared, his voice reverberating with defiance as he tried to break free from the confinement imposed by the trio. Despite their reluctance, the other 3 admirals knew they had to follow orders from above. Garp, you kept things to yourself again. You knew the kid had killed a ruling monarch, someone who had a seat at the reverie. You should not have kept something like this hidden, Kong retorted, attempting to maintain a facade of righteousness in the face of apprehending Ross. Deep down, Kong harbored doubts about the circumstances surrounding the monarch's death, but he understood the necessity of upholding the Marine's reputation. Zephyr shared Kong's reluctance, knowing that leaving Garp unchecked could spell disaster for Marineford. Though he didn't fully believe the world government's justifications for capturing Ross, he recognized the need for intervention. Zephyr understood that the truth of what transpired on that island was known only to Ross, Garp, and Bogard, and that others had attributed it to Ross going on a rampage. Despite their internal conflicts, they knew they had to fulfill their duty, even if it meant confronting one of their own. Garp, listen to me. Let's hand over Ross first. We may still have a way to negotiate with the world government and get the kid back safely, Sengoku urged, his voice firm as he grappled with Garp's relentless onslaught. Despite Garp's ferocity, there was a restraint in his actions, a testament to his respect for his former comrades. On the sidelines, Sengoku's words were punctuated by the sound of Bogard's fierce roars as he battled against his opponents. Despite his formidable strength, the overwhelming numbers kept him in check. Kong's orders were clear: restrain Garp and his officers without causing unnecessary harm. However, if words failed to persuade, Kong had authorized the use of more forceful means. Kong understood the gravity of the situation. He knew that the world government perceived Ross as a threat, and they were moving swiftly to eliminate him before he could fully mature and pose a challenge to their authority. Despite his reservations about the orders, Kong knew that he had to act in accordance with his duties as Fleet Admiral. However, he harbored a flicker of hope that a peaceful resolution could still be achieved, albeit against the odds. On the other side, near the bay, Kazan had already frozen a portion of the sea, using it as a foothold to combat his 2 opponents, Borsalino and Sakazuki. Despite being outnumbered, he held his own against the 2 famed Logia users, showcasing the full extent of his powers in a large-scale battle. After deflecting the flying blood slash, I finally laid my eyes on my opponent. Garp's ship had already been surrounded by more than half a dozen battleships, and standing at the helm of one was a tall woman with a red katana. Everything about her screamed red. Her eyes, hair, and attire were all crimson, like blood. And not bad, kid. You sure have quite the talent. No wonder Elder Sama asked me not to underestimate you. Even a regular vice admiral would have been cleaved in 2 by that last attack, but it seems like you didn't even get a scratch, Admiral Agani commented, sheathing her blade once more. I was tempted to jump into the sea to escape, but my observation hockey picked up that the entire surrounding area had turned blood red. Even if I were to jump, I would come into contact with what I now detect as blood. She was a blood fruit user. I hadn't confirmed the exact type of fruit yet, but her next action made me realize she was a blood logia user. She elementalized her body and quickly re-emerged on the ship where I stood. I could still follow her movements with my observation hockey, but the problem was that I wasn't strong enough to face an admiral-level fighter. From the pressure she emanated, she was beyond the average admiral level, perhaps even approaching the ranks of top powerhouses like Garp. Don Quixote Rosinante, for the crime of killing a ruling monarch affiliated with the world government, you are hereby stripped of your marine rank and placed under arrest. It would be better for you to surrender peacefully, Admiral Aganya declared, advancing toward me with each step as if I posed no threat. Tui, ruling monarch, that bastard. Huh, he was just your lackey to do your dirty deeds, wasn't he? I spat in defiance. I knew I needed a miracle to escape today, but then my mind raced. If they were openly targeting me, it meant they must have taken all countermeasures to silence us from sharing their secrets. Even shouting it out now would be considered the ramblings of an idiot. But then my thoughts strayed to my brother. If I was being brazenly attacked under Garp's eyes, what about Daffy? He was in danger. I had been naive, thinking that the deterrence of the Marine hero would be enough to keep them in check. But I forgot. They were individuals who had played such games for centuries and had come. The moment I realized my brother was in danger, my haushiku surged out of me like a pulsing tide. Even Aganya froze in her steps and squinted her eyes, quickly reassessing the threat I posed. Without hesitation, she drew her blade and pointed it at me. Afraid to approach without your blade now. I smirked and taunted the new admiral, whose eyes had turned blood red. As I squared off against the new admiral, her lips curled in mockery, as though she regarded me as nothing more than a fool. Yet, as my haushiku surged, the sea and its surroundings transformed. The once serene atmosphere of Marineford twisted into chaos as dark clouds gathered, unleashing a torrential downpour accompanied by ferocious winds. The sky crackled with lightning, casting an eerie glow over the battlefield. Despite the tempest, my keen observation hockey allowed me to maintain focus, while Aganya, already at a disadvantage fighting on the ship, struggled against the poor visibility and the tumultuous conditions. Though she possessed a decent observation hockey, it paled in comparison to mine. Crimson Spear, Aganya whispered under her breath. I immediately noticed a vast movement beneath the ship. Hundreds of spears made of blood suddenly pierced from underneath, attempting to skewer me. Unlike ordinary spears, these seemed to have a mind of their own, chasing after me relentlessly. I realized that running away was futile in this situation without creating an opening, so I started deflecting the blood spears. The saving grace was that, despite covering a large area around the ship, I could feel that her powers were restrained due to the seawater. It was the right call not to land on the island. Staying on the ship restrained the woman's power to a certain level. As Admiral Aganya's crimson spears relentlessly pursued me, I deflected them with all the skill and focus I could muster. Each clash of her blood-infused weapons against my sword echoed across the deck of the battleship. Meteor slashed. I leaped and spun, dodging and parrying as the blood spears chased after me with relentless determination, countering with a relentless barrage of flying slashes of my own. Aganya's mastery over her devil fruit power was undeniable, and I could feel the pressure mounting with each passing moment. But I refused to yield. Drawing upon my own observation hockey, I focused on anticipating her movements, using my future sight to predict her attacks milliseconds before they came. This might look like a small interval, but for me, it was a matter of life and death. I was dancing on the tip of the blade. Crimson Tiger. With a swift motion, Aganya lunged forward, her blade flashing with deadly intent infused with the power of blood and hockey. I countered, meeting her strike with a burst of armament hockey, the clash sending shock waves rippling through the air. The force of our collision threatened to knock me off balance, but I held firm, gritting my teeth against the strain. If not for my future sight, I might have already succumbed to the unpredictable nature of her bloody attacks. Her strikes were like flowing water, hard to discern the true intent. "Your skills are a bit decent, little boy," Aganya called out, her voice ringing with disdain and scorn over the din of battle. "But if this is all you have, you should give up. I fight for the true rulers of the world government, and no one can defy it." Aganya's response was a fierce glare, her eyes burning with determination. Without a word, she launched into another relentless barrage of attacks, her movements fluid and precise. Each strike was imbued with her armament haki, threatening to break through my defenses with sheer force alone. Despite attacking me with her sword, she did not give up on her blood-fruit powers. I felt as if I was being besieged by two attackers. The woman in front of me had found a rare balance between the two forms of power, making her absolutely dangerous. I responded in kind, meeting her blows with all the strength I could muster. The clash of our swords reverberated across the deck, the sound of steel against steel echoing like thunder. With each passing moment, the intensity of our battle grew, the air crackling with the energy of our conflicting wills. The clash between Aganya and me was palpable. Her superiority in combat was evident with each move she made. However, nature itself seemed to conspire on my behalf. With every passing moment, the weather deteriorated, and the environment became increasingly hostile. Visibility plummeted to near-zero levels, reducing our surroundings to a murky haze. This environmental advantage allowed me to hold my ground, albeit temporarily. It felt like a desperate race against time, knowing that my window of opportunity was rapidly closing. Despite the worsening conditions, Aganya remained nonchalant, exerting minimal effort in the fight. She knew she held the upper hand, and her relaxed demeanor only added to my sense of urgency. All I needed was a split second of distraction to make my escape. I harbored no illusions about my chances against Aganya. She was a force to be reckoned with, a league below even Garp himself. Her blood logia ability only compounded the challenge, further stacking the odds against me. But even as Aganya pressed her advantage, I refused to back down. Drawing upon the depths of my conqueror's haki, I unleashed a wave of raw intimidation, the sheer force of my willpower radiating outward in a palpable wave. For a moment, Aganya faltered, her movements slowing ever so slightly. Dark Descent. Seizing the opportunity, I launched a fierce counterattack, a move that I had learned from mirroring the famed Dark King himself. The attack was launched, channeling all my skills and haki into the strike. With the powerful blow, I pushed Aganya back, driving her towards the edge of the ship. The deck beneath our feet shook with the force of our clash, the very wood groaning in protest. If it were not for Aganya keeping her blood from wantonly attacking, the only foothold, the ship would have already sunk. It was clear she was using her blood powers to keep the ship afloat. The fight against Aganya was an uphill battle from the start. With each clash, her mastery over haki and her blood logia powers left fresh wounds on my body. My own skills in swordsmanship and haki were pushed to their limits as I desperately tried to fend off her relentless attacks. Every move I made was fueled by the primal instinct to survive, to escape this dire situation. But with each passing second, my chances grew slimmer. Aganya's relentless assault left me reeling, struggling to keep pace with her ferocity. I tried to use every tool at my disposal, even attempting to stir the sea kings from their nests below Marineford with my voice. Yet, my control was still lacking, and my efforts proved futile. Despite the odds stacked against me, I refused to yield. The thought of capture loomed over me like a dark cloud, threatening to snuff out any hope of escape. I couldn't afford to be captured. The consequences would be catastrophic. So I fought on, fueled by sheer determination and the desperate need to survive. The clash between Admiral Aganya and me intensified, our swords flashing in a blur of movement as we danced across the deck of the battleship. With each clash, I could feel the strain on my body mounting, but I pushed through it, drawing upon my well of haki to bolster my defenses and launch counterattacks of my own. Our battle was like a tempest raging upon the seas, fierce and unyielding, with neither of us willing to give ground. Despite my efforts, Aganya remained undeterred, her resolve unshaken even in the face of adversity. With a fierce glare, she launched into another series of attacks, her movements fluid and precise, her blade flashing with deadly intent. But I refused to waver, drawing upon every ounce of strength and determination within me to continue the fight. As Aganya lunged forward once again, her blade gleaming with deadly intent, I met her strike head-on, the force of our collision sending shockwaves rippling through the air. But even as I countered her attack, I could sense her determination and resolve, her unwavering commitment to her cause, shining through in every movement. Though the battle was in favor of Aganya, she felt insulted by my resilience. No child had ever challenged her and survived for more than a dozen minutes, let alone matched her skill. Her anger surged, and her aura blazed with intensity. With a swift motion, she sheathed her blade and unleashed her full power. It was a move born of instinct, and I reacted just in time to avoid the brunt of her attack. If I had reacted a moment later, I would have been a headless corpse, but the attack did leave a gash on my neck, making it ooze blood. Aganya smirked as she looked at the bloody cut. "Blood moon," she whispered, and my entire blood started coursing as if being summoned. I quickly understood that she was trying to control my own blood. I infused my entire body with armament haki to counteract the effect of the blood logia fruit. Busashoku Koka. But even in that split second, she had pulled out a baby, fist-sized globule of blood from me. The blood floated towards her, and Aganya, as if savoring the best cuisine, sipped the blood in its entirety. Her lips were now dripping with blood. "Young blood sure is delicious," she chuckled, wiping her lips with her sleeve. Suddenly, overhead, a shadow formed due to a blood sphere which was condensed, and it started raining blood. However, every blood drop was like a needle trying to pierce through me. "Blood rain," she whispered as she primed herself to jump into the melee again. As the blood rain descended, painting the battlefield in shades of crimson, I unleashed my conqueror's haki in full force. Black and golden lightning crackled around me, each bolt of energy sizzling as it made contact with the blood droplets, vanishing them from existence. The deck of the battleship trembled beneath my feet as I prepared for Aganya's next assault. But the Admiral was not one to give me a moment's respite. With a fierce cry, she lunged forward, her blade flashing with deadly intent. Crimson Tiger. The power behind her attack was unlike anything I had faced before, and my future sight warned me that dodging was not an option. With a roar of defiance, I met her strike head-on with a downward slash. Meteor slash. The clash of our blades echoed across the deck, the force of our collision sending shockwaves rippling through the air. But even as I tried my best to counter her attack, I felt a sharp pain lance through my gut. Aganya had managed to drive her katana right through me, exploiting the weakness caused by the blood I had lost since the start of the clash. With a sickening squelch, she twisted the blade, causing waves of agony to wash over me. The entire world around me spun in a dizzying whirl, my vision tinged with crimson as blood rained down upon us, mixing with the relentless downpour already soaking the battlefield. Under the oppressive influence of Aganya's blood logia powers, my own blood flowed faster, draining me of strength with each passing moment. Light-headed and disoriented, I struggled to maintain my focus, the gears in my mind turning frantically as I searched for a way out of this dire situation. But Aganya, the relentless monster standing before me, showed no mercy. With a smug smirk, she methodically cut off any possible route of escape, her blade flashing with deadly precision. Despite the tumultuous climate, she remained vigilant, maintaining a thick layer of blood around the ship to prevent any sudden attempts to flee into the sea. As the world blurred around me, my desperation grew, with every instinct screaming for survival. But with each passing second, my chances of escape seemed to dwindle, with Aganya's relentless assault pushing me to the brink of collapse. In the face of her overwhelming power, I struggled to find a glimmer of hope, a flicker of light in the darkness threatening to consume me. Just then, as the fight intensified, in a momentary loss of my concentration, Aganya's katana found its mark as the blade slashed through my arm, almost severing it, sending a jolt of pain throughout my body. However, even amidst the excruciating pain, I refused to succumb to pain and fatigue. Arg! With a deafening roar, I bit into my own tongue to stave off unconsciousness from blood loss. As clarity replaced agony, I channeled all my energy with vengeance, swinging Sandai Kitetsu with every ounce of strength. Dark Descent. Aganya, reveling in the sensation of toying around with her prey, was caught off guard by my sudden outburst and couldn't raise her blade completely in time for defense. Despite the surprise, she was quick to react. She attempted to enter elemental state for evasion, but the distance was too short. Despite her efforts to clad herself in haki and partially transform in a split second, her elemental form couldn't fully shield her from the devastating blow. I had infused the attack with an advanced form of armament haki, both emission and internal destruction. The attack carried all my wrath and desperation. As she was sent hurtling through the air, crashing into the railing with a resounding thud, a surge of triumph washed over me, though I acknowledged it as petty. Within moments, Aganya returned with vengeance, treating my previous attack as a mere inconvenience. Despite the overwhelming odds, I couldn't help but smirk. Finally, since the start of the battle, I had managed to land a clean hit and draw blood, even if it was a meager amount. Meanwhile, Aganya wore a somber expression, caught off guard by a mere child. The trace of crimson on her lips served as a reminder of the damage I inflicted. Prideful in her perfection, she felt a pang of shame at being bested, even if the attack seemed feeble. Recognizing why the elders held me in high regard, despite my youth, I had mastered advanced armament haki techniques like emission and internal destruction. Under normal circumstances, my attack would have torn through the internal organs of someone wielding a logia fruit, even in elemental form. Yet, Aganya wasn't just anybody reliant solely on her logia abilities. In that split second, she managed to coat herself in haki, sparing herself from the full force of my blow. Despite her outward calmness, a glint of anger and frustration simmered in her eyes as she prepared for another assault. As I stood, feeling the warmth of my own blood flowing from my wounds, I realized each drop I shed only empowered Aganya. Her abilities centered around blood manipulation, and with every wound I sustained, I inadvertently fueled her powers. Despite this disadvantage, I found myself entirely at her mercy, knowing only my armament and Conqueror's haki kept her devil fruit abilities restrained for the moment, uncertain how much longer I could endure. Aganya stood poised, but this time with much more seriousness, unsheathing her blade once more, brushing off the debris from her coat, her eyes blazing with anger and contempt. "Kid, I originally intended to take you back to the Holy Land in one piece, but it seems that words alone won't get through to you. I'm sure the elders won't mind if you're missing a limb or two, especially considering you're scheduled for slaughter alongside your brother at Merigios." With a swift movement, she vanished from her spot and reappeared behind me, her blade slicing through the air in an attempt to sever my sword arm. But my future sight had already anticipated her move, and I plunged my blade backward to where she would appear next. Clang! Our swords met, but Aganya deflected the swing with ease. "Seriously, what other secrets are you hiding?" Exceptional mastery of armament haki, observation haki honed to see the future, Conqueror's haki. "Kid, you need to die, and I will make sure of it," Aganya remarked with surprise mixed with contempt, her attacks growing more ferocious as she combined her blade skills with her blood powers. I realized the reason she could deflect my attacks with such casual ease was not just due to my current condition, but also due to the disparity between my mind and body. While my observation haki could outmatch Aganya's, my body's reaction time couldn't keep up. It was a drawback I knew I couldn't overcome through training alone. My body needed to naturally grow and develop alongside my hockey abilities. For now, this discrepancy left me vulnerable to Aganya's onslaught, as she ceased holding back and pressed her advantage, try to tear me apart. Meanwhile, the entirety of Marine Ford had already descended into chaos. Only the higher-ups were aware of the order to capture young Rosinante, while the rest remained oblivious. Originally, Tsuru had advised against revealing the order, fearing that Garp's prodigy might have honed his observation hockey to the point of detecting thoughts and emotions. People with weak wills could be read like open books, and Tsuru wasn't willing to take that risk. So as currently Garp alongside his subordinates fighting against the rest of the admirals and their subordinates had created confusion amongst the Marine ranks, not many were aware what exactly was happening and stayed in the sidelines, praying in silence. "Tell me, what have you done with my brother?" I demanded, my voice strained with exhaustion. It had been nearly half an hour since my clash with Aganya began, and blood continued to drip from my countless wounds. Despite my best efforts, I found myself on my knees, struggling to hold my ground against an admiral-level fighter. While I could have held my own against someone like the current Sakazuki or Borsellino, who had yet to reach their full potential, Aganya was a different story. She was a genuine powerhouse, and facing her was pushing me to my limits. Even pushing myself to such an extent was not enough to mount a decent defense against her, as she wasn't even taking the fight seriously. It was like a predator toying with its prey. My current condition was truly pathetic, my right arm hanging limply at my side, the deep gash across it serving as a painful reminder of my predicament. With my right arm incapacitated, I gripped Kitetsu tightly in my left hand, thankful for my ambidexterity. I had honed my skills with both hands, and while I preferred single-sword combat, I hadn't neglected the use of my offhand. My vision began to blur as exhaustion threatened to overwhelm me. Even my armament hockey faltered under the relentless assault, but my conqueror's hockey remained steadfast, keeping Aganya at bay throughout the battle. Though I was at an absolute disadvantage, I had managed to land a few blows of my own. Aganya's once pristine attire was now a bit crumbled, and her graceful demeanor had given way to sweat and disheveled hair. Despite her apparent victory, I was making it difficult for her. I had even left a gash on her back, which I could attribute only to catching her off guard due to my superior observation hockey. Though she had swiftly healed herself using her blood abilities, the attack was like a slap on her face. Despite my unyielding counters where I tried to exchange a wound for a wound, Aganya still came out on top, as she casually used her blood ability to heal herself. Though I had a superior physique, it was frustrating to see her use me as a blood source to replenish her wounds. "Oh, don't worry about your brother," Aganya sneered, her voice laced with malice. "He'll be well taken care of. Lucky for you, the elders have ordered to take both of you alive. So why don't you surrender, kid? Although you have struggled admirably, you are still leagues away from reaching the stage where you can challenge me. Maybe, if given a decade or two with your talent, you might be qualified for me to use my true powers. But, unfortunately for you, kid, your journey ends here today." Despite the dire situation, I refused to yield. My body ached from the multitude of wounds, and the temporary loss of my functions in one of my arm and a leg left me severely handicapped. Yet, I remained defiant in the face of Aganya's overwhelming power. There was a rare glint of admiration in her eyes as she regarded me. Fallen though I may be, I was also a descendant of God, and that fact alone earned her begrudging respect. Aganya hailed from the Figureland family, a lineage from the original 20. Because of her unmatched talent, she has been trained since she was young to serve as one of God's knights. She had always prided herself on being the epitome of talent, believing that no one could match her prowess. Even within the Holy Land, she had been groomed for greatness, destined to become a pillar amongst the celestial dragons. But now, standing before her, was a child who had the potential to match her, maybe given time, even surpass her. It was a realization that both intrigued and unnerved her, fueling her determination to bring me down and preserve her status as the supreme genius. Dark Descent, I shouted, launching a flying slash at Aganya in a desperate attempt to catch her off guard. But to my dismay, the once majestic attack had diminished in size, a clear indication of my waning armament hockey. My gaze drifted toward the bay, where the chaos of Marineford unfolded before me. Despite the distance, I could make out Garp and his direct subordinates, fighting tirelessly against overwhelming odds. Aganya's voice pierced through my thoughts as I drifted, the blood loss inducing hallucinations. Dripping with contempt, she casually deflected my incoming attack with a blood slash of her own. "Forget about them," she taunted. "They'll never come to your rescue. Isn't it amusing to watch them squirm? That's the loyalty of dogs to their masters." Her words stung, reminding me of my past affiliations with the original Don Quixote family. But I pushed aside the memories, focusing on the present duel. Meanwhile, Kazan battled against the combined might of Sakazuki and Borsellino. "Junior sure is putting up a fight. It's so scary," Borsellino remarked, attempting to strike Kazan from behind. Ever vigilant, Kazan countered with an ice shield, redirecting Borsellino's light-based attack toward Sakazuki. "Kazan, you are a Marine. You should know that he is a criminal. He has slaughtered innocents. He needs to be punished. Don't make me kill you," Sakazuki bellowed, following absolute justice to the letter. A perfect lapdog to the world government. Great eruption. Sakazuki retaliated with a mighty eruption of magma, while Kazan countered with his own ice-based technique. Ice Age. The clash between the two Logia users created a spectacle of elemental fury. Meanwhile, Bogard struggled against the overwhelming number of vice admirals pouring out like a relentless tide. Though formidable, he restrained himself from harming his fellow Marines. Without admiral-level abilities or means to push back massive numbers, the tide of battle turned against him. Witnessing his friend's plight, Garp's resolve hardened. "Calm!" Garp's voice thundered, his Haoshiku haki surging like an unstoppable wave, knocking out several vice admirals surrounding Bogard. "Stop this madness. Don't force my hand." Despite the chaos, Garp remained resolute, attempting to reason with Kong and the other admirals. But time was running out. The strain of the prolonged battle took its toll on his protege, and he sensed my armament hockey faltering. However, my duel with Aganya continued unabated. Despite my injuries and diminishing hockey, I stood my ground against overwhelming odds. Every blow I landed was a testament to my determination, even as Aganya's power threatened to completely overwhelm me. Meanwhile, on an uncharted island in the New World, the planned meeting between the Don Quixote family and the Beast Pirates had descended into chaos. Betrayal had torn through their ranks, leaving the Don Quixote family at the mercy of the ferocious Beast Pirates and the forces of the world government. Amidst the carnage, Kaido himself, the feared strongest creature in the world, had descended upon the island. "Ha! Did you think you could stroll through the New World unchallenged, brat?" Kaido's booming voice echoed across the battlefield as he faced off against Doflamingo, Diamante, and Senor. Despite the numerical disadvantage, Kaido exuded confidence in his hybrid form, radiating power. Battered and bruised, Doflamingo glanced at the fallen body of Pika, a loyal member of the Don Quixote family who had sacrificed himself to protect his leader. Anger simmered in Doflamingo's eyes as he braced himself for the onslaught. Kaido noticed Doflamingo's gaze and kicked Pika's lifeless body, a cruel taunt aimed at the Don Quixote family's leader. "Join me, brat," Kaido offered, his voice dripping with malice. "Serve under me, and I'll spare your life. All three of you are worthy of serving under the might of the Beast Pirates." But Doflamingo remained defiant, refusing to bow to Kaido's demands. Our deal was clear, Kaido-sama. Marcus, also known as Brutus, interjected from the sidelines, clad in his CP-0 uniform. "Doflamingo is to be handed over to Cypher Pole alive. You'll get their secrets, but Doflamingo must be surrendered. That's the agreement." Infuriated by Marcus's words, Kaido swung his club with tremendous force, imbuing it with haki as he unleashed his Thunder Bagua attack. Marcus reacted swiftly, crossing his arms and cloaking himself in haki to defend against the onslaught. The clash reverberated through the air, the sheer force of the collision sending shock waves rippling across the battlefield. Though Marcus managed to withstand the attack, the momentum of the impact sent him hurtling backward, breaking his Tekai stance. As the chaos unfolded on the island, the fate of the Don Quixote family hung in the balance, caught in a deadly struggle against the overwhelming might of the beast pirates and their fearsome captain, Kaido. "You government's dog, you don't get to tell me what I can and can't do, understood, you bastard?" Kaido's voice thundered across the chaotic battlefield as he glared menacingly at the CP agent. His anger simmered beneath the surface, fueled by the agent's interference. "If I want him to join my crew, then that's final. Who gave you the authority to challenge me?" Kaido's words dripped with contempt as he addressed the CP agent. Despite his fury, Kaido restrained himself from unleashing his full wrath on the agent. He understood the delicate balance of power and alliances in the world. Kaido's recent encounter with Garp and the one-sided torment that followed taught him valuable lessons about the dangers of overestimating his own strength. And in Wano, Odin's connections with figures like Roger and Whitebeard posed a significant threat, one that Kaido was not yet ready to face head-on. He needed time to solidify his position at the pinnacle of power. While Kaido recognized the importance of maintaining ties with the world government, he refused to be subservient to their whims. The revelation of Wano's true nature had shifted the balance of power in his favor, making him realize that he held more leverage than he had previously thought. Despite his disdain for authority, Kaido understood the pragmatic necessity of alliances and cooperation. For now, he would tolerate the presence of the CP agents, but he made it clear that he would not be dictated to by anyone, not even the world government. The government's dog. Now that has a good ring to it, doesn't it, Kaido? Aren't you a dog yourself? Willing to betray your allies just to lick their shoes. Doflamingo's laughter cut through the tension between Kaido and Marcus, both of whom turned towards the young teen, who was laughing like a madman. "Brat, do you want to die?" Kaido's expression darkened as Doflamingo taunted him with the epithet dog. Doflamingo's laughter echoed across the chaotic battlefield, his eyes gleaming with a mixture of madness and defiance. Despite facing off against the monstrous Kaido, he seemed almost gleeful, as if reveling in the chaos surrounding him. Kaido's rage simmered beneath his formidable exterior, his massive form crackling with latent power. "You dare mock me, little brat?" he growled, his voice like thunder rolling across the island. "I could crush you with a single blow." But Doflamingo remained unfazed, his grin widening as he stared down at the future Emperor of the Sea. "Oh, I'm sure you could, Kaido," he taunted, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "But where's the fun in that? Besides, I'm not one to go down without a fight." Flame Emperor. As if to punctuate his words, Doflamingo's entire form danced with orange flames, empowering the burst of Conqueror's haki, a tangible aura of power radiating from his very being. He may have been battered and bruised, but his spirit burned brighter than ever. Marcus, the CP agent, watched the exchange with a mix of apprehension and intrigue. He had witnessed firsthand the chaos that both Kaido and the young Don Quixote family members could unleash. Although Kaido had an overwhelming advantage over his opponents, the young Doflamingo was also a pretty strong fighter. If he had a decade or two to grow, he might have reached the apex, and currently, the prospect of them clashing sent a creeping smile on his face. But he also knew that this confrontation presented a unique opportunity to extract valuable intelligence, regardless of the outcome. The clash between Kaido and the trio from the Don Quixote family erupted into a chaotic frenzy, the air crackling with tension as their powers clashed with the might of the strongest creature of the sea. Spear of Hell. Doflamingo, his eyes burning with a fierce determination, unleashed torrents of flaming spears, weaving them into intricate patterns that danced around Kaido like fiery serpents. But despite his formidable display, Kaido seemed almost indifferent to the flames licking at his skin, his monstrous form shrugging off the attacks with casual ease. Beside Doflamingo, Diamante unleashed torrents of soot, enveloping the battlefield in a choking haze that obscured visibility and added to the confusion. With swift and precise movements, he transformed the very ground beneath Kaido's feet into a shifting landscape of traps and pitfalls, hoping to catch the beast off guard. But Kaido's senses were razor-sharp, and he effortlessly navigated the treacherous terrain, his steps sure and steady amidst the chaos. Meanwhile, Senior utilized his string fruit powers to ensnare Kaido, weaving intricate webs of razor-sharp threads in an attempt to bind the Emperor and restrict his movements. But Kaido's strength was unmatched, and with a mighty roar, he tore through the threads with sheer brute force, sending Senior reeling backward with a look of shock and disbelief. As the battle raged on, it became increasingly clear that the odds were stacked against the trio from the Don Quixote family. Despite their best efforts, they were no match for the overwhelming power of Kaido, whose sheer strength and resilience seemed almost otherworldly. With each passing moment, the situation grew more dire, with the trio's attacks barely making a dent in Kaido's formidable defenses. Then, in a sudden and brutal turn of events, Diamante found himself in Kaido's sights. Conqueror of the three worlds, Ragnaroku, Kaido in his human beast form. Wielding his club two-handed, he jumped into the air and quickly spun his weapon above his head as he imbued it with Haushika Haki, making it exude black lightning. He then, while descending, swung his club down with great force. The future Emperor's massive club swinging down with terrifying speed and precision. With a sickening crunch, Diamante was crushed beneath the force of the blow, his body crumpling like a rag doll as he was thrown aside, defeated and broken, his fate unknown. Diamante! Daffy screamed as he saw Diamante's skull shatter under the impact. But before he could react, Kaido set his sights on Senor and dashed towards his loyal friend, and Senor fared a little better, his attempts to evade Kaido's wrath proving futile as the beast unleashed a barrage of devastating blows, each one more powerful than the last. With a final, bone-crushing strike, Senor's unconscious and broken form was sent hurtling through the air, his body limp and battered as he crashed to the ground in a heap, his fate unknown. Now, only Doflamingo remained, his eyes wide with shock and horror as he faced down the indomitable Kaido. With a menacing growl, Kaido raised his club high overhead, the air crackling with anticipation as he prepared to deliver the final, crushing blow. For Doflamingo, there was nowhere left to run, nowhere left to hide. All he could do was brace himself for the inevitable impact, his fate hanging in the balance as the battle reached its brutal conclusion. In his final moments, Doflamingo's thoughts drifted to his brother, recalling the moments they had shared and wondering if he should have heeded his brother's warnings. He yearned to see his brother one last time, but amidst the chaos of battle, such wishes seemed futile. With a grim determination, Doflamingo mustered all his remaining strength, his conqueror's haki blazing forth like a final act of defiance. As the clash between Kaido, the fearsome beast pirate emperor, and the young teenage Doflamingo, wielding the powers of the flame fruit, ignited, the air crackled with anticipation. Kaido's monstrous form, a hybrid between dragon and man, loomed over Doflamingo, his imposing presence suffocating. With a roar that shook the very ground, Kaido lunged forward, his massive claws aiming to crush Doflamingo where he stood. But Doflamingo, his eyes burning with determination, dodged with agile grace, leaving trails of fiery embers in his wake. Summoning his armament haki, Kaido unleashed a devastating barrage of blows, each strike carrying the weight of his monstrous strength. Doflamingo danced between the onslaught, his own haki flaring to deflect the onslaught of attacks. But with each clash, the overwhelming power of Kaido began to take its toll. Doflamingo retaliated with torrents of scorching flames, weaving intricate patterns of fire that licked at Kaido's formidable defenses. But even as the flames engulfed the battlefield, Kaido pressed on, relentless in his assault. Bloodied and battered, Doflamingo refused to yield. With a defiant scream, he unleashed his ultimate technique, Hell's Judgment, a vortex of searing flames that engulfed Kaido in an inferno of agony. But even as the flames raged, Kaido emerged from the inferno, his body adorned with burns, yet his resolve unbroken. With a thunderous roar, Kaido unleashed his own signature move, Thunder Baba, a devastating shockwave of Haki-infused power that sent Doflamingo crashing to the ground, his body broken and bloodied. Yet, even in the face of certain defeat, Doflamingo rose once more, fueled by sheer anger and determination. With the last remnants of his strength, he unleashed a final, desperate onslaught of flames, a blaze of defiance against the unstoppable force of Kaido. In the end, as the smoke cleared and the dust settled, Doflamingo stood on trembling legs, his body broken and battered, but his spirit unbroken. Though defeated, his fiery determination had left an indelible mark on the battlefield, a testament to his unyielding will in the face of overwhelming odds. Majestic Flame Destroyer, Doflamingo roared, unleashing a torrent of searing flames towards Kaido, hoping against hope that this last-ditch effort would somehow turn the tide. But Kaido, with his overwhelming strength and resilience, tore through the flames with sheer brute force, the inferno dissipating in the face of his unstoppable might. In an instant, Kaido closed the distance between them, his massive club descending with terrifying speed. Great virtue and authority thunderclap 8 trigrams. The sickening sound of impact echoed across the battlefield as Kaido's club connected with Doflamingo's body, crushing bone and rending flesh with brutal efficiency. Doflamingo's vision blurred, pain exploding throughout his body as he felt himself being overwhelmed by the sheer force of the blow. Darkness encroached upon his senses, but even in his final moments, he refused to yield. As Kaido raised his club high, preparing to deliver the final, fatal blow, Doflamingo's mind raced. Memories flashed before his eyes, moments of triumph and defeat, victories and losses. He thought of his family, his allies, and his enemies, all those who had shaped his journey and brought him to this fateful moment. Goodbye, little brother. But amidst the pain and despair, a spark of defiance ignited within Doflamingo's heart. With his last ounce of strength, he summoned forth his conqueror's Haki once more, channeling it into a final act of resistance against the overwhelming might of Kaido. It was a futile gesture, a mere flicker of defiance against the unstoppable force bearing down upon him. But in that fleeting moment, Doflamingo refused to go down without a fight. And then, with a final, bone-crushing blow, darkness claimed him, his consciousness slipping away as the merciless embrace of oblivion welcomed him home. In the end, Doflamingo's fate was sealed, his legacy forever entwined with the tumultuous currents of history, a tragic figure whose story would be remembered by those who came after. Enough, Marcus interjected, his voice cutting through the tension like a knife. Kaido-sama, remember why we're here. We have a mission to complete, and personal vendettas will only hinder our progress. Kaido's gaze shifted from the fallen Doflamingo to Marcus, his expression unreadable. Fine, he grunted, reluctantly relenting for the time being. But mark my words, our old collaboration ends today. I do not owe you guys any more favors. Your insolence will not be forgotten. Marcus's grin only widened in response, because for him, Kaido and the government matter were insignificant in front of his mission, and he needed to take Daffy back to the Holy Land, his eyes glittering with a dangerous light. Looking forward to it, Kaido, he quipped, his tone dripping with sarcasm. And with that, the uneasy truce held, at least for the moment. But amidst the chaos of battle and the downfall of the Don Quixote family, the seeds of future conflict had been sown, destined to bloom into full-blown chaos in the days to come. Back in Marineford, exhaustion weighed heavily on me, every movement a monumental effort against the leaden weight dragging me down. Even the simple act of wielding Kitetsu with my left arm felt like a Herculean task, my muscles screaming in protest with each swing. Blood pooled around me, obscuring my vision and adding to the already suffocating sense of chaos enveloping the battlefield. Yet, driven by sheer willpower and a stubborn refusal to yield, I pressed forward into the heart of the storm. Above, the heavens roared their fury, the rumble of thunder echoing like the battle cry of ancient gods. Lightning streaked across the sky in jagged forks of blinding white, illuminating the tumultuous landscape below with a stark, otherworldly brilliance. The downpour intensified, transforming the once serene battlefield into a raging torrent of wind and rain, nature itself rising in defiance against the forces that sought to control it. In the midst of this tempest, even Aganya, the formidable admiral standing before me, felt the pressure of nature's might bearing down upon her. Her blood domain, once a formidable barrier against all my escape attempts, wavered in the face of the relentless storm, the chaotic winds, and driving rain threatening to tear it asunder. Before I could react, Aganya's blade sliced through the air with deadly precision, finding its mark in my throat. With a desperate resolve, I instinctively countered, my broken right arm grasping onto her weapon in a futile attempt to halt its deadly path. In a desperate bid for survival, my own blade found its mark in her neck, but the formidable barrier of her armament haki remained unyielding, rendering my efforts futile. Blood bubbled from my lips, a grim testament to the mortal wound that now threatened to consume me. "Brave, kid!" Aganya's voice cut through the cacophony of the storm, her words carrying both respect and disdain in equal measure. "Originally, I wanted to take you back alive, but you are too dangerous. I am sure the elders will understand. You are just like them. Your mere existence is a sin." Despite the pain and exhaustion that threatened to overwhelm me, I refused to succumb, my spirit burning bright amidst the chaos. For in that moment, I knew that even in the face of death, I would not go quietly into the night. As Aganya withdrew her blade, poised to deliver the final, fatal blow, a surge of vitality rippled through the sea, echoing my unwavering defiance against the hands of fate. The very essence of the ocean stirred in response to my will, a primal force unleashed in my dying moments. The colossal sea kings, ancient behemoths that slumbered in the depths, felt the call of the world itself, their massive forms stirring with newfound purpose. With thunderous roars that reverberated through the tumultuous waters, the sea kings surged forth, their immense bodies crashing through the crimson blockade with unmatched ferocity. The very ocean itself seemed to rise up in rebellion, a formidable army of sea creatures converging upon Aganya with a relentless fury. Yet, even as she stood amidst the chaos, Aganya remained undaunted, her blade flashing with deadly precision as she fended off the onslaught of massive beasts. Amidst the chaos, Aganya detected a sudden change on my side, a subtle shift in the tide of battle that drew her attention away from the encroaching sea kings. With swift reflexes, she collected herself and leaped towards me, her movements fluid and decisive as chaos erupted around us. But even as she closed in for the kill, Aganya sensed a faint glimmer of life within me, a vital sign that persisted despite the mortal wound that had pierced my throat. Disregarding the sea kings that surged towards her, she focused solely on her prey, her arm morphing into a crimson serpent aimed directly at my heart. "Crimson serpent," she uttered, her voice a chilling whisper as her hand surged forward with lethal precision. In that moment, as the gaping maw of a massive sea king loomed overhead, ready to engulf me, Aganya's hand pierced through my chest with horrifying speed, tearing away a chunk of my beating heart. Gasping for breath, I felt the last vestiges of life slipping away, my body consumed by the unforgiving depths of the sea. Aganya stood triumphant, clutching half of my heart in her hand, while I was swallowed by the relentless embrace of the Sea King. Yet, even as darkness closed in around me, my will remained unbroken, a flickering flame of defiance amidst the encroaching shadows. In that fleeting moment of clarity, I found a strange sense of peace, knowing that my legacy would endure, carried forth on the ebb and flow of fate. The sudden arrival of the Sea Kings not only brought an end to the chaotic clash on the sea, but also quelled the conflict in the bay. Aganya gazed upon the heart in her hand with a mixture of emotions swirling within her. She couldn't shake the memory of the kid's last defiant gaze, piercing through her with an intensity that mirrored the abyss itself. It wasn't that she didn't want to finish him off completely. She simply couldn't. Fear gripped her when the kid unleashed that final surge of power, as if the entire world itself conspired against her. With a heavy sigh, she composed herself, thinking that there was no way that the kid would survive. Aganya sheathed her blade and turned away, her gaze drifting towards the Marine headquarters. The destruction wrought by the Sea Kings upon the battleships and the chaos engulfing the area meant nothing to her now. There were more pressing matters at hand, and she intended to see them through, regardless of the cost. The final act of Ross's demise unfolded before the eyes of everyone in Marineford. Despite Aganya's delayed reaction, she had managed to take down more than half a dozen of the massive Sea Kings. Each of these creatures was of a size that could only be found in the true depths of the ocean. As Aganya landed on the bay with half a heart in her hand, her instincts flared, compelling her to put her guard up as if her life depended on it. She mustered her entire armament hockey, but she was unprepared for what followed. Garp, who had witnessed Ross's final moments, transformed into a bloodthirsty beast, consumed by the desire for vengeance. Aganya's seemingly casual act of carrying the heart of his beloved disciple tipped the scales. Galaxy Impact! Garp clad himself in armament hockey and imbued the attack with Haushaku, launching an assault with the intent to kill. It was the first time since the battle began that he had unleashed such a lethal strike. But Aganya was no pushover. Though she was not on Garp's level, she could hold her own against him. Crimson World! She reacted swiftly, countering Garp's punch with one of her own. However, the outcome was devastating. A sickening crunch echoed as Aganya's arm shattered. If she hadn't been a Logia user, she might have permanently lost her sword arm. Aganya was sent hurtling through the air because of the momentum, crashing onto a battleship and breaking through its hull. Garp's bloodshot eyes reflected his unbridled rage. He was consumed by a desire for vengeance, reminiscent of his reaction when Ace was killed by a Kainu in the canon storyline. Back then, he was older and more composed, with Sengoku alone able to restrain him. But now, in his prime and fueled by fury, it took the combined efforts of Kong, Zephyr, Sengoku, and even Tsuru, using her fruit powers to try and quell Garp's anger. "Garp, have you gone mad? She's a new admiral." Kong's voice boomed, attempting to reason with Garp. With each passing second, the situation escalated, but somehow Tsuru's fruit power helped to restrain him to a certain extent. "Garp, if you keep this up, you'll be thrown out of the Marines." Kong's voice thundered. He sought to bring the wild beast under control, knowing that the details could be discussed later. Suddenly, Garp, who had been like a wild beast, paused and locked eyes with Kong. Without a word, he slackened his grip on the unconscious vice admiral in his hands and flung him at the fleet admiral's foot. With one last glance in the direction Aganya had fallen, Garp strode purposefully towards Bogard, who lay unconscious on the ground. The crowd surrounding Bogard, keeping him restrained, parted, intimidated by the sheer bloodlust emanating from the Marine hero. No one dared to challenge him. As days flew by, a seismic wave of news swept across the world, shaking the very foundations of power and order. First came the earth-shattering revelation of the fall of the Don Quixote family. From the New World to Paradise and even in North Blue, the bases of the once formidable family were razed to the ground, leaving no survivors in their wake. Yet what sent shockwaves even deeper was the fate of the family's leader, shrouded in mystery and uncertainty. In the heart of Mary Geos, where the eyes of every descendant were fixated, the young Doflamingo lay crucified, a stark symbol of defiance silenced. Beneath him rested a small chest, within which lay half a heart, a chilling reminder to all world nobles of the consequences awaiting those who dared challenge their supremacy. The elders, in their bid to maintain control, sought to suppress this grim event, along with countless others that unfolded in the chaotic aftermath of the Marineford battle. Amidst the turmoil, whispers spread like wildfire amongst the higher-ups of marine communities of an admiral's defection. The creation of a newfound freedom fighter group, led by none other than Dragon himself. The news rippled through the marine community, sending shockwaves of uncertainty and unrest. Yet, amidst the chaos, Garp, once a stalwart pillar of the Marines, retreated into the depths of Marineford, his current stance unknown, his silence speaking volumes to those who sought answers. But amidst the turmoil and unrest, one event eclipsed them all. The legendary Roger pirates achieving what had been thought impossible for centuries. Their triumphant arrival at the final island ignited a frenzy of speculation and wonder as rumors of the ultimate treasure, the One Piece, began to spread like wildfire across the globe. Despite the world government's efforts to suppress the news, the truth could not be contained, and Roger was crowned with the illustrious title of Pirate King, forever etching his name into the annals of history. As news of the Roger Pirates' historic achievements spread across the seas, the very waters themselves seemed to roil and churn with excitement and anticipation. Ships rocked on tumultuous waves as whispers of the legendary crew's triumph echoed from port to port. Mariners, pirates, and civilians alike found themselves swept up in the fervor, their imaginations ignited by the possibilities unlocked by the discovery of the final island. Amidst the chaos, the world government, recognizing the gravity of the situation, released an updated bounty notice for the Pirate King, Joel D. Roger. The bounty, displayed in bold letters for all to see, surpassed all previous records, a testament to Roger's unparalleled notoriety and the magnitude of his latest achievement. Even the world government itself was humbled due to the fact that they were not able to suppress the truth and was forced to acknowledge Roger with his new title, Pirate King. Inscribed upon the wanted poster, in letters that seemed to seethe with authority and condemnation, was Roger's exorbitant bounty. GOLD, Roger, Pirate King, dead or alive. Bounty, 5,564,800,000 berries. The staggering figure served as a stark reminder of Roger's enduring legacy and the immense threat he posed to the world government's control over the seas. As the bounty poster fluttered in the wind, its message reverberated across the world, signaling a new era of uncertainty and upheaval in the vast expanse of the Grand Line. In the hallowed halls of Mary Geos, the sanctum of the elders erupted into chaos. Just days earlier, they had reveled in their victory over those two little teenagers they deemed as upstarts. However, the euphoria was short-lived as news of Roger and his crew's discovery of the long-hidden secret spread like wildfire. Summoned by the enigmatic ruler Imu-sama, the elders found themselves walking a precarious tightrope, unsure of what repercussions awaited them. Imu-sama's summons were rare and not to be taken lightly. As they entered the supreme leader's presence, tension hung thick in the air. Yet, to their surprise, Imu-sama appeared nonchalant, almost indifferent to the news of the final island's revelation. With a mere glance at Roger's new bounty, Imu-sama dismissed the matter and returned to the serene garden, leaving the elders bewildered yet relieved. Back in the confines of the elders' chamber, sighs of relief echoed off the walls. They couldn't fathom how Imu-sama had become aware of the situation. The sudden interest in certain matters raised suspicions among the council. Imu-sama's recent queries about seemingly trivial matters, such as the commotion created by Doflamingo's public display of punishment at the central square of the Holy Land, a descendant of the original 20 who dared to defy the Almighty, had sent shockwaves through their ranks. This showed the elders how truly bored the supreme leader had become. Doflamingo's fate had been sealed before his audience with the elders, yet his bold words, "My brother will come for me," about his brother's possible vengeance had piqued the 5 elders' curiosity and mockery, even earning a round of amusement from the enigmatic leaders of the world government. Little did Doflamingo know, his brother's heart lay silently beneath his now ravaged body, a silent testament to the consequences of defiance in the face of absolute power. How did we miss out on such a thing? Didn't we ban any studies on the poneglyphs? How did Roger manage to reach the final island? Elder Jew Peter's frustration was palpable as he questioned the oversight. It seems that someone from the Kazuki family aided Roger in finding and deciphering those poneglyphs. We must ensure that such occurrences are prevented in the future. We were fortunate that Imu-sama did not view this matter with severity, Elder Saturn expressed, sharing his concern. Originally, he had contemplated recalling Aganya to marry Geos due to her status as a celestial dragon and a god's knight. However, recent developments had complicated their plans, especially with Dragon's unexpected defection. Perhaps Aganya should have handled the matter regarding Garp with more subtlety. Now, without the Marine hero leading from the front, Roger's fame is growing unchecked. Say what you might about Garp, but he was a Marine with a righteous persona. With him holed up in Marineford, there is no one capable of keeping Roger's rising fame in check. We cannot allow this to continue. We must get Garp back into action, Elder Nustro commented. When Imu-sama had instructed him to bring Doflamingo for a meeting, he initially feared repercussions for their failure. However, it turned out that Imu-sama's intentions were merely driven by curiosity. Now, they had to address this matter swiftly, as any action from Imu-sama could spell disaster for the world, even for the world nobles themselves. First, get in touch with Kong and have him try to get Garp back into action, Elder Mar suggested, expressing his views. As for Aganya, let her remain in the Marines. It seems like it would be a valuable lesson for the young one to learn some restraint. In the future, we can consider grooming her to lead the Marines. If this trend continues, the delicate balance we've maintained in the new world could be destroyed. Perhaps having Aganya by the Marine side would be beneficial. His words resonated with the council, for the sea had already begun to show signs of chaos as more and more people were influenced by the rumors of One Piece. That's fine, but we need to address a serious matter, Elder Saturn said as he poured himself a cup of tea. Seems like our previous ban on poneglyphs and learning about history seems to be ineffective. We need to clean up and destroy every single person who even dares to delve into the secrets of the past. Maybe we must have a CP hunt down every person who is even remotely connected to studying these things. Only if there was a way to destroy these poneglyphs. We could have destroyed them all and been done with it, Elder Wakiri added, banging on the table with a rare hint of anger. Those dumb things are made with unknown material, with sea stone essence infused, so even with our powers, we cannot damage them. He had tried destroying those stupid monuments back in his youth, failing every time. And let's have the CP0 push for an alliance with Kaido again. We can just disguise it as a weapons trade or something else. We can't have Wano becoming too comfortable, Elder Nustro suggested. And Kaido still has the treasured mythical fruit, so we'll have to keep an eye on him. We can't let him get too ambitious. Have we had any success from Vegapunk in trying to recreate Kaido's devil fruit? No, we haven't had any recent successful updates regarding the artificial devil fruits from Punk Hazard, Elder Jew Peter explained. And that Vegapunk keeps running around. We must try to confine him to a particular place. He is too dangerous an asset to be left running around freely, especially with his knowledge about lineage factors. Currently, Vegapunk still held some form of freedom because he was still reluctant to start with the experiment for the lineage factor, which was essentially important for the elders. Just like that, this meeting between the elders put many of their decisions into action, which would eventually come to shape the new era. However, even they were unaware of the chaos that was going to unfold because of the actions of one man in the near future. Somewhere in the New World, the Oro Jackson lay anchored near an unmarked island. It had been almost a month since the news of them conquering the Grand Line and reaching the final island spread throughout the world. Rumors, each more exaggerated than the last, began to circulate, but none of them were anywhere close to the actual truth. The only group of people aware of the truth were now having a banquet on the island after reuniting with Shanks and Buggy. Earlier, they had left them back because Buggy was sick, At least that was the reason Roger gave to Shanks before they left them on this island. The mood was a mix of sadness and joy, as everyone in the crew knew that their journey was coming to an end. Roger, are you sure about this? We can still try our best to find those fruits. Rayleigh voiced his reluctance to bid farewell to his friend. Roger, after achieving his dream, had expressed his intention to disband the crew. I wish Rayleigh, but no. My era is coming to an end. I was just born a bit earlier. Maybe, just maybe, if I was born a generation later, I would have taken part in the greatest adventure this world has ever seen, Roger lamented, gulping down a whole bottle of rum as he sighed. After learning the truth of the world, he realized he was ahead of his time. I wish Shanks and Buggy had joined us on the final journey, Scopper Gabon commented beside him while looking at the two youngsters, who were soundly sleeping next to Odin, who had already blacked out after trying to outdrink all of the Roger pirates. They had not taken the two apprentices on the journey to Laugh-Tale, as Roger had deemed it too dangerous for them to get involved. Instead, he left them behind under the guise that Buggy had fallen ill and Shanks was staying to care for him. However, the truth was that Roger felt they might play important roles in the upcoming saga, and it was safer for them to stay out of the fray until they were ready to begin their own journeys. So, what are you planning to do next? Roger couldn't help but ask his friend, still holding on to the hope of saving his life. I don't know. Maybe I'll try to explore those uncharted lands and see if I get lucky. You never know. I might find something that can cure you, Rayleigh shared, taking a sip from his own bottle of rum. So, you aren't going back to Sabaody? I thought that's where you would head first, Scopper Gabon commented, a smirk playing on his lips. They all knew Rayleigh had someone waiting for him in Sabaody. Rayleigh casually threw the rum bottle at Gabon, who easily dodged it. Ha ha, Rayleigh, Gabon is right, you know. Instead of trying to find a cure for me, you should go to Sabaody. Don't throw away the chance to tell her you love her, because tomorrow is never promised. Roger gently tapped on his friend's shoulder, encouraging him to pursue the person waiting for him. We'll cross that road when we get there. Well, how about you? Are you planning to find someone for yourself? Rayleigh couldn't help but ask, knowing his friend had found contentment in his life. Who knows? Maybe I'll be lucky enough to find someone who can love me despite knowing the true me. Maybe I'll start a family and spend my days happily until the end. Roger's laughter echoed, reflecting his uncertainty about the future. Come now, Captain. You sure are good at making grand jokes. You and your own family? I'm sure every girl out there would run away from you if they heard your name. And if they didn't run after hearing your name, I'm sure they would run after hearing your annoying laugh. Do you think any girl can handle that? Gabon teased, laughter bubbling from him. Roger joined in because he knew there was truth in Gabon's words. However, Rayleigh couldn't shake off Roger's words. How nice it would be if his friend truly settled down and started a family. Maybe he should go and meet Shacky before embarking on his quest to find a cure for Roger. After Roger had declared that they were disbanding, some wanted to be dropped off where they had deemed to return, and some wanted to stay to spend a little more time with their captain until he was dropped off. Their first destination was Wayno to drop off Odin, who wanted to reunite with his family. Rayleigh clearly understood that the era of Roger pirates was coming to an end. Meanwhile, in Marineford, in the quarters assigned to Garp, Bogard lay on the bed, still recovering from the aftermath of the clash. He had emerged as the one most battered during the confrontation. Emotionally, he was still reeling from the loss of Ross. Kazan sat by the window, gazing out at the waves, lost in thought. Garp's expression remained unreadable. He was suppressing a well of anger so deep that it threatened to consume him entirely. He hadn't left his quarters since the incident occurred. Despite attempts by Sengoku and others to reach out to him, Garp had rejected all offers of communication. The loss of Ross had hit him hard. For a fleeting moment, Garp entertained the idea of following in his son's footsteps, quitting the Marines, and challenging the world government head-on. However, something within him had held him back. Even Dragon's decision to leave the Marines didn't faze him. He understood why his son had made such a choice. As a father, though he couldn't openly support his son, he praised Dragon in his heart. His son had done what he himself couldn't do. Perhaps Ross was right. Maybe he was nothing but a hypocrite. But then he sighed. acknowledging the many regrets he carried. Despite it all, he held onto a glimmer of hope in his heart. It was the only thing keeping him in check. Against all odds, he believed that the little monster he had groomed would somehow survive and return. Just as Garp was lost in his thoughts, the door to his house burst open, with an angry Kong kicking it down. "Garp, you bastard, come out here. How long are you going to keep moping in here? Do you even know what's going on out there?" Kong bellowed, already at his limits. He had mobilized the entire Marine Corps to try and regain some sort of control over the seas since news of Roger conquering the seas had spread. The New World was in complete disarray. Every powerhouse and even mere nobodies had started a quest either to hunt down Roger or find the One Piece for themselves. The rumors were overwhelming, to the point that even fools without an ounce of strength in their name had taken to piracy. Some big names in the New World that had remained dormant had started moving. His new admiral, the one appointed by the government, was currently in Mary Geos, safeguarding the world nobles due to the recent turmoil. Sengoku and Zephyr were overwhelmed, trying to bring back some semblance of control in the New World. However, his strongest asset, the only one who could truly curb Roger's infamy, was holed up here. Today, Kong has come to put an end to this nonsense. He knew what happened with Garp's student was ugly, but he didn't have the time to think about right and wrong now. The elders were already breathing down his neck regarding Roger's matter, and added to that, they had also assigned additional tasks despite their current lack of manpower. "Kong-san, I still hold a modicum of respect for you. Please don't make me lose that as well." Garp's voice echoed as he stepped out of the room, eyeing the door, which had seen better days. "Respect. Respect to hell with your respect, Garp. Do you know what's going on out there? And here you are doing what?" "Absolutely nothing." Kong fumed furiously, seeing the Marine hero standing there as if the matter happening out at sea had no connection to him at all. "Tell me, Kong-san, why should I care? I am just a vice admiral, and if I'm not wrong, you have hundreds of vice admirals under your command. Why don't you send out a dozen and have them fix your problem?" Garp was truly furious. If it weren't for Kong's order to return immediately, he might have somehow caught wind of the nefarious plan targeting Ross. Although he knew Kong was simply following orders, he still held some resentment. Today was not the first time in this month Kong had come to him for help to get out to the New World. "Why should you care? Did you just ask me why you should care? Here, let me give you more than 100 reasons why you should care." Kong started throwing one report after another furiously while reading the main content. More than 12,000 killed. Here, this whole island was massacred. A dozen Marine ships sank. Here, read this. Here. Kong started throwing out reports after reports portraying the drastic situation around the world. The world was in chaos, and the ones who were suffering were the common folk. After throwing down a stack of reports right in front of Garp's feet, he took out another stack, which were the recent bounty posters. Whitebeard Edward Newgate, Golden Lion Shiki, 100 Beast Kaido, Patrick Redfield, Big Mom Charlotte Linlin, Samwon Wolf, and finally, the golden bounty poster of the Pirate King himself. Kong threw more than 24 bounty posters. Every one of them is out there creating the carnage that you see in these reports. Every single innocent life might have been saved if you were out there instead of moping around here, Kong said with emotion. He knew how Garp was. Despite the sorrow in his heart, Garp was someone who truly wanted to serve justice for the innocents, and the reports in front of him showed the casualties that had been caused in just this 1 month. "Garp, I may not understand what you are feeling, but at least I can relate. All I say is don't condemn these innocent souls. Your presence out in the seas may change the lives of many innocents. Don't lose sight of what's in front of you. We need you, Garp, or rather, I need you. Unless I can keep these powerhouses in check, the entire sea will descend into chaos, and more innocents will die." Kong sighed, understanding that he could not force Garp. He would have to do it out of his own will. "Don't worry about the world nobles. I have already spoken to the elders. You will no longer be restrained. You can do as you see fit. Just get out there and do what you do best. I have shared what I wanted to say, but the rest is up to you." Kong stood without bothering to pick up the reports and bounty posters. He knew Garp would not let him down, and the concession given by the elders worked in his favor for getting Garp back into the seas. If you still consider yourself a Marine, then please do us both a favor. Put on your Marine coat, get out there, and help me bring some sort of stability to the chaotic seas. Roger is out there somewhere, and the longer he remains at large, the worse the situation will become. Eventually, the whole world will descend into chaos. Kong sighed. Even though he held the title of Fleet Admiral, he didn't know how else to convince the Marine hero to rejoin the fray. With these words, Kong left Garp alone to make his decision. Unlike Garp, who was wishing for a miracle, there was one person who had absolute confidence, bordering on blind faith, that the young masters were alive. Young Virgo. He had almost crumbled when he heard of the Don Quixote family's fall. During the incident at the bay, he was away and unaware of the happenings until he heard the commotion. Now, he still believed Daffy and Ross were alive and resolved to grow strong, waiting for his young masters to return. He knew it in his gut that, despite half his heart being ripped out, Ross was alive somewhere out there. Virgo had immersed himself in training like a madman, and he was going to complete the mission that Daffy and Ross had given him. He was waiting and biding his time for the eventual return of his family. The Oro Jackson, carrying Roger's crew, glided silently through the dark waters, cloaked in a shroud of night. As it approached the shores of Wayno, Odin stood at the bow, his gaze fixed on the land that had once been his home. One impressive mess, all that wreckage from just trying to enter Wayno. The navigator of the Oro Jackson observed the shore through his spyglass, noting the debris left behind by broken ships. If you choose the wrong current, the ship will be destroyed without making it anywhere near the shores of Wayno. Odin remarked with pride as he watched the Oro Jackson expertly navigate through the treacherous waters. Meanwhile, Rayleigh, who also understood the truth that Wayno was hiding, admired the country, which would become a major part of the New Dawn. He couldn't help but comment, "There is a reason for Wayno's closed borders. But they will open these borders the day Joy Boy finally appears. Worry not, Rayleigh San. I will open the border of Wayno to the world before Joy Boy comes." Odin commented with a silent promise. After a heartfelt farewell, and with a promise of meeting them again someday, Odin finally made it to the shores of Wayno alone, where a grand welcome awaited him. Odin stepped onto the familiar soil of Wayno. His eyes scanned the crowd, searching for a familiar face. And there she was, standing on the shore with a smile that could light up the darkest night. Toki, his beloved wife. Without a moment's hesitation, Odin rushed towards her, enveloping her in a tight embrace. "Toki-chan, I've missed you so much," Odin whispered, his voice choked with emotion. "And I, my dear Odin-sama," Toki replied, her eyes shining with tears of joy. "Welcome home." As they stood there, lost in each other's embrace, Odin's children approached, their faces alight with excitement. They threw themselves into their father's arms, laughing and crying all at once. It was a moment of pure happiness, a family reunited after years of separation. "You have grown so much, Mama no Suk." Odin scooped his son up, and all his retainers also surrounded themselves with hope that what they believed would release them from this darkness. But the joy didn't stop there. As Odin and his family made their way through the streets of Wayno, they were met with cheers and applause from the citizens. It seemed that the entire Kori had turned out to welcome their beloved daimyo home. Odin was taken aback by the outpouring of love and support. He hadn't expected such a warm reception, especially after his tumultuous past. Turning to his retainers, he asked, "What's going on? Why are the people so happy to see me?" His retainers exchanged a knowing glance before Kinemon stepped forward, a proud smile on his face. "Toki-sama has been working tirelessly to rebuild your reputation, my lord," he explained. "She has helped the people in countless ways, and they have come to see you as a hero once again." Odin's heart swelled with pride as he listened to Kinemon's words. He knew that Toki was capable of great things, but her efforts had surpassed even his wildest expectations. Turning to his wife, he took her hand in his and said, "Toki-chan, I cannot thank you enough for all that you have done for me and for our people." Toki smiled warmly at her husband, her eyes shining with love and admiration. "It was my honor, Odin-sama," she replied. "I only wish to see you happy and respected once again." As they continued their journey through the streets of Wano, Odin couldn't help but feel overwhelmed by the love and support of his people. He knew that he had a lot to catch up on, and as they reached the safety and comfort of their home, he turned to his retainers and said, "Tell me everything that has happened since I left. I want to know everything, from the moment I set sail to the day I returned." After receiving a thorough briefing from his retainers about the situation that had unfolded in his absence, Odin's fury knew no bounds. Words were not enough to contain the storm raging within him. Gripping both of his swords tightly, Odin's resolve was unwavering as he charged toward the direction of the capital. Determined to assess the true extent of the devastation, Odin chose not to conceal his identity as he wandered through the streets of the entire Wanakoni. His heart clenched at the sight of the desolation that surrounded him. Homes reduced to rubble, streets littered with the debris of lives shattered by tyranny. "Is that Odin-sama? It can't be. He's been gone for so long." Whispers echoed through as they saw the mighty Odin walk through the streets of the capital. "Odin-sama has returned. Praise be to the heavens. Our savior has come back to us." Odin's name was akin to that of a legendary warrior in Wano, and at the sight of Odin's return, hope flickered once again in the hearts of the citizens of Wano. Approaching a group of weary townsfolk gathered around a meager fire, Odin's voice rang out with a question heavy with sorrow. "What has become of Wano?" he inquired, his tone laced with empathy for their plight. A woman, her eyes red-rimmed and weary, looked up at the hope in their midst as she was aware of Odin's identity. "It's been more than a year since Kaido and Orochi seized control. Odin-sama," she murmured, her voice trembling with exhaustion. "The people suffer under their tyranny. Hunger gnaws at our bellies, and those who dare to resist are met with merciless reprisal. Please save us. Save us from this hell." Odin's fists clenched with a mix of rage and grief as he absorbed the grim reality of his homeland's plight. Though he had heard whispers of Kaido's brutality, witnessing the devastation firsthand only fueled his resolve to bring about change. As he traversed the entirety of Wano, Odin bore witness to scenes of unspeakable suffering. Families torn apart, livelihoods destroyed, hope hanging by a thread. Yet amidst the despair, he glimpsed flickers of defiance, small acts of resistance that spoke to the indomitable spirit of the Wano people. As dawn broke, casting a golden hue upon the ravaged land, Odin stood at the precipice of the capital, his heart heavy with the burden of responsibility. Despite the perils that lay ahead, he vowed to confront Kaido and Orochi, challenge their tyranny, and restore honor to Wano. With a silent prayer for strength and courage, Odin steeled himself and unsheathed both his blades for the arduous battle that lay ahead. The fate of Wano hung in the balance, and he alone could be the beacon of hope that would guide his people towards a brighter future. He moved in the direction where Orochi was so as to put an end to this menace once and for all. On the shores of a sparsely populated island in the first half of the Grand Line, a man stood in serene stillness, his figure silhouetted against the backdrop of the vast, shimmering sea. Though his sightless eyes remained closed, only the whites were visible beneath his eyelids. He seemed to absorb the beauty of his surroundings through some other sense. The man appeared to be in his late 20s, yet there was a certain wisdom etched into the lines of his face, as if he had lived far beyond his years. An X-shaped scar marred the left side of his forehead. Its presence was a testament to some profound decisions he had made in the past. It stretched over both eyes, a stark reminder of his self-inflicted blindness. Despite his lack of sight, there was an air of tranquility about him, as if he had found solace in his darkness. His short, dark hair framed his face, while a mustache and beard added a touch of ruggedness to his countenance. He stood tall and imposing, clad in a light purple yukata secured by a dark purple belt, the colors of his attire mirroring the hues of twilight. Over his shoulders draped a cloak of the same shade, its fabric billowing gently in the sea breeze. In his hand, he held a shikamazu, a Japanese sword stick that doubled as a cane, its polished surface gleaming softly in the sunlight. With each step, he moved with purpose, guided by an innate sense of direction honed through years of adaptation to his blindness. His feet were encased in Gita sandals, their wooden soles echoing softly against the sandy shore. White bandages wrapped around both of his forearms, a testament to battles fought and wounds endured. Hand guards adorned both of his hands, a silent reminder of the strength that lay beneath his seemingly tranquil exterior. As he stood on the edge of the shore, a sense of serenity enveloped him, his presence a testament to the resilience of the human spirit in the face of adversity in this cruel world. Despite the challenges he had faced in his life, he remained steadfast, a silent guardian of the weak and the vulnerable. His gaze turned towards the small wooden cabin that just lay a few hundred meters from a shoreline, as if anticipating the next chapter of his journey. As Isho stood on the tranquil shores, his mind wandered back to the young teen he had rescued from the jaws of a monstrous sea king just a month prior. The memory of finding the boy, barely clinging to life, stirred something deep within him. Despite his blindness, Isho's advanced observation haki had allowed him to sense the direness of the teen's condition. When he discovered the unconscious form of the boy, his heart sank. A gaping hole marred the teen's neck and chest, and a chunk of his heart was missing, a testament to the ferocity of the life-threatening battle that the child must have endured. But even in the face of such grievous wounds, the teen's grip on his sword remained steadfast, a symbol of defiance against the cruel hand of fate. Isho had acted swiftly, using every ounce of his medical knowledge he and the fellow residents of the island possessed and the limited resources available on the island to tend to the boy's injuries. Day after day, he watched over him, marveling at the resilience of the human spirit as the teen fought against the looming specter of death. Despite the odds stacked against him, the teen's heart continued to beat with unwavering determination, a testament to his indomitable will. It was as if he were challenging fate itself, refusing to succumb to the darkness that threatened to consume him. As the days turned into weeks, Isho found himself filled with a sense of awe and admiration for the boy lying before him. Each breath he took and each heartbeat that echoed through the silent night served as a reminder of the power of the human spirit to defy even the most daunting of odds. And so, as Isho stood on the shores of the island, his thoughts filled with the young teen who had captured his heart, he couldn't help but feel a sense of hope. For in the face of adversity, he had witnessed firsthand the strength of the human will, a force capable of transcending even the darkest of nights. As Isho immersed himself in his thoughts, a massive sea king emerged from the depths, lunging towards him with intent to engulf him whole. Unperturbed, Isho calmly drew his blade. "Gravity blade," Isho whispered, and in an instant, a tremendous pressure enveloped the sea beast, pinning it to the sandy shore despite its thrashing. With a single fluid motion, Isho struck upwards, cleanly beheading the Sea King before resheathing his blade. Originally, Isho had come to the island in search of food. Despite being a devil fruit user with the ability to float above water using his gravity powers, he chose not to stray too far from the wooden cabin where the unconscious teen lay. The island was known to harbor dangerous beasts, and leaving the teen undefended was not a risk Isho was willing to take. Fortunately, luck was on his side, as the Sea King had approached him willingly, offering itself as both a distraction from his thoughts and sustenance. Isho wasted no time in collecting the massive Sea King's corpse before heading back towards the safety of the wooden cabin. As Isho returned to the cabin, he noticed that the young blonde teen had yet to awaken from his slumber. However, his body had been recovering at an astonishing rate. Despite being unconscious, Isho had made it a norm to feed the child soup made from Sea King flesh and bones, which the boy's body greedily accepted, devouring massive amounts of energy as if it were trying to use it to repair itself. Isho had never seen anyone with such a monstrous physique, and he used his observation haki to gauge the true extent of the teen's prowess. Glancing at the items laid out beside the bed, Isho observed a tattered yet high-quality coat, a small crucifix concealing a small knife, and alongside it a powerful blade that even gave Isho chills. And finally, a peculiar fruit. Isho instantly recognized it as a devil fruit, being a devil fruit user himself. But he had no idea what specific abilities it bestowed upon its consumer, nor did he particularly care. Just as Isho's attention was drawn to the items, the teen wrapped in bandages stirred, finally awakening after more than a month of slumber. Ross had returned to consciousness. My eyelids weighed so heavily, and all I wanted was to sink back into slumber. Yet, deep down, I knew that if I succumbed to sleep once more, I might never awaken again. Despite the overwhelming fatigue and pain, I summoned the strength to pry my eyes open. As my vision adjusted to the dim light of the cabin, I noticed a tall figure standing at the side of my bed. Recognition dawned slowly as the details of his appearance registered in my mind. Despite my murky mind, I still had the presence of mind to recognize the person standing in front of me immediately. It was none other than the man who would come to be known as Fujitora, the future admiral recruited under the world military draft about 2 decades from now, Isho. He must currently be in his late 20s. But then my mind raced to understand how I had ended up here. Fragments of the memory of my fight with Aganya came flooding back, and the pain that accompanied my memories hit me like a sea train at full throttle. Isho, I thought to myself, not making it known that I had recognized the man. Composing myself with my voice hoarse from disuse, I remarked, You saved me." The man nodded solemnly, his expression unreadable behind the closed eyelids that covered his blind eyes. "Indeed, young man. You've been unconscious for over a month. But you're awake now." I struggled to sit up, wincing as a sharp pang shot through my chest. What happened to me? How'd I end up here?" Isho's gaze softened with a hint of sympathy. "You were found on the brink of death, swallowed by a sea king. I happened to come across you while passing by this island. It's a miracle you're still alive." Memories of the attack at Marineford flooded back completely, accompanied by a rush of pain and panic. "I remember now. Thank you for saving me." He nodded his head slightly, acknowledging my gratitude. "You're welcome, but you still have a long road to recovery ahead of you. You have been unconscious for more than a month." As Isho's words sank in, I felt a surge of disbelief wash over me. More than a month. It was unfathomable that I had been unconscious for so long. My hand instinctively went to the bandages covering my chest, where my heart had been torn out. Using my observation hockey, I sensed that the missing chunk had almost completely healed. No wonder I had been in such a deep slumber. My body had shut down to conserve energy and aid in my recovery. The aroma of piping hot soup filled the air, and I realized that Isho must have been diligently feeding me to help my body heal. Gratitude swelled within me, and I knew that I would never forget his kindness. But for now, I had more important things to do. I had to find what happened to my brother Daffy and my family. If what Aganya said was true, then the entire family was targeted, and I had no idea of their fate. "Thank you for taking care of me while I was down," I said, my voice filled with sincerity. "I will remember this favor forever." I realized that I couldn't afford to waste any more time as I was already a month late, and my instinct was gnawing on me to hurry up and look for my brother. As for repaying Isho, I would do it sooner or later in the future. Gathering my belongings, I made to leave the cabin. But as I reached the door, weakness washed over me, and I stumbled. Isho was quick to steady me, his concern evident in his voice. "Are you sure it's wise to move about in your condition, young one?" he asked, his hand firm on my shoulder. Despite his warning, I knew that I couldn't delay any longer. "I need to go to North Blue," I replied, determination flashing in my eyes. "I need to know what happened to my family." Before I could take another step, Isho's voice halted me in my tracks. "Kid, by the way, I forgot to ask what's your name." "My name is Isho. If you don't mind me accompanying you, let me take you to North Blue. I've always wanted to go there." Isho felt a faint yet undeniable pull towards the teen, as if fate itself were urging him to accompany him on his journey. It was a sensation he couldn't ignore, a gut feeling that whispered of significant events to come. So, trusting his instincts, He made the decision to offer his assistance, sensing that this chance encounter held more significance than he could comprehend. With each passing moment, the conviction grew stronger within him. There was something about this young man who stood before him that resonated deeply with Isho. He couldn't shake the feeling that their paths had crossed for a reason, and that together they would embark on a journey that would shape the course of their lives, and perhaps even the world itself. "My name is Ross," I replied, clasping his hand firmly. "And thank you for offering to take it in North Blue, and I accept your offer, Isho-san. Someday, I promise you that I will repay this kindness." I knew that in my current weakened condition, traveling to North Blue alone would be a foolish errand, so I quickly decided to take Isho's offer. I didn't know why he offered to take me to North Blue, but I'm not going to think too deeply into it. As we shook hands, a sense of relief settled over me. With Isho's assistance, I was one step closer to uncovering the truth about what happened to Daffy and my family and the events that had It had been more than 2 months since myself and Isho began our journey back towards North Blue. We tried to avoid any government-affiliated routes as much as possible. During this time, from rumors and news, I had already deduced that my family and its affiliated members were no more, and Daffy's fate was all but a mystery. There was not even a snippet of news about the fate of the leader of the Don Quixote pirates. The elders had completely suppressed the matters regarding that of a former celestial dragon. But despite their efforts, the rumors of such an event simmered throughout the world government organization, and I was lucky enough to have caught one of these agents who had recognized me, and I had no thoughts of letting him go alive because I didn't want the news of me being alive to surface yet. Upon learning of Daffy's capture and his subsequent fate of punishment in the form of being crucified in the square as a form of entertainment for the rest of those bastards who called themselves descendants of gods, I felt lost, completely helpless. Anger surged through me like an unrelenting storm. Only the hope of my brother holding on, or he had made his escape by some sort of miracle, kept me going towards North Blue, because, even in such a dire case, myself and Daffy had a place set aside in North Blue as a backup, and I wanted to know if anyone else from the family had made it out of this tragedy. During the time I ventured towards North Blue, Garp, who had been holed up in Marineford, ventured back into the New World like a bloodthirsty beast on a hunt. One famous pirate after another fell into the hands of the Marine hero, venting out all his anger on the pirates, as he always does. Even the infamous Red Count was humbled by the Marine hero and was imprisoned and impelled down. Kazan also actively worked in the New World, attempting to stabilize the seas. Under Garp's relentless assault in these months, the New World calmed down a bit. Garp had even taken down quite a few dangerous pirates who created havoc, such as San Juan Wolf and countless others who had wreaked havoc in the name of the aftermath of the ascension of the Pirate King. However, despite the efforts of the Marine hero, Roger's name was etched in everyone's hearts as the Pirate King, and those from the Roger Pirates had entirely vanished into the wind. Meanwhile, Dragon had become the leader of a group called the Freedom Fighters, which had attracted the attention of the world government, and a really high first bounty was set on the former Marine Admiral's head. His news of becoming an admiral was also buried, ensuring that such information did not surface among civilians, although most Marines were already aware of Dragon's promotion. Just as I was lost in thought, Isho's voice cut through the air. "Ross Cohen, we are here." Despite being blind, Isho used his observation hockey to see the world in his own way. We had already made it to the island in North Blue, which was supposed to be the last hideout known only to myself and Daffy. Every other location in North Blue, which was a stronghold of the Don Quixote family, was razed to the ground, and the fate of the other places in the paradise should be the same. I understood that someone from within the family had betrayed us, making us completely vulnerable. Despite experiencing a similar betrayal in my first life, it seemed like I hadn't learned my lesson. I had become complacent just because I thought I knew how the world would progress, completely forgetting that the moment I stepped into this world, everything had changed. It seemed like my ignorance, pride, and overconfidence had cost me too much. After our caravel made it to the shabby port, I disembarked, leaving Isho behind. This was the island where it all started for me. The island where my brother Daffy had awakened his conqueror's haki, and I had taken over Ross's body and soul. With hurried footsteps, I rushed forth. Though I wasn't a God-fearing person, I instinctively held onto the crucifix around my neck for hope, for a miracle. Finally, after a few minutes, I came to a shabby-looking house that seemed completely run down. Seeing the house brought back memories. This was the house where the Don Quixote family, which had left the status of celestial dragons behind, settled down. This was the home where Rosinante's mother died of sickness. This was the place that sowed the seeds of hatred in Daffy's heart that almost made him kill homing. I used my observation hockey, hoping against hope. Luckily, I detected 3 vital signs from within the abandoned house. Though the vital signs were faint, I could easily pick them up. Just as I entered the shabby house, my rushed movements alerted the occupants within. I could hear faint noises of guns being cocked, ready to fire a hail of bullets. As I stepped inside, the guns rang out, all 3 opening fire. However, despite my recent brush with death months prior, I had completely recovered. My dance with death had allowed my physique to evolve, and even my armament hockey had a major breakthrough. But despite these advantages, I hadn't thought about training for these past 2 months. I felt lost, and the uncertainty of Daffy's current made me distracted. Neither could I delve myself into training, as my body was in the process of recovering. Clang, clang. The bullets bounced off my body as I instinctively covered myself in armament hockey. I could even detect a few sea stone bullets among the ones shot. As the rain of bullets stopped, I finally laid eyes on the 3 occupants. It was Treble, a kid with white spiky hair who seemed about 8 or 9 years old, and another child about 5 years old. All 3 sported varied degrees of injuries that were clumsily treated, and Treble's condition seemed the worst. It seemed like, after being away for all these years, Treble didn't recognize me. Realizing who the 2 kids holding rifles were, I felt relieved somewhat that not everything was lost. One was Gladius, and the other was Rob Lucci. As the 2 kids hastily moved to reload their rifles, Treble, who seemed to be on his last leg, launched a wax attack coated with what little armament hockey he could muster. I dodged the attack using my future sight. Treble, enough, it's me, Ross. I shouted, my aura surging, freezing him in his tracks. Trying to get his attention, I easily swatted away the second attack that he launched. Treble froze, finally realizing it was me who he was attempting to strike, and dropped the gun. It seemed like the 2 attacks and the abrupt shock were too much for him to handle. He fell to his knees, spitting out blood, and both kids moved towards him to make sure he was all right. That was when I understood how dire Treble's condition truly was. His body was littered with life-threatening wounds, and he even had a few sea stone bullet wounds that hadn't been treated properly, and it seemed like those fragments were impeding with his ability to heal and use his devil fruit powers. Ross, you're alive. Ha ha, you made it. You really made it alive. Daffy was right. Daffy was always right. Treble coughed again, but managed to sit himself against the wall with the help of the 2 kids. I moved next to Treble, kneeling beside him and quickly checking his condition. In my time in the Marines, I had picked up quite a few medical skills, but the shabby house didn't have anything to treat Treble. With the voice of all things active, I could already see that Treble was on his last legs, holding on like a last flicker of flame, as if wanting to fulfill his one final objective. Treble, where is Daffy? What about the rest? What exactly happened? I questioned Treble, meanwhile asking the 2 kids to run towards the shore and find a caravel with a blind man to get some medical supplies. Although they hesitated, my chilling aura left them no room for negotiation. After Treble gave them the go-ahead, introducing me to the kids, they sprinted out to find the medicines that could save Treble. But I already knew it was too late. I couldn't tell the kids that because I knew they cared for Treble, who must have staked his life to keep them safe. Tell me, Treble, what happened? Tell me everything. I calmed down a bit, not wanting to put Treble under more pressure. We became too comfortable, and we reached out too far. We were not ready for the new world, Ross. Despite your warnings, we became complacent, and that led to our downfall. Treble started explaining the events since the Don Quixote family ventured into the New World. But we had measures to retreat even if the world government retaliated. How did they get their hands on Daffy? By Treble's response, I knew that the world government's claw had reached Daffy, but I wanted to clearly understand how, because as much as I knew about Daffy's character, even if he smelled a small doubt, he would have retreated. It was that bastard Marcus. We thought he was one of our own. He was with us for years, leading our expansion in both Paradise and the New World by staking his life multiple times. He even saved many of our lives, including Daffy's, a couple of times when we were in danger. We had come to accept him as one of our own. Treble roared in anger. However, the bastard betrayed us. I don't understand exactly why, but Daffy had sent me back to North Blue earlier to maintain things here, as he had already decided to retreat from the New World. His voice softened a bit as he spoke of Daffy. But Marcus, that bastard, exposed all our plans. As one of our core members, he had access to most of our secrets and connections. Treble shivered. And though he was a cruel pirate, he genuinely cared about the people he was attached to, and being betrayed by one of their own had hit him hard. Treble, that still doesn't explain how things happened. Maybe they could have taken all our assets, our hideouts, everything. But how did they get their hands on Daffy with all of you surrounding him, even if that bastard betrayed my brother? I questioned. Daffy must have retreated or escaped, as I was sure both Diamante and Senior would have staked their lives to create a chance for Daffy to escape, unless they were faced with overwhelming odds and completely cornered with no way out. It was that bastard Kaido. He stabbed us in the back. He called Daffy to meet him personally for some sort of deal and betrayed us by forming some kind of deal with the government. Senior managed to alert me immediately through our transponder snail, right before all the connections cut off, before they were completely surrounded. They hit us everywhere, Ross, even our most remote bases and hideouts. Marcus must have dug out every single piece of information about us. I tried to evacuate the base at Spider Miles, but they were already there. Lauji, Makvice, they all fell. Giona managed to save these two kids by almost sacrificing herself. She is on the island as well, but I don't know if she can hold on. We escaped Spider Miles because it was completely surrounded. We have been running. Luckily, Daffy had told me about this hideout before I returned to North Blue, just in case. It seems like his intuition was right. Now, the pieces of the puzzle fell into place, revealing the true depth of betrayal that led to my brother's demise. It wasn't solely Marcus who stabbed him in the back. Kaido played a role in orchestrating the tragedy as well. Had I known of such treachery beforehand, I would have urged Garp to put an end to Kaido's life when he had a chance. But dwelling on regrets now would only serve to deepen the wounds. Instead, I turned to Treble, urging him to share every detail he possessed about the events that led to the downfall of our family. However, the more details I heard from Treble, the more rage flared in my heart. It was a mess of chaotic emotions, wrath and helplessness threatening to consume me entirely. The realization that my brother was lost to me because of our own foolish mistakes, coupled with the unknown fate of Daffy, weighed heavily on my soul. Added to that sadness was an overwhelming anger, threatening to consume me whole. Despite my bleeding fist from repeatedly pounding the floor, I couldn't stop. Treble, despite his weakened state, reached out a trembling hand toward me, his voice hoarse but sincere. Ross, I know it's difficult to accept, but it's the truth. I never liked you or the way you influenced Daffy, trying to confine him within a set of rules. That wasn't him. That wasn't Daffy. He only followed your rules because he loved and trusted you. Even after all these years, he never forgot any of the guidelines he set, even if they didn't align with his beliefs. Do you know why he still followed them? It's because your brother trusted you more than himself. Find him. I'm sure he's waiting for you. Daffy never lost hope in you. Treble coughed, his words interrupted by his own weakness. I don't have much time left, but you need to stay strong, Ross. Daffy wouldn't want you to give in to despair. His time may be running out for all we know. With difficulty, Treble reached into his wax body and pulled out a small chest, presenting it to me. This was Daffy's gift to you. He always believed you were the only one worthy of this fruit. With a solemn expression, Treble pushed the chest toward me. I was originally angry with you, thinking it was your fault for Daffy's fate. If it weren't for you, he may have consumed this fruit. Maybe, just maybe, if you weren't in his life, he may have lived differently. Maybe he wouldn't have ruled the world, but he might have done things differently. I even considered feeding this fruit to someone else or selling it. But then I realized I was being petty. It was his wish and your brother's gift to you. I couldn't bring myself to deprive Daffy of his wish. With Treble's words sinking in, I had a vague feeling of what the chest held. I now understood why my brother kept saying repeatedly every time I questioned that the rumble fruit was never found. So that was his reason to me why he had consumed the flame fruit. But the truth was, Daffy had found it and chose to keep it for me. As I opened the small chest, inside lay a round, pear-shaped fruit that tapered off towards the stem, resembling a loquat. Its golden yellow peel featured the overlapping swirl pattern typical of devil fruits, while forming sharp, jagged outgrowths all over that varied in length, width, and direction, resembling sparks of electricity. I immediately recognized the fruit. There was no mistaking it. It was the legendary rumble fruit, rumored to be the strongest Logia out there. Legends had it that if one could truly master this fruit, they would be akin to an ancient weapon by themselves. Treble's breathing grew shallow, and his eyes struggled to stay open as he mustered the strength to speak once more. "Ross, promise me," he gasped, his voice barely a whisper. "Promise me you'll find Daffy, and you both need to go after your dreams. You guys wanted to rule the world, and although most of our family is no more, the family believes in you to carry out all our dreams alongside you. Don't let anyone who is involved in this matter escape. They all must pay for what they've done." His words pierced through me like a blade, stirring up a storm of emotions within my heart. Despite our tumultuous past that Treble mentioned that I now came to regret, I had always been suspicious of these people despite them doing so much for Daffy. It hurt thinking despite their loyalty to Daffy, I had been petty because of my insecurities from past life. I couldn't deny the sincerity in Treble's plea. "I promise," I replied, my voice choked with emotion. "I'll do whatever it takes to make Daffy's dream, no, our family's dream, the dream of everyone who perished a reality. And as for who were even remotely involved in bringing us down, I will hunt them. I will hunt down every last one of them. No one will escape." Treble's gaze softened, a flicker of relief passing through his weary eyes. "Thank you, Ross," he murmured, his voice barely audible now. "And please, take care of the kids, and Giala too, if she makes it. And the kids, remember, they're the future of the family." With those final words, Treble's hand fell limply to the ground, and his breathing ceased. Tears welled up in my eyes as I looked down at Treble's lifeless form, a mixture of grief and determination swirling within me. I vowed to honor his final wishes, to help achieve our dreams. So what if people say that I am working for my brother's dream? Daffy is my brother, and it was my life, and I will decide what to do with it. And now, with the death of most in the family, this was no longer just Daffy's dream. It was now the dream of everyone that the family had lost. As for the opinions of the rest, to hell with it. To hell with them all, and to ensure that vengeance was served for all those who had wronged us, I now set aside my old prejudice and decided to embrace my calling with all my soul. Feeling like a part of me was severed, I was overwhelmed by a peculiar sense of loss and liberation at the same time. Despite the intense grief and pain, I couldn't help but wonder if I had become less human or if my love for my family wasn't as strong as I believed. Perhaps, in some strange way, I had come to make peace with my recent failures after hearing Treble's words. But I had resolved myself to find what exactly happened to my brother and find him soon because my gut said that time was running out. My mind raced with 1,000 conflicting emotions as I sat there in front of Treble's lifeless body, clutching the small chest in my hand. It had been 2 days since Treble's death, and I had given the man the burial he deserved despite my lack of time. Gladius and Rob were also present, and even Isho joined despite knowing that the man we were burying was a pirate and a criminal. He did not condemn the dead for their deeds in life. Gladius and Rob were already aware of my true identity within the Don Quixote family. It seemed like I was a legend among them, a young master whose status was equal to Daffy himself. Sitting by the shore, I gazed at the horizon as the waves lapped at my feet. I was yet to completely decide on my upcoming course of actions. My thoughts wandered, wondering how much Daffy might be suffering at the hands of those bastards in case he was captured. I vowed to repay every ounce of pain and humiliation they might have inflicted on my family. Lost in my thoughts, I didn't realize when Isho appeared with the 2 kids in tow. I hadn't moved from the spot since we buried Treble. Isho had accepted my request and had helped find Giala and treated her. Although her injuries were grave, it was not as worse as Treble's condition. With our intervention, Giala would make it. "Roscoe, are you all right?" Isho asked, settling next to me without a care for the wet sand. The kids followed suit, their presence a silent comfort. "I'm lost, Isho-san. I don't know what path I should take anymore," I confessed, my voice heavy with uncertainty. "I instinctively feel like I should rush out to find my brother, but then I don't know where to start. I don't even know what exactly to do anymore. A part of me wants to give up, and another part of me wants to burn this world." My admission hung in the air, the weight of it pressing down on me. Despite my promise to Treble, I couldn't find the right direction to start. I had underestimated the elders, the rulers of this world, and I had paid dearly. My pride and overconfidence came at a staggering cost. Both in my past and present lives, I have been blind to my own strengths and weaknesses. Now, with my brother's fate completely unknown, I felt adrift in a sea of uncertainty. "Tell me, Roscoe, do you know what the purpose of life is?" Isho questioned, his voice carrying a weight of wisdom, as he used his gravity powers to gently move a stranded turtle back towards the sea. I remained silent, unsure of how to answer the blind man. He was someone who had blinded himself because he could not bear to witness the cruelty of this world, a stark contrast to my own experiences and outlook. Isho could be said as the extreme opposite of what Daffy and I stood for, but here the man was sitting trying to comfort me despite knowing what kind of man I truly was, and the past 2 months have made it at least a bit clear with what my true character was. It was especially evident with how I treated the captured Marines and government agents. "Remember, Roskin," Isho continued, his tone gentle yet firm, "life is never made unbearable by circumstances, but only by a lack of meaning and purpose. You're simply lost. Find your meaning and purpose. It doesn't have to be something grand, just something that your heart truly desires." His words struck a chord within me, resonating with the turmoil I felt inside. Despite his cryptic nature, I knew Isho was trying to help. There was a sense of understanding in his blind gaze, as if he could see into the depths of my soul, and I found myself inexplicably grateful for his guidance. He already knew about my past as a Marine and the betrayal I had faced at the hands of my former comrades. Yet he offered his wisdom without judgment or expectation. With a newfound understanding, I realized that to give meaning to my life once more, I must have a purpose larger than myself. Determined not to feel lost anymore, I accepted that Don Quixote family members who felt their spirit lived on through me. My purpose became clear: to immortalize the Don Quixote family name in this world forever, achieving what they truly desired and going even beyond. With resolute determination, I grasped the small chest and walked into the sea, under the bewildered gazes of Isho and the kids. I was different now, ready to start fresh from scratch. From that moment onward, I vowed to ensure that no one I cared for suffered the same fate as Treble and the rest. Gladius and Lucci relied on me, and I would protect them as my family. Renewed in my resolve, I cast aside all doubts and immersed myself in the sea, and with powerful strokes, I soon reached a small island nearby. After reaching the central part of the island, which only spanned a few hundred meters, I carefully opened the chest. Even before I completely opened the chest, the surrounding climate roiled in sheer chaos. The entire world seemed to resonate with me. The sheer power and aura I radiated caused even the Sea Kings to flee. Unleashing my Haushiku Haki to the fullest, I commanded the world's flow to bend to my will. Dark clouds filled the sky, and the winds howled, stirring up the entire island where I stood and all its surroundings, engulfing most of the islands around. Though not prosperous, it housed a decent population. Isho stood protectively on the shore, shielding the kids from the pressure. Both children had succumbed to my overwhelming conqueror's haki, which grew stronger. I could have consumed the fruit anywhere safe, away from the sea. But I knew in my heart that I was not meant to become a landlubber forever. Eventually, I would overcome my weaknesses, and I was willing to go to any length to achieve it. My instinct believed in that possibility wholeheartedly. Defying death twice already, I sought to challenge fate once again. If my intuition proved wrong, I would be buried beneath the sea in the future for my recklessness, like many others who might have tried to challenge the weakness that came with the devil fruit. And so be it. Without hesitation, I finally decided to consume the rumble fruit in hand. Even if the fruit was the creation of the devil himself, I would make this power my own, answering only to my will and not fearing the sea. As the taste of the fruit flooded my senses, I felt its power merging with my being. It seemed to respond to the sea water, as if every devil fruit had a will of its own. My voice of all things made me understand the fruit's struggle, challenging the dominance of the sea itself. With one last thought, I took the last bite of the devil fruit right in the heart of the small island, right in the middle of the turbulent ocean. As I sank deeper into the feeling of the new-found state with each bite, a profound transformation began to unfold. With the legendary rumble fruit fully consumed, I felt its power coursing through me like lightning itself. As I took the final bite, a surge of energy rippled outward, igniting a spectacle that would forever alter the fabric of the sea. At that precise moment, the skies above cracked open with a deafening roar. Bolts of lightning streaked across the darkened heavens, illuminating the horizon with an otherworldly brilliance. The clouds swirled and churned, swirling into a tempestuous vortex fueled by my newfound power. Beneath the waves, the ocean stirred with a ferocity unseen before. Tidal waves rose and crashed with thunderous might, carving a path through the depths with unstoppable force. The sea itself seemed to tremble in awe of the electrifying display unfolding within its depths. As the lightning fruit merged with my being, I felt a surge of raw energy coursing through every fiber of my being. It was as if the very essence of the storm had taken root within me, granting me command over the forces of nature themselves. Above the surface, Isho and the few civilians who still remained conscious watched in wonder as the sea roiled and churned with untold power. The air crackled with electricity, sending shivers down their spines as they bore witness to the birth of a new legend. With a final burst of lightning, the transformation was complete. The sea no longer held the calmness it once held. Even though I was on the shore, the momentum that I was creating completely left the surrounding waters in chaos. Everything within me had a transformation. My observation hockey just skyrocketed and reached an unprecedented level. As for my physique, it was being tempered with every breath I took, and the lighting energy coursing through me was tempering my physique continuously. I even felt that the weakness of the sea was reduced somewhat, but I didn't have a true comparison about how much restraint the sea would have on each individual devil fruit user. Although I did not know how exactly this worked, maybe it was because of my dual souls, or maybe because I was not a being from this world, but I did not care anymore. I was brought to this world, maybe as a mistake or with a purpose. However, I had resolved myself to make this life my own. I emerged from the other island, which was already sinking, unable to handle the sheer raw power of lightning and hockey that I had emitted, a figure wreathed in crackling energy, a living embodiment of the storm itself. The sea bowed before me, its waves parting in reverence for the power I now wielded. In that moment, I knew that I had become something more than mortal. I had become a force of nature, a harbinger of the tempest to come. And as I gazed upon the world with eyes alight with newfound purpose, I knew that nothing would ever be the same again. Deep within the heart of Pangea Castle lay a place so forbidden that even the 5 elders required express permission to enter. Here, amidst the labyrinthine corridors, lay a beautiful garden where the enigmatic ruler of the world, Emu, resided. It was Emu's personal sanctuary, a tranquil oasis hidden from the prying eyes of the world. Within the garden, Emu stood as if frozen in time, surrounded by a myriad of colorful butterflies. The delicate creatures flitted around Emu's outstretched palm, dancing to an unseen melody. Suddenly, Emu's eyes snapped open, a flicker of something akin to excitement igniting within them. It had been centuries since Emu felt such a rush, the thrill of a challenge stirring within his immortal soul. In a swift motion, Emu clenched his fist, and the butterflies fell lifeless to the ground. Thoughts raced through Emu's mind as he contemplated the significance of the disturbance in the sea. This was no ordinary occurrence. Someone had shattered the chains of fate, defying the impossible. Emu's pressure was completely released, which immediately descended the entire Holy Land into chaos. "Joy Boy, have you finally revealed yourself?" Emu murmured, his voice tinged with anticipation. But then a realization dawned on him. No, this isn't Joy Boy. This is someone different, someone who even wills to defy the curse of the sea. A manic laughter bubbled forth from Emu's lips, a sound that echoed through the silent garden, and waves after waves of conquerors' hockey burst forth, sending ripples throughout the Holy Land. Emu's thoughts momentarily strayed towards the teen who still defiantly held onto his life, waiting for his brother to come to his rescue. Even Emu himself was amused by the resilience of the Don Quixote family child. Despite seeing the heart of his brother, the kid held on defiantly against all odds for more than 3 months now. It was just a fleeting thought. Emu then thought of the disturbance in the sea. "This world is truly fascinating," Emu exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with newfound vigor. "I never imagined I would encounter another being capable of stirring my soul as Joy Boy once did. Finally, after all this time, it seems I can feel alive once more." In response to Emu's outburst, the Knights of the Gods swiftly mobilized, securing the entirety of the forbidden area. Emu's existence was a closely guarded secret, hidden even from the world nobles themselves. However, the sudden loss of composure from the supreme existence had reverberated throughout Mary Geos, rendering all but the strongest individuals unconscious due to the sheer, overwhelming power of the hockey. The elders, alarmed by the unprecedented turn of events, hastened towards the core of Pangea Castle. It had been centuries since Emu had displayed such extreme reactions, the last time being during the fabled clash during the time of Joy Boy. As they approached, a sense of dread gripped them, for they knew that whatever had transpired within the depths of the castle was beyond their comprehension. As the 5 elders reached the central area, the resounding laughter of Emu persisted, echoing through the silent corridors of Pangea Castle. The Knights of the Gods, God's Knights, had effectively sealed off the entire vicinity, ensuring that only those privy to Emu Sama's existence and of admiral-level strength or higher remained conscious amidst the overwhelming pressure emitted by the supreme ruler. Emu Sama, the 5 elders intoned in unison, their voices reverent and laden with apprehension. Yet, none among them dared to intrude upon the sanctity of the garden where Emu resided. Instead, they knelt outside its boundaries, patiently awaiting the moment when the ruler would deign to address them. Minutes stretched into an agonizing eternity as the elders waited in mounting unease under the sheer might of the one true ruler of this. Emu's laughter continued unabated, a chilling reminder of the unparalleled power that lay within the confines of the castle. Despite the urgency of the situation, no one dared disturb the ruler's reverie. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, Emu's laughter subsided, and the oppressive atmosphere began to ease. With a sense of trepidation, the elders watched as Emu emerged from the garden, every step exuding an aura of absolute authority and supremacy. With graceful movements, Emu made their way to the vacant throne, a symbol of dominion over the world itself. As Emu seated themselves upon the throne, a palpable silence descended upon the chamber, the air thick with anticipation. All eyes were fixed on the supreme ruler, awaiting their command. I stood there, reborn in the baptism of lightning, feeling the surge of unlimited potential coursing through every fiber of my being. Previously, I had been considered a genius, but now, under the influence of this unparalleled power, I transcended mere genius. My observation hockey reached new heights, delving into realms previously uncharted. Even my swordsmanship experienced a breakthrough, with each strike infused with the crackling energy of the storm. As I stepped back onto the shore, the sky above darkened with the dance of countless lightning bolts, their thunderous roars echoing like the primal cries of ancient beasts. Isho, standing nearby, strained to withstand the overwhelming pressure emanating from my transformed presence. Though formidable in his own right, he had yet to reach the pinnacle of admiral-level strength. Nevertheless, I saw potential in him. His current strength was akin to that of a pseudo-admiral, like Katakuri at his peak in the canon. Despite our differing ideologies, I resolved to nurture Isho's strength if he chose to follow me and my family, preparing him to face even the mightiest of adversaries, perhaps even a Yonko themselves. My physical form had undergone a radical metamorphosis, and I felt that I now possessed a physique that rivaled even that of the legendary Kaido with his mythical dragon fruit. Maybe in the future I will completely surpass everyone due to the continued tempering of my body. With every passing moment, my body continued to temper itself, growing stronger with each surge of lightning coursing through my veins. As I retrieved the crucifix from around my neck, its blade fashioned from sea stone, I felt a sense of invincibility wash over me. Although I felt weakness rush out as I plunged the blade into my palm, I held on, not wanting to give up. Even the dreaded weakness of sea stone seemed inconsequential in the face of my newfound power. For Isho, my transformation elicited a mixture of disbelief and astonishment. Initially, he assumed madness had seized me, unaware of my intention to consume a devil fruit in the heart of the tiny little land mass within the sea itself. As a fellow devil fruit user, he understood all too well the vulnerability that came with being a landlubber. Yet, here before him stood someone who was trying to defy fate itself. Ross, even with a little sea stone blade through his palm, was trying to invoke his fruit powers, and despite the strain on his body, it was as if the kid was trying to defy the very weakness that plagued all devil fruit users. Though his curiosity tempted him to pry into my secrets and what exactly I was trying to accomplish with the sea stone, Isho recognized the immense power I wielded, sensing that if provoked, I could effortlessly extinguish his life, despite being half his age. Ross, how? How is this possible? Isho's disbelief was palpable, his voice tinged with astonishment. He struggled to comprehend the miracle unfolding before him, wondering if he had erred in blinding himself to the world's wonders. Perhaps fate itself had conspired to conceal this momentous event from all but him, shielding him from the overwhelming pressure of Ross's Conqueror's Haki. Normally, any devil fruit user would completely become powerless in the presence of sea stone, but Ross was fighting back, and even though his face was pale, Isho could say for sure that this was unprecedented.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.